Woo! What's up, everybody? Woo! Gonna talk about some law enforcement talking points of what's been going on in recent news. Let's get the likes up. Let's get that support up. Let's get the cash apps up. Come on, fellas. Come on. You came over here to hear me shit talking dirty walk. Come on, give me that woo. Woo! These cognac and the cigars don't buy themselves, my niggas, do they? Oh man, we're gonna get it in. We're gonna get it in. We're gonna get it in. Third or fourth. Woo! Hey, I'm about to put the link in the chat. Anybody who wants to join in your conversation, because I got a few things we need to talk about. Hit that damn bell. Hit it again. Make sure you get the ring every time I come on live. Sometimes I am the king of the late nights where I cut my teeth. But right now we're gonna do a little impromptu, carrying over from the BGS crowd. Shout out to the Grandmaster teacher. Yes, yes, yes. We're gonna have a good time. I will take a like and a subscription instead of a woo. You goddamn right I will. See, this is the part that I would like to talk to. I don't know if he's a sheriff deputy or officer. I would like to talk to Mr. Tatum. I would love to pick his brain to see what his talking points are about and see if they actually stand on something that's, on solid ground. Because a lot of people want to play this conservative quotation marks viewpoint and run it down a hole. And I'm glad that, BJ and others and other guys on the panel, Mr. Meach and everybody, the black conservatives nowadays are like the guys who go to the comic book conventions and just want to be cool. Or they want to just do something just out of saying, I'm different, instead of just being something that you are, that sings to your soul. There's too many of these people who play on this conservative role, especially in the realm of law enforcement and such, and not put the human aspect back in it. Well, black people commit all these crimes. Well, guess what? When you take opportunities, when you take jobs, when you dumb down the education, what happens? You have a lack of opportunity, you have great desperation. And one thing about the biological imprint of survival, if you have it and I don't have it, I'm going to take it. You build that type of you build that type of mentality within people. That's crime. You put people in a terrible situation, you stack them on top of each other like Legos. That's the reason why you have crime. Well, no, it's not something biological. It's environmental. Do you know why you don't get the same kind of crime in affluent neighborhood? Because everybody's got something. If you go to the projects or if you go to the hood, you wonder why there's so much crime, because there's no benefits. There's no opportunity. You come out there and you make the excuses over and over. Why that guy should have not done this because he had a warrant on him, so he deserved to be shot. No, that doesn't make sense. Unless that person is a clear and immediate threat, deadly force is not required. If he had a knife and he's moving towards someone or the officers, it's an imminent and clear threat. Sorry. What's up, everybody? Woo, my man Mike. Yeah, you're right. They don't want the truth. They really don't want the truth. You know why? Because people enjoy being in bliss blindly and ignorantly. For some odd reason, I would love to talk to a Mr. Tatum and a Jesse Lee Peterson because, first of all, they're going to be enamored. Oh, you're an officer. You see what it goes out there. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Now, when you actually have a substantial plan for number one, the most at risk, which happens to be young black males between the ages of 14 to 22, and you give them something like the Gray Faulkner Initiative. Can someone please put the PDF, unless I have to do it myself? I don't mind. If somebody can do it for me, that's even better. When you have an initiative like the Gray Faulkner Initiative, which are three things. One, it's common. It's what black people have been doing to get ahead for decades, for generations. Because we were not given the privilege to go to a bank, to go to a financial institution, to go to a lot of these learning centers, such as other people of privilege, we said, wait a minute. If I go to the military and I get these benefits, like the VA housing loan and the Montgomery GI Bill, I had the Montgomery GI Bill, but I signed it over to get the 9/11 GI Bill, which I can use for trades. Hell, I could go start my own security firm by going to a school that accepts it. And you get this money. As a matter of fact, I could take my GI Bill and I could give it to my son when he goes to college. But for some odd reason, we don't want to be solution based. We want to be stuck with the savior mentality. Somebody's going to come out the sky and save us when all of your Abrahamic holy books said there's greater power in you than what I have. Like, you're going to do better miracles than what I've done. So what are you enamored? What are you so surprised about? I gave you the power to be God. But that's for another story. Thank you, Simply Unique. That's the Gray Faulkner Initiative. That's, if you don't have that on your PDF, I don't know why. Because I bet you if Cerulean and myself sold it for about $10 to $15 for about 100 pages, hotcakes. See, we got to get out the mentality, black people, that we only look at something that's valuable when it's being sold to us. Sometimes the game has to be told and not just sold. Riddler, whoo, what's up? Oh yes, big bucks in private security. That's the reason why when I get healthy after my surgery and everything, I'm going to go to these schools, take some time out, attend some of these schools, and I'm going to learn. Even if I have to build it up from scratch, I'm going to get enough networking. I'm going to be doing internet radio coming hopefully sometime in September. I got to take some time out and actually write what I'm going to talk about with my partner. And trust me, I'll give you all the details the closer we get. Now, we're going to talk about some things such as law enforcement and policing. And the reason why anybody want to come up there on the panel, I'm about to put the link. We're going to talk about the do's and don'ts. Number one, no matter what that person warrant or charges for, unless at that moment they are a clear and imminent threat to yourself or society, deadly force is not needed. Number two, as angry as people can get, as fucked up as the system is, still comply. Black men, your job is to survive the incident. Going back and forth with a man with a gun usually does not bode well for anyone. Especially since you have a lot of people who won't admit it, but they're damn fucking afraid to do the job. I'd rather you be in handcuffs and you get a great lawyer than to be a martyr. Dead man does not tell tales. Remember that. Number two, what you really need to focus on when it comes to law enforcement Stop fucking looking at the stop looking at just the symptoms and look at the real reasons. The real reasons that you are having these disconnects with law enforcement is because we are not playing an intricate role in law enforcement itself. We don't know the police officers' names in our communities. We don't try to become the police in our communities. We are so blissfully ignorant into letting someone else dictate our lives. We don't want the responsibility. And look what it's gotten us. We don't want to say, hey, we want to promote you to be in the military. We want to promote you into being the person who protects us. Like Nameless said in the last panel, we have to re-up our warrior class. The person doesn't have to be armed because of it. That is true, Mike, who's also a police officer. Worked with him for several years. See, notice I didn't say armed. Notice I said clear and imminent threat. Because a guy who has elevated fighting arts or abilities, or he is such bigger size and strength and he's choking the life out of someone, and you hitting him or pepper spray or taser is ineffective, you would have to go to your gun to save that person's life. Or if he has you choking and you can't get to anything, yes. I don't know if he did or didn't. If he did, I mean, I would love to see it. If he did, I would love to speak to him again. I was on and I called in on the show. You know, he had his little lawful loot thing. I thought it was hilarious, and he was doing some low key trolling. Of course, I knew he was trolling, but I think he has a cool show. You know, a little gaming. See, a lot of people, you got to realize, do not have access to police that they can get the brutal truth from. I'm not afraid to speak the truth. Why? Because I think that's one of the reasons why we have such a disconnect, because we don't know about the police. It's almost like, for all you Naruto fans, the village hidden in the leaf. Like, what the fuck do they do? If you actually understood what the police functions are in the community and what do they do all the time, guess what's going to happen? You're going to actually get an understanding up into a refined respect and comprehension of your law enforcement attributes, because what's going to happen is people are going to start to trust you. Oh my God, trusting the police? Oh no, let's not do that. Yes, you're going to have to trust the people that protect us at some point. If you treat the people like people, I've always went to a call. Unless you show me something differently, I'm going to treat you the same way I want somebody to treat my family. There are times when family members didn't give a fuck about their own people, and they're sitting there watching TV. I believe it was Martin. Go down into the basement. This husband had his hands over his wife's neck on the ground, choking the life out of her. Of course, I had to do my best Shawn Michaels Sweet Chin Music impersonation to get the motherfucker off of her. But those are the things you don't see on a day-to-day basis. Think about it. If you actually went on more ride-alongs with the police, which I am a very big proponent of, get in that car. Well, first you go to the station, say, I want to go on a ride along. You sign a waiver. They give you a vest to put over. We're not going to put you in anything that's extremely dangerous. We're going to tell you wait in the car or get behind some cover, something that could take a round or three. But when you see what the type of calls we go through on a day-to-day basis, you're going to be like, wow, I didn't know y'all had to handle this shit. He said, I'm big time. Whoa, I thought we always big time. Bright lights, pretty women. Whoa. I mean, hey, even my Mike. Well, my man Mike is a police officer. Let me see what Mike said. The solution to Chicago's crime is to bring back stop and frisk and implement tougher laws to bring back poor, then bring funding for neighborhoods, offer incentives for career criminals to stay out of jail, which is partially true. Partially true. But you also have to realize in Chicago, a lot of the crime that occurred in there is because of Mexican cartels moving up in Chicago trying to set up a drug trade. I mean, hey, my man saved the one pregnant woman from committing suicide. You don't hear those stories. Two, the media outlet for police is very poor. You don't see us in the community like every one of my little chill spots when I was working swing shift before I went to midnights. There was this family who owned a comic book shop. They sold it to their good friend, and I would convene the comic book shop. And then next door, it was a friend of mine, Talia, who I got to know through the years, and her kids. Actually, her two sons are subscribers of mine, and we got to know each other. They were like, "Hey, how's Officer Fault in the door doing all these protests and make sure he's good?" I was like, "I'm good." So once you actually establish a good rapport with the community will trust you in telling you what is going on, where are the crime, who's the movers and the shakers. You got to think about it. I'm glad you mentioned gangs. Let me see what Carter Drew said. My father grew up on the south side of Chicago. What was that, Eaglewood? And he said what he suggests is the National Guard, but I agree. It's definitely a drug trade as well as a lack of respect. Well, I don't believe in stop and frisk because, stop and frisk does not equal crime reduction. As a matter of fact, they found out in the early 2000s when they were doing stop and frisk, they made over 150,000 arrests 1 year, and they noticed the next year when they pretty much canceled or slowed dramatically stop and frisk, crime didn't change. If anything, you probably made more crime and more disturbance and more inconvenience for the public. Once the public loses trust, it's going to be harder to become an officer or an effective one because no one's going to talk to you. Ooh, underrated. What's up, Rashid? Ooh, the broke genius. Ooh, I think that plus private security. See, this is my solution. You gotta get community involvement. You gotta bring back fathers in the home. Do you really think you would have as many people hanging on the corner if there were fathers who were controlling the communities? Fuck no. A group of fathers with shotguns and rifles and leather belts ain't happening. Ain't happening. Not knocking the single mothers. See, what happens is a lot of those boys, when they start to get those hormones pumping through their testes, excuse me, all boys join hunting packs, not just for safety, but also to see where they stand when it comes to levels of masculinity. Who's the most masculine or the most alpha among us? How do we call it? We have our groups of friends. We have gangs. We have sports teams. We have the military. We have JROTC. We have debate teams. So gangs are nothing but natural course of masculinity just taken to a negative side of the world. If you actually use within the manual of the Gray Faulkner Initiative and take that desire of the boy who wants to follow older men and older young men and give him proper guidance and mentoring, you will curb the gang and criminal activity. Oh my God, Officer Faulkner, why don't you talk about the girls and the women? Well, are the girls and the women suffering from mass incarceration? No. Are the girls and the women given benefits and promoted before the boys? Yes. So who's more at risk? Who's more at risk? Do if I'm bleeding and I'm cut on my arm, but I stub my toe, which injury should I handle first if I'm damn near about to bleed out from my arm? That's the reason why my brother's keeper did not work because of jealousy. A black man is not allowed to be looked at as a human being, not even by his so called women. And we love black women over here, but we do distinguish between a lady, a woman, and a bitch very clearly. See, one thing about stop and frisk, when you conduct a field interview, which is called, I must explain certain criteria, such as the characteristics of an armed suspect. You know, when people have a gun, they tend not to move the arm where the gun is. They do frequent checks of that side. You'll see a bulge. If I see a person looking in between a window of a 7-Eleven or a storefront, and I notice that they haven't moved from that storefront for a while, I can have articulable statements of why I stopped this person. It may not be probable cause, but it's reasonable suspicion. And yes, I can conduct a stop. And when I pat a person down, which is not really a pat, it's actually a rub, meaning my hand does not pat, it's continuously on the outer layer of your clothing. That's another thing. When I quotation marks pat a person down, I cannot go into the pockets and search because search, I would need probable cause, and that probable cause is the same as arresting you. So if I'm going to search you, I might as well arrest you. So if I'm going through a stop and I'm stopping somebody and I believe that person to be armed, I have to be able to articulate, and not just in one phase, but also multiple. This person is doing multiple checks of his side. His arm never moved. I see a bulge. He's looking through the storefront or he's casing it. And I'm looking at these characteristics that he's carrying, and he's wearing a coat where it's like 90 fucking bumfuck degrees. Yes, I'm going to stop you and I'm going to pat you down. No, I cannot go in your pockets. No, I cannot. I can, if I feel something, yes, I'm going to take it out if it feels like something that's metallic or a weapon. So that's how you properly do it. They said we get you to 100K this stream. I wish. I appreciate all of you, man. It's more incentives to have single homes for blacks. A mother can only apply and get accepted under Section 8 when a father is involved, which is facts. That's because in my other stream, when I read to you guys scientifically the difference between the working male brain and the working female brain, females are more susceptible to emotional stimuli, meaning you're more susceptible to environmental and cultural changes than men. We conquer the environment. You find a comfortable nest to stay within it. You're not going to change the environment. It's going to be the men. See, it was men who gave women the power to do the crazy shit they do today. I can't always blame the women. The women are going to do what women are allowed. Okay? The women aren't going to fight wars, the men are. Even in this gynocentric feminist type of world, women can say they want to be on the front lines all they want. They ain't going. Trust me, I'll put money on that. 100K coming too. Shit, fuck it. Let's do 100K. Yes. Exactly. When it's done correctly, it works. Yes, don't be the jump out, boys. God knows it was two officers. I hate when people come on my post starting shit because I'm the one who got to clean it up. I'm not gonna name names of these officers, even though I threatened to punch them in their fucking faces for doing stupid shit like that. They would come to my face, excuse me, my post, and try to go get one of the drug dealers. Okay, cool. But when you arrest a drug dealer, it's always got to be a goddamn scene. You can't do anything quietly like I would do it and be like, look, all right, get them in the car, go down the street, meet the damn wagon, put them in the wagon, they get shipped off to central bookings. Cool. These guys got to talk shit with the neighbors, go back and forth. Then they want to ask the whole fucking shift to come back them up, plus the drug unit, plus the detectives. Soon as 13 drop. Why the fuck are you going back and forth with people? Get the guy in the car, transport him to the wagon, and get the fuck going about your business. No, you got to show your Billy Badass. Does that make the community want to trust you, or does it make you appear to be on some bullshit? I take the latter. What's up, Gino? What's up, nephew? He said, feminism just wants command of men as beast of burden. I've told you that, man. I've told you that. I said feminism wants the authority and power of men without the accountability, the responsibility, and the sacrifice. Simply put, people will be like, so you don't think women are deserving to go and do things that men can do? If they earned it, sure. But a lot of you don't want to earn it. If a lot of these jobs had to deal with merit, it would be funny because a lot of women wouldn't get those jobs. Now, if you're trying to go from the strength of men, where we're great at, you're going to lose every time. Even the military says where the top 10% of women fall, they meet right at where the bottom 40% of men on the PT test. I mean, y'all can join. Y'all can join if y'all want to come on the platform. Because unless y'all just love me running my mouth about all these goddamn facts, we'll let the audience decide. So, what's another thing that could be improvements within law enforcement? For example, tactics. This is the reason why you need good funding for your law enforcement agencies. You need tactics, and you also need the psyche valves to be very good, very well done. I mean, you need to ask really good questions. Have you ever been in a physical confrontation in your life? Have you ever been in a goddamn fight, kid? Because if you get punched in your face, you're going to resort back to what you know. That's just wrestling and boxing 101. Your training is going to carry whatever you originally trained at. You're going to go back to that. If you bullshit at your training, you're going to be a bullshit fighter. So if a lot of these officers were more comfortable in basic wrestling, basic boxing, basic ground fighting, and trained in it at least 2 times a week, would that make you more going towards your weapon or less tendencies to go towards the weapon if you build up that type of confidence? What's up, Rashid?
What's going on, Tom? Yeah,
not much.
Is my mic coming in pretty clear?
A little static. I'll put the link in for anybody else who wants to join. I'm just doing a little stream, rambling. See, a lot of people have a lot of big misconceptions when it comes to law enforcement. My man Gino said, I'm studying for the CPA exam, so I'm just listening and staying off panels. I feel you. Hell, I got to go finish studying for my oral exam coming up for the sergeant's test. Well, part 2 of the sergeant's test. So what you on the road again, man? Hey, Rashid, you on the road? Oh, he muted. But yeah, when it comes to police-involved incidents, many of those incidents that I found, when I look at them and study them, it's always the culture clash. I've said it once. I've even said it on the Amazing Lucas show. It's a culture. I wish somebody could put I'm gonna have to mod Carter Drew if he could put that video in the chat for the amazing Lucas. He said I got 4 parts. I'm taking the hardest first because I'm an idiot. No, that's actually a straight strategy. You want to tackle the hardest part of something first, because if it's easiest, you can always you'll make up time and make up ground on that one anyway. But it's like what I explained to Lucas. I said a lot of these tactics that you see from these police, number one, the first thing that deters crime in a police officer is your mere presence. There was a study done where this guy who wanted to kill a cop, white guy, trying to hitchhike. First cop he got into his car, he was giving him a ride, and he said, I didn't want to kill him. Why? Because the guy looked like he was he looked like he was in shape. It would have been a fight, and the guy could have hurt me. Notice, cowards always never will take themselves into danger. They always want to take the path of least resistance. So the next cop he got a ride with was a shit show. His clothes were sloppy. He was out of shape. So he attacked the officer, overpowered him, and killed him. And when they caught him, they said, I knew I could take him because he was easy prey. So your mere presence, if you look like you're about something, if you look like you're nothing to fuck with, most people ain't going to try you or try to commit crimes in your presence. Next is your verbal. Sub Green Machine. Woo! Uh-oh. Getting some people up here. Let me see what my boy Mike said. The public needs to understand that every intense situation can't be solved verbally. We are dealing with individuals who are from the streets, and some have the mindset, I'm not going back, which is true. We're getting to that. Don't kick the chair, man. Don't kick the chair. But when you actually get into those situations, when you get into this, I just made you a mod, Carter Drew. So if you could find a video, put it in the chat, greatly appreciate it. When you get into those situations, you go verbal. After your mere presence is your verbal, giving verbal commands of, hey, you can't do that. Hey, you can't be at this area. Hey, you can't be at this location. You're under arrest. Those are verbal commands. Next level of force or level is actually grabbing, just guiding, meaning, hey, you can't leave. Believe it or not, a lot of people, once you touch them, will not leave. Believe it or not. But once again, you can't be looking like a shit show and you can't be in a joking manner. Next is your empty hand strikes, throws, takedowns, joint manipulation, such as that. Am I familiar with joint manipulation? You goddamn right I am. Hell, I made World Star with it with a goddamn Kimura. Unfortunately, I was in a knockdown drag out fight years ago where a guy beat up a girl. Severely beat her up. Tried to run. He was about 30 pounds bigger than me. And he grabbed my gun and I put him in a Kimura and broke his arm. Then he tried to grab my knife, which was in my other pocket, and I broke his other arm. It may seem brutal to some people, but guess what? Fuck you. I'm going to survive. And that, when you're in that type of fight or in that type of environment, I pretty much doubt even the most liberal citizen would say I was wrong in that situation.
But the thing of it was, you didn't kill him, though.
I didn't kill him. But here's the point. I'm glad you brought that up. When he grabbed my gun, does that consist of deadly force?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Could I have killed him? It's still been my legal right to do so.
Yep. Within all rights, because if he grabbed your gun and tried to even get your knife, he's pretty much looking to harm you. So, like,
Exactly.
are you supposed to wait for him to do it, or you react and do what you did?
And
That's
the FBI statistics said if a criminal gets your weapon away from you, you have an 80% chance he's going to use it against you.
I say
The broke
90.
genius said, I think they would stop a lot of unnecessary shootings if they only allow cops who can fight on patrol. I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to say it. Facts. Even though like I said earlier, if I was the one doing I would be like, have you ever been in a fight? Let's see your fighting potential. You know, I wish we were like in the Dragon Ball universe where we could get Scouter. It's over 5,000, 9,000. But also, what's the title of the video? Which video, Broke Genius? Yeah, we're not taught to go blow for blow, which is, you never want to go blow for blow unless you have to and keep the fight till your backup comes. That's when you really should. To me, I really got to say it. I really do believe there should be an emphasis on physical fitness within the police and fire departments. Because the way you look, people are going to be less likely to try you if you look like you're in shape. And Gino says, if he goes for your weapon, he gets what he gets. Thank you. Like I told you, like nobody's ever going to judge. But once again, what probably kept them alive is the fact that I'm familiar with joint manipulation. You know what I'm saying, Rashid? Is the fact that, you know, hey, I know how to get you off this knife with his gun. Snap, crackle, pop. And I don't consider myself the baddest motherfucker walking. But you know, I know enough to, you know, keep me from getting my ass outwhipped, you know. But
yeah,
the arm breaking video, I don't know the title of it. It's a World Star somewhere, you know.
The crazy part, though. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that video, I didn't break his arm, even though he was starting to bite me. And I said, I'm going to break your shit. I didn't give a damn if it was on body cam or not. I said, if you bite me, I'm going to break your shit in 3 places. And he put his teeth right back in his mouth. And once I cranked up on it a little bit, he knew better. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Now I'm saying my friend, he actually was in the military, and he basically told me, like, you know, he was basic training and stuff like that. And he said, man, when I was in the military going through basic training, he's like, the stuff that they showed us, it was nothing compared to what we learned in wrestling. So he said he was just whooping ass. Like, even when he graduated, and my friend, his dad came down there to the graduation when they graduated from boot camp and stuff. And the craziest part, he was like, yeah, man, your son, he's like, he can't shoot worth of shit. But in a hand-to-hand comeback, he'll beat somebody's ass all day. Because he was like,
tell you what,
you know.
Yeah, go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
Nah, go ahead. You good.
I was going to say, it's not about me being nice. It's just my first reaction. You know, you're going to resort back to what you know. When a guy hits me in the face, I'm gonna smile at you, and then I'm just gonna hit you with a right before you even get off with yours. But you also gotta realize this is the reason why you need funding, and realize, like, look, should we have a guy who's known for great wrestling? I mean, Baltimore is one of the fucking meccas of boxing, believe it or not. We're one of the meccas for wrestling. I mean, we got Rico Chaparelli. We got Archbishop Curley. By the way, Rico's nickname was the Baltimore Butcher. He was an NCAA champion, born and raised from Baltimore. Went to, I believe, Archbishop Curley, and he got a scholarship to Iowa and won a national title for them. So why can't we bring in these guys from the UFC, you know, get these contracts in, some basic, modify their styles for the streets, modify how to use a knife properly, modify, you know, what happens. Like I've actually, I forgot what the guy name is. Tony. I think he's on the cover of season 5 of Call of Duty. I actually went to one of his training seminars with a tactical officers convention. Went to learn how to use a rifle and a handgun while lying on the ground on my back and actually hit the target pretty damn well. That's the reason why you need it, because a lot of these officers, I'm not saying I'm the best instructor in the world, not going to say that, but I would put these guys through the rigors. If I was running the academy, guess what? You would have hand-to-hand combat will be almost every day if permitted. It would be permitted every day. So think about that. 6 months, 6 to 10 months of the academy. And by the way, it's 6 months academic, 3 months on the street with a field training officer who's trained to teach these, not including you're surrounded by veteran officers. Let me try to read some of these. That's a good point, though, Fault. Rather break the arm. Well, I could have killed him. But, that was my first thing. It's like, if you're taught to do this and react quick enough, hey, do what you got to do to get out the fight and survive. He says, smile at you. You crazy. I've done it in the MMA fight. The guy hit me with a right hook. The crowd went, ooh, and I smiled at him. It felt like a pillow hit me. Like, you got to think, I was training with like amateur and professional boxers, and we were throwing blows, man. And I hit him with like 6 fucking combos, like we were a fucking Street Fighter or something. And it was amazing. Once you're used to, like, I'll say this. When you put through the grind, every wrestler knows what the grind is. You're used to getting hit. I'm not saying that police officers need to go toe-to-toe with people. You shouldn't, because guess what? Being in an organized sport is different than being on the street. The rules change as you go. So, but once you get used to being hit or know how to actually absorb the blow, like you bring your shoulders up and you tuck your chin down into your chest and you bring your arms up, you can absorb that blow. The show cops should show 1 hour long special with Charles as the rival. Oh God! If you would have caught me in my early 2 years, it was like Friday night fights, man. I swear to God, everybody wanted to fight me, and I was the more reasonable one. I'm like, dude, I just ironed my shit. I just got it out the cleaners. Why are you trying to fight? Oh, why are you swinging your right hand? Why your right hand so wide that I could see it a mile away? Why did I put my elbow right into the crook of your fucking arm? Your fist just hit my fucking elbow. Now you probably got a broken hand. Now my fist hits your jaw. Now you're dropping to the floor. Why are you trying to take me down with a double leg? Why are you making me laugh? Now I gotta fucking take you down and ground and pound you. Now you had enough. Now I gotta put you in cuffs. Now I gotta sit you up with your feet crossed. You might have a black eye or busted lip. Now I gotta call a medic. Come on. Why we gotta go through all that? I know y'all like I'm stupid. Also, Fault in his Academy of Ass Whoopings. Hey, but did he die? Sorry, let me stop. But no. And I'm gonna say this. In all reality, I know we're having a good time and joking. You gotta understand. At some point, in some officers' lives, it may not be every, but in some point in some officers' lives or their careers, they may be called upon to take a life to save life. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to that one too, Mike. So if you go to a call and there's a guy with a knife, do I have to tell him to drop it? No. But if he's about to run up to somebody, yeah, you're gonna take the shot. If time permits and the situation permits, you give him verbal commands. If he's running towards somebody, fuck the commands. You got to put him down, unfortunately, him or her. You don't go with that mentality, but you do everything to preserve the life. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll tell you. Mike and I were working, and this was evening shift, I believe. Yeah, it was evening shift. We had a call on Tunbridge and Ready in Baltimore City. And the description was for 2 black males in a car on a corner selling drugs. So we did the stop, started looking around. told the gentleman come here, and they were in the car, and everything was legal, by the way. We had a legal right because of the description in the car. They were coming in and out the car to, to solicit some drugs. Excuse me. Next thing you know, two of our sergeants come up. We start seeing, my sergeant and I, we saw the drugs in the guy's waistband from the Ziploc, the little bag, had crack cocaine in it. Another guy, thank God we got them both off the car, because underneath the seat, the dude had a handgun and he was a convicted felon, which is a big no-no, as we all know. And the guy was already backing up about 10, 15 years on a charge. And for some odd reason, when I went to court, because I was the arresting officer, I believe. Yeah, was it my arrest or your arrest, Mike? I think it was mine. So his lawyer tried to make it look like we planted the shit, but we were all on body camera. Body camera can be your friend sometimes, even I'll admit. I didn't really care for him too much but we searched the vehicle. We actually used the body cam as the same way you use your eyes to search the vehicle. Lo and behold, underneath his seat, and I do believe we seen him tucking something down when we came up to the car. I'm not going to say for sure because it was so long ago. And thank God we pulled him out the car. And hey, you got to do what you got to do, because if he would have came out there with that gun, he'd have got popped. Aquatechy, thank you for the Cash App. Woo! Thanks for the support, bro. Thank God for the camera. Even though back in the old days before we had body cameras, we would just write like Ernest Hemingway and write a damn good statement of probable cause and report. Once again, when you have a sufficient amount of force and you actually control the guys, like the one guy I was searching, I had his arm in a chicken wing. Remember Bob Backlund? Crossface chicken wing. I love it. I love catch wrestling. As a matter of fact, if it couldn't be Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it would be catch wrestling. I think catch wrestling is a bit more brutal. It'd have been clean. It'd have been clean. And yeah, he did dip his shoulder. And yes, the gun was loaded. I believe it was a 380. So a lot of times, do I understand how an officer may come to a scene and how he might say, okay, this is dangerous? Like, for example, we have a B&E in progress. For those of you who don't know what a B&E is, a breaking and entering. If we have a breaking and entering, yes, our guns are going to be out. We don't know what type of threat we're facing. Sorry. If we have a felony warrant, meaning somebody has done something that's constitute a felony, like such as a home invasion, a rape, a robbery, an armed robbery or strong armed robbery, attempted murder or murder, are the guns going to be out? Yes. You're going to give them strong verbal commands. You're going to be loud. We got PA systems in the vehicles. Some work, some don't. But guess what? You're going to be a yelling motherfucker. But, there are certain times in an officer's career where things will fly. And I will say this, once again, like I said on my other podcast, when we looked at the more recent shooting, I forget what the brother's name is. Somebody can put it in the chat, who was shot 7 times. I don't know if he was shot 7 times. I know it fired 7 times. But what those officers should have done once he walked away, you grab his ass. If you really are that much in fear that he has something in this car, then guess what? He ain't getting to his car. He's catching an ass whooping. Sorry. People can say, oh, that's brutal. No. You take him down to the ground. You do what you got to do. You cuff him and you put him on his, you don't leave him there on his stomach because he can asphyxiate. You sit him up, cross his legs, call a medic to see if he's hurt, and get on about your business. He said B&E is like infantry breaching a structure. Well, if you're breaching, it's more you have a purpose to be there. B&E is like when you don't have the permission and you're breaking the threshold of the dwelling or structure. Like first and second degree B&E, the only difference is you're doing the first degree B&E is a more of a storefront or some type of structure. A second degree is, excuse me, a first degree is when you're doing it against a dwelling, a home. All of my Army infantry, we stress those infiltrations are very stressful and random. Yes, I was when I was at QRF, even in Baltimore City, when we got to do house raids or clear the house. Yeah, that shit could be ugly because you don't know what you're facing, and you got to go with speed, but also slow enough to be careful. So it's a very delicate situation when you go into these houses. Remember, Jacob Blake, thank you, crew. Remember, every call an officer goes on is a gun call. Do you know why? Because he's carrying the gun. So you kind of don't want to put yourself, if you have a domestic, don't put your gun side towards the person you're talking. Just blade your body a little bit, still be respectful. Don't have your hands in your pockets because there are some people who will attack. Your part, you don't go into certain calls by yourself, like a domestic. Have we done it? Sometimes, yes, but it's not the smartest thing to do at times. I will admit. Crew said the cop missed 3 of the 7 shots. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's still brutal, either way. My man, underrated doctor said, yes, Charles, you should bring that type of training to the force, the culture department. It will help officers in the community. Yeah, it is what it is. Brutal occupation. But, oh, my bad. I meant investigated to be. Oh, man. Oh, no. When I was a QRF, we didn't play that shit, but we went into a fucking house raid or a building raid. You better have your hands up. If you look like you're going for something, you're going to get popped in your fucking chest and head. Hey, what's up, Chaos? I tell you guys, I would love to speak to Mr. Tatum. I want to see what his point of view is for when it comes to law enforcement and black people. He said, "Ooh, you making me want to go back to the range." Oh yeah, I got my boys going back into the range. My homeboy, he bought a 9mm rifle, and I brought both my rifles out. And I'm pretty sure Gino and others are familiar with the 10% shot, you know, the hostage negotiation shot. I sent it down about 35 meters down the range with iron sights, which if you can't hit shit with iron sights, you don't need a scope anyway. And I sent 7 shots down, and the guy, you know, he has the little hostage with the gun, and all 7 went into the brainstem. So I still got it from the QR days. Yes, Austin Charles, Street Fighter C. Oh man, I'm not the violent guy. No, I'm the chill guy, man. Have I instructed people in some things? I've taught some officers some things. You know, I've also taught. I've learned some things. Believe it or not, I've actually went to seminars. I've actually trained with Dan DeB7, UFC legend. Fun guy to be around. Showed me some nasty joint locks to do to people, man. Nasty shit. Imagine putting somebody in Americana and you put your elbow in their cheek or in their eye socket. Oh God, that gets compliance very quick. He said, "Yep, I was an infantry HR, but we had to run the range with them. I was attached. Oh, trust me, when you're attached to the unit, you pretty much are doing what the unit. You may not have the MOS, but you're pretty much doing the damn job." He said, "I don't have the balls infantry. I did serve as an artillery, but reclass HR. Hey, it happens." Anybody have any questions? Anybody want to come on the panel? I could keep running my mouth for a little bit. So, another thing I've noticed when it comes to a lot of these law enforcement questionable shootings, that's what we'll call them, questionable shootings. A lot of times, the tactics are so bad and so wrong. You got to look at it from a standpoint. Is it worth it is going to be the question, especially in the modern day of policing. Is it better to let the criminal go and run away than to risk chasing him, whether if he's in a car, unless he's got a gun and he's about to go into a store to barricade and hold people hostage? Yes, that's when you shoot a motherfucker in the back. If he was literally going to grab a gun and go for it, yes, you shoot a motherfucker in the back. What's up, Beasley?
What's going on, Officer Charles? How's it going? You know,
solid profile, shit talking, dirty walker. You know me.
Same old shit. But I got it questionable. I watched the Jacob Blake one. Watched it 2 or 3 times. It's not questionable. They're dead wrong.
No, I say question. The reason why I use the word questionable. What's up, Chaos? What's up, BMT? The reason why I say questionable is just for the grouping of them.
Okay, yeah, right. Because
it's just for grouping. Each one's different. But anytime it's not clear, we just call it questionable.
Okay. Well,
but we know that they were wrong about it because, like I said, the tactics are fucked. They're fucked up. The tactics are fucked up. Let me see what my man Mike said. Where do you think law enforcement will be in the next 5 to 10 years with the new generation coming out into the career field? Like I know, Mike, these academies are not teaching these kids. I mean, because basically, if one of the young ladies, God, she's still fine as shit too, by the way. Fine motherfucker. She's like what, 23, 20, just turned 24. She's literally 14 years younger than me. Like when I was in high school, she was just being born. So they're kids to us. The academy, if you don't have fight in you, you need to learn how to get it, because there's certain situations where you're going to have to defend yourself and other people and other police officers. And you're getting a lot of these guys and girls who never took on confrontations in the physical sense, who don't understand the culture of the neighborhoods or the communities they serve. The training would have to be, it's funny what I'm about to say. We had some officers from Puerto Rico who were recruited. We taught them slang from Baltimore. Like if you hear me say the word bank, and I'm not talking about a financial institution, I'm talking about like, damn, they just banked that nigga. That means he got jumped. So the slang here, when they hear something like to us, if we hear somebody say, "Yo, get the gat," to them it might be like, "Yo, why are you getting a cat?" No, we're telling you something that could save your life. They talking about getting a goddamn gun. Be on point. So you have cultural differences just alone that people don't understand. Like, not every black person who hangs on a corner is selling drugs. We're social. I bet you if I see Beasley or Chaos, I'd be like, "Hey, what's up? Probably get to meet you." We're going to probably stand there. Huh?
No, summertime, back east, people are outside.
Yeah, you're going to be outside. You're going to chill. You're going to talk. We're social creatures. Black people are naturally social. So to white people, they're not as social as black people. They don't socialize the same way. It's a cultural difference. Just like Hispanics do not socialize the same way unless they grew up into a black community, which rarely happens because most communities are tight. So he said OG Beasley.
Gino, I like Gino. Gino's honest.
He's not honest. He's a smart guy, man.
He's smart too. He's honest to a fault, like me. Speaks his mind, and he ain't scared. I want to get with you. Gino, maybe you could help me with something on some IT type stuff.
Oh yeah, it's always good to get them young, bright minds, man.
I need help with something. Let me take the call.
Okay. So when you look at that, I've always said the biggest issue is the community. See, what's going to happen is like going back to what Mike was asking. The academy are teaching them this shit where if you do this, you're going to get charged. If you do this, you're going to get charged. You do this, you're going to get fired. So what am I supposed to do my fucking job? At some point, I do have to enforce the law and the safety of the citizens.
They're gonna be too afraid to act.
Exactly. You took the words right out the fuck my mouth. They're too afraid to act.
And they're gonna move in.
I actually do teach these things. That's the thing about it. So I was like, okay, let me come and actually. I'm done arguing with civilians. I'm done arguing with people. I'm done. I teach weapons training in South Carolina. I'm so done. Like everything, we counted as 12 seconds. We did everything. We looked at it. Actually, he's not a sex offender. He has a 3rd degree sexual assault. That does not mean he raped a child. I don't know why people keep throwing that out. There's so many things, and y'all know I'm open conservative. There's been so much things thrown out about this man, and I'm like, listen, wait till they get released by the police. The police would have told y'all he had a weapon. They would have literally have told you right then and there. There's a weapon. I'm hearing everything from Facebook cops and lawyers on Facebook, Charles, before. I'm like, yo, dude, stop. I even brought Michelle, which I got to introduce to her. She's a lawyer. She literally and everything also. And I was like, usually from what I know about our law enforcement, after they tase you, they do they take your legs. They take your leg away from you. If that tase don't work and there's a 2-on-1, they're taking your legs. I say go when one's tasing, other one's taking your legs. Then after that,
usually if the taser works, you only gotta touch them. But I don't have a taser. Other officers do. I mean, shit. Last time I checked, I won 4 championships and a bronze medal in freestyle wrestling in Germany for my legs. Yeah, but the only reason a man stands is because I allowed him.
But see, that's the thing about it. I'm like, are they teaching y'all? But I don't know. A lot of the guys that I know that my mic.
I think so. Try clicking on and trick it off, and try come back in again.
Hello.
Sound a little bit better.
A lot of the guys that that we have where we're at, they do they either all grew up on the wrestling team, they come into gym, do mixed martial arts, or they're all prior service where they're MPs or they're infantry. So somewhere or the other they pass through like 9 of us who are like either instructors or like teachers or home defense. So they come through one of us. And so I was like, wait, why didn't nobody just tackle him? Any other time I see a tackle, the other officer had beat him to the other side. Like if he was going to stone cold stunner his ass, he would have done it. But usually, I didn't hear no call out for anything. There was never any call out. There was never no tackling. And I guess somebody said, well, everything happens too fast. Listen, you're properly trained. It's like second-hand nature.
I'll tell you why. How many times have I said on BGSs and other panels, not all officers are created equal?
Very true. That is true.
My training, people will look at me and be like, well, Officer Faulkner, is every cop 5'10", 280 pounds of muscle? No. I can rep 405 pounds. I can do almost 12 to 15 reps with 315. Hell, on a good day, I might be able to get 20. I'm trained in wrestling. I'm pretty decent, if not great at it. I'm a certified coach under the state of Maryland. I've boxed. I've done MMA. I've competed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a war vet. I still maintain eerie accuracy with a fucking rifle. Like, even my homeboys couldn't believe how fucking accurate I still am.
So if you got an AR-15, can you shoot like you can catch like a moving target at like certain amount of miles with precision?
You can put it to you this way: you can run a football. You can run 3 football fields. Only thing you do is die tired.
Okay.
And I'll hit you with iron sights.
Now the reason why I mentioned moving target because it says the most difficult of all target to move. Usually, some people say it better if anybody's going to shoot you, it's better to move at a certain direction.
Yeah, I'm trying to hit moving targets.
Okay.
You gotta understand. I'm not bragging on myself when I say this. It's a little bit weirder with a handgun because handguns are made really for 40 meters, 25 meters, and down. So it's different. Same principles, but it's a little different. But the craziness of it all is not all officers are going to be able to do what Officer Faulkner can do. There are going to be some officers who could do greater. Majority of officers are not going to meet those benchmarks. So when you get these people who never been in confrontations, never been around cultures other than Caucasian, you're going to have a disconnect. You might even have a fear. Like, oh my God, I heard these black people are brutal and their strength is immense and monstrous.
Yeah.
So
you're not proficient to the. It's like and I tell this to a lot of people. I'm not attacking no channels. I'm like, to some people who've never been in the black community, it's like stepping into second or third world country. So what may just be a normal thing where somebody can walk in and say, hey, we had a cop, come by the family cookout. And I think literally, niggas argue over dominoes and spades. It's gonna be
What's up, Charles? What's up, panel?
what's up?
What's going on? That's gonna be a fight.
Who's this, Mr. Z?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man?
So
Not much, bro.
the guy who showed up, you know what I'm saying, he was talking, they were arguing, one white guy with a police uniform showing up and a bunch of people arguing. He subconsciously didn't realize he had already put his hand on his holster. That automatically takes the negotiations is already out the window now. Because now we're looking at you as you're a fucking man. So like we're already looking at you and he's like, hey, everybody calm down. Thank God there was a sergeant that was there. And she was like, listen, go back to the car. Go back to the car. She said, hey y'all, God bless. She was talking like she was an auntie or just one of the regular folks. She was like, hey, noise, it was a noise ordinance. Is everybody okay? I'm just coming through to check on y'all. You know what I'm saying? Fixed her, we just gave her to the plate, told her, hey, that guy put his hand on his gun. She had to talk to him, she had to pull him aside and say, yo, you can't be doing that shit. If you were scared, then why'd you walk up in there? But however, Charles, I know some of these guys have never actually dealt with black people ever a day in their life. Probably the cop is their first time ever interacting. I hate when they show the news, white guy playing basketball with black kids. Okay, congratulations. That doesn't mean they all are trained like dealing with a foreign entity.
Yeah, this is foreign. And look at my man Mike. He even said it. He said, even for black officers, it's a shock because now you're not looked at as being black. You're looked at as being the man. Or as I like to call it, being blue. Better the man than being a dumbass boy. Look at you, See,
there was I'm sorry.
See, here's the crazy part. In other communities, when they see the same race of their officers, they're exalted. They're put on a pedestal. When we see officers in our fucking communities, until we get to see the officer, get to know them, we treat them like they're a sellout until we get to know them. Do you know how many times I will go into fucking stores and buy clothes? Like, I've been to Shoe City so many times, bought Jordans on duty, put them in my damn patrol car. People joking with me like, yo, you bought the new Jordans? Fuck yeah, you didn't? So they're like, yo, I better not be seeing you chasing motherfuckers in no damn Jordans. Why not? I'll be styling a profile. That's why. But you could actually joke with and have that rapport. But if I was the new kid on the block like I was years ago, they look at you like a traitor. That's also another thing. I think we need to get this stupid mentality out the head that because the guy is a fucking law enforcement agent doesn't mean he's less black. Until he shows you otherwise, treat him with dignity and respect. Because a lot of black people, let's face it, plenty of them actually have a white complex where they don't think they have to listen to anybody in uniform unless they're white.
Mm,
Excuse me.
That is true.
that is
Um,
true. There was actually a study done. You were saying something earlier. Don't. I'm trying not to lose my train of thought. I had it. It's gone. Well, I'll get it back in a couple minutes. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I think.
Oh, yeah.
Do y'all ever have a problem, or do you ever have to talk to them about the gun complex? Do you ever have to talk to them about that? Like, don't let that be your first and only answer, because we have to talk to them about that, especially in concealed weapon training. People get a gun and they think like, well, I can take on the whole world, or everything's gonna be like Die Hard. Like somehow, you know, you know what? It's like it doesn't play out that way. That somehow hands on the ground, like it's not. This is not a movie, you know. And I shout out to my nephew and a lot of them who are in the academy. They were told early before they became law enforcement officers. Listen, sometimes you can get them to actually, submit without having to pull out your gun. And
Mhm.
people believe that nope, the only way to do that, and I had to argue about that on one panel, is using the gun. Some people will challenge that gun. They will not freak. They were like, "What? You gonna point a gun at me?"
I'll
They
give you a
won't.
good example. The
Go ahead.
Jacob, what's his name story that just recently happened.
Oh yeah, Jacob
I
Blake,
could
I
tell
think.
you, yeah, I could tell you what happened. If you're from the hood, I don't give a damn if you're from Baltimore, you're from New York, L.A., St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit. You seen a gun, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know when to fear, you know when not to fear. What's up, Josh? Woo! It's like this. I'll answer a few of the questions in the chat in a few. It's like this, yo. Number one, as soon as they pulled their guns and he started walking, you could see each one of the officers' brains freeze.
Mm.
They were pointing, get on the ground, get on the ground, whatever the hell they were saying. I'm about to shoot, don't go to go. And he froze because in that minute he know he got punked.
Mm.
He froze because he didn't have a plan B, C, D, E, F, G.
Because the gun was plan A.
The gun was plan only.
Oh.
Thank you, Gino. Woo! Thank you, nephew, for the cash app. Woo! Thank you.
That was the only plan it was that gun.
That was the only plan. That was his magnum. That was his magnum Carter. You know, that was the end all be all. His greatest thing. I got a gun, and everybody on the world will bow down to my superiority and greatness, motherfuckers. And this guy said, no. What do you do? Well, when I was OIC, and we had and myself and another officer, well, he left the department to do real estate, which good for him. Shit, he doing all right. I went out there, and I was the OIC, meaning officer in charge. I was the acting sergeant for that day. So basically, I had the rank of sergeant for a day. First, we go there. We go, and there was a federal warrant for this guy. And they had like a storm door where they didn't want to open. And they were like, hell, fault. They're not trying to open the door. We heard the guy's voice. And we see him through the window. He's hiding. So I said, you know what? Since I'm basically the guy in charge here, I said, you know what? All right, I'm going to start counting. If you don't got anything, we're going to give you to the count of 30. If you don't have anything that you want on this door, because we're going to take this motherfucker off his hinges in 30 seconds, we're going to go. So I told the guy, I was like, here's the keys to my fucking vehicle. Go get something that can take the hinges off this door. What if we don't got the ram? Get the shotgun. I'll blow the lock off. Shit. Or the hinges. So I start counting 30. By the time I got to 26, they actually complied. So I was like, so where is he? Where's what? Your son. I don't know what son. I'm like, are we going through this shit? Okay. So I'm like, okay. I put a female officer on the two girls. I said, get your weapons out. You hold it at the low ready because they're not telling us the truth. You can't trust them, so we don't know if they have weapons. So you cover them. Myself and Gilmore are gonna go search the house. So we went to the basement, checked the bedrooms, go to the basement, and don't worry, we had the back and front covered anyway. Good tactics. So once we go down to the steps, we go check from the top of the basement all the way up to the bottom, to which is the back, and we see this guy hiding under the steps, which look ridiculous. Like, he looking at us like, okay. We're like, yo, get on the ground, guns out and everything. He walks off. Do you think I grabbed him by the shirt and shot at him 7 times? No. I holstered my weapon and I proceed to Stan Henson his ass with a clothesline to the back of his fucking head. Like, yo, get the fuck on the ground.
Exactly.
So once you take him to the ground and he's trying to fight, I'm like, dude, I swear to God, I will fucking heel hook your ass if you try to kick me. What's a heel hook? This move right here, I got your leg in. Do you want your knee to explode? No? Okay, I'll be good. And then we put him in handcuffs. My sergeant comes, who's the acting lieutenant. He's the SIC, sergeant in charge. We take him out back because we're not going to try to fight this guy going up some damn steps. So we took him out back. He says to me, I'm about to spit on you in your face. My sergeant said, look, if you spit on him, I'm going to let you know. Number one, that's assault. And number two, whatever happens, I'm going to write him out of it. I want you to take a good look at him. Is he the type of guy you would have spit on? He's like, I'm good. But once again, similar situation, handled differently. You always want to preserve life until somebody forces your hand. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You don't shoot to kill, you shoot to eliminate the threat. If they live and they go down and they drop the gun, if they still reaching for the gun, you still administer deadly force. Mm-hmm. If they don't reach for it and they're grabbing their wounds and saying, "Oh, wow, owie, 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 it hurts, I need a medic," okay, you stop administering deadly force. So he said, I'm hiring Charles for Black Marshal, BMT for Black Militia.
You'll get a good fourth right there.
Oh, yeah.
Charles, I remember what I was going to say earlier. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me say this, but Charles,
Hold on. Let me say it because you're gonna forget real quick.
Exactly. So what I was saying was earlier is actually there was a study to corroborate what you were saying earlier. I think it was 70% something. It was a dumb high number of white people have no white friends, no black friends, no black associates. So it's not hard for me to believe that there's white officers that really have no interaction with black people outside of whatever they do with black people at work, right? And imagine if you're an officer, you grew up in a white neighborhood, and the only time you're around black people is when you got to drive in 4 or 5 cities down into this black neighborhood to police for 12 hours, 10 hours a day, and then go back home. Like the only interaction you have, and then being a police, you often see the worst in people. So your only interaction mainly with black people is seeing the worst in them for the most part, right? So like you imagine 5, 6, 7, 10 years of that. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's very true. Bodies.
That's very true. You got to have these mental hangups, and this is the reason why. See, this is the conversations that need to be held at town hall meetings with cops, not just black ones, white ones, and we have to be honest about our bias. They're doing it now in academies and also in service because, by the way, cops never stop training. We always have yearly in-service. We always go through different trainings online. So you really kind of are constant training. If people knew that and didn't make guesses like, Colin Kaepernick, well, a hairdresser go to the trains longer than a police officer. When does a hairdresser go to firearms training? When does a hairdresser go to combatives? When does a hairdresser have to go to a goddamn emergency vehicle training course. You have to drive a 3-mile course going 60, 70 miles per hour chasing an instructor and not crashing, by the way. You have to be timed to get to a call in those courses. See, once again, people who speak and have a platform speak ignorantly and not speak to people who are experts in the field. Like yesterday, we had, what was it, yesterday? Yeah, we had Nicole Ali, who's the scientist supreme. That's the nickname we give her, by the way. She's a bona fide genetic scientist. We have Dr. Dunbar, who's a PhD in fucking, the same thing as Nicole, a scientist. We just got off of BGS's platform, and shit, he could run circles around anybody when it comes to geopolitical politics.
Just about, yep.
I mean, you have Cerulean Gray, who's a social scientist. We don't use our best and brightest to speak for us. Have you ever noticed that in the Black community?
You know what? Because you're not the representation of God. You are looked at as evil, left, worth, white man, and superior. He is the God. Anytime he opens his mouth, people listen. I don't know why, but every time when he comes around and opens his mouth, you get very passive. You get very friendly. You up there open with open hearts. It's the same thing when that white boy was on a panel with a bunch of niggas, and he said that I'm smarter than you by the IQ. And they said to shake their heads. Yes, yes, yes.
Well, I think that has to do with money too.
Just to let you motherfuckers know, we're 3 away from 1,000. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that has to do with us having a complex about white skin, but also I think it's a money and status thing too, because it's actually flipped when it's a black celebrity speaking. We actually glorify them in a way that's not. I think that's very dangerous. But I think there's a thing. I think black people have adopted this money worship thing to the level where, okay, if you're not white, then at least have like a shit ton of money so I can justify to myself why I should listen to you, even if what you made money off of and what you're speaking on have nothing to do with each other, right? Like, why are we glorifying Jay-Z when it comes to social issues, or listening to T.I. or whichever one of these rappers turned social commentators,
Exactly, because number one, let's look at it this way. I've said it yesterday. There's no reason Nicole Ali and Dr. Dunbar should ever be poor. When the fuck do we have black scientists come down from the lab and speak to us about real shit that affects black people?
True.
When the fuck do we have officers like myself, Josh, my man Mike, who are both in the chat, active officers speak to you in real time, real events, give you the real stories and the real rundown about how it is to be a black man in a police department? Think about it.
But you're not rich and famous, Charles, so your opinion doesn't matter.
Exactly. And see, it's no different than we look at the sexual dating marketplace, when you see women with their too high of standards. We look at success from an Olympian, almost Valhalla-ish type of view. Like
a demigod view, Hercules
like
view.
A demigod, like a Herculean. Like your wealth and your strength has to be Herculean. Like it's gotta be so vast and insurmountable that you can't even comprehend it, and that's what you call success. That's less than 1/2 of 1% of the population.
That's insane. You know what's funny about what you're talking about? So I remember, like, every once in a while, I'll go on one of the black women's videos and just scroll through the comments. And I remember Chrissy had to make a video once talking about, like, I guess when her subscribers said something like, yo, if I can't snatch a millionaire, I ain't dating. And it's like, even Chrissy had to pull her back, like, okay, you're going into dangerous territory. And my issue with that is, like, but women, like, you push them there. And then when people, it's crazy. It's like when you instigate something and then when it pop off, you're like, oh, that's not what I was trying to do. But when you speak, you have to think about you're talking to young, impressionable people in their early 20s, in their late teens, right? And they're eating all of this shit up. By the
Oh, yeah.
time, if they eat
You
that
know,
up for
I mean,
5,
what you
6
said.
years, it's just insane.
Hey, bro, can you repeat what you
Yeah.
said? You talking about what Chrissy? When one person said if they make money, what do you about to do? Say that again.
No, okay. Chrissy made a video where she was trying to reel back one of her listeners, because the listener said something in the comments of a previous video where it's like, if I can't pull me a millionaire, then I don't want to date. And Chrissy had to make a video pulling that person back pretty much and trying to pull back women that think like her. And I'm like, but what do you think? Some of these girls, they started listening to Chrissy when Chrissy used to make the videos with Sergeant Willie Pete, and that was what, 5-6 years ago now, at least 4 or 5 years ago. So these girls have been listening to you maybe since they were 15. Now she's 20. You created a monster.
Let me say
And it's
this.
no different, but I'm gonna just say this, not to be on that point. It's no different. It's the same consequences, like you said, about success. We look at Jay-Z, we look at LeBron. Oh, we gotta wait till LeBron to protest shit? You want police reform without becoming the police to reform it. Who's the motherfucker who could change policy in the police in the Baltimore Police Department? Who's the one person who could do it?
Go talk to
The police commissioner.
the police commissioner. But nobody goes talk to him. Nobody ever talks to him. They don't ever
They talk to him. You know why? Do you know who he gets? Lawyers. He gets senior officials, sergeants, officers, lieutenants to advise him. If you're not in the place to advise him, does your voice get heard?
Absolutely not.
So we don't even want to show up to the match, and we think we already won the championship. That's impossible. That's dire. That's the wrong mentality to have. It's no different than what Chrissy was telling the chick. You're not thinking logically. Let's be realistic. When we look at situations like this, I had one guy in one of my chats said, well, if you take white people off the police department, out of black communities, problem solved. But guess what? You got to take the white man out of your mentality first. Because you don't even bow down to masculine fucking authority.
You don't even respect black fucking men.
Exactly. I've said it once and I say it again. It's so simple, it's profound. The way the women view you is the way the world view you. The only reason white men look powerful is look at how their women view them. I had a chick on my shit talk about, why don't black men build? We didn't have a 400 or 500 year fucking transgression against us.
Well, Charles, that's another. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
This is something, and I think it was Prophet. I forgot his full name on BGS channel, but he said something really interesting when I brought this up earlier, maybe a week ago when we were on a live, and it's maybe that's what integration produced: a bunch of black people that have adopted white supremacist ideology, white supremacist talking points, but the way you unlock it from us is by either childhood trauma or by heartbreak. And that's one of what I notice is, if you want to hear the craziest black men in the black community or the craziest black women in the black community, just let them get heartbroken by another nigga. And them niggas sound insane. Like heartbroken black people sound like KKK members. It's crazy. So I think what's happened is that we've actually integrated to a certain point where black people actually have adopted a lot of white racist ideologies, and part of that is being very anti-black male. That's why, as brothers, we get the brunt of a lot of this anti-black male shit that's cloaked in constructive criticism, right? Cloaked in intellectualism coming out of these universities. But what it is really is just the intellectual, very verbose and complicated way of saying niggas ain't shit. That's all it really is.
It's basically the black man has become the bulletproof vest of the community. Quote me on that shit. Quote me on that shit. You ain't hear nobody else say that shit but me. Quote me on. Somebody's gonna steal my shit. You heard it here first.
I'll reword that. I say it in a different way. I say that women in general, but black women specifically, get to hide all their pathology and their negative energies behind black men. So because I'm quote unquote ain't shit, your ain't shit attitude gets to hide behind me because the whole entire community or the entire world is criticizing me and critiquing me. So you get to go almost unscathed because everybody's looking at me and what's wrong with me.
Why do you think it's so easy? Why do you think it's so easy to get away with shooting a black man in cold blood? Why do you think a woman actually shot her black? See, let's keep it funky for a minute. It's almost a low-key confirmation and condoning of this type of treatment of black men in the whole country. The only time Black Lives Matter wants to invest into a black man is to make money off of our asses. Dead, live, stinking, bullet written, whatever. How many times has Black Lives Matter said we're going to build a school for young black boys who are the most at risk to get into these? Come on now. How many Gray Faulkner initiatives did you have two brothers who don't even live near each other say, you know what, on a podcast, we spoke for 3.5 hours and we brainstormed. And we brainstormed again. And we said, you know what, we got something here. But we don't care about the community. We don't care about ourselves. You have literally active duty military personnel, cops, fucking certified personal accountants, scientists, business owners, bakers. I mean, literally. In the Black Manosphere, we probably have the most diverse group of every walk of life when it comes to black men and women than any other sector of YouTube. Why don't we actually unify under the umbrella? If a black man is going through trouble in Georgia, he should have his brothers from Maryland, North Carolina, and other states come support him. The reason why
y'all niggas ain't saying shit about niggas. Y'all not talking shit about black men. And that's the common. I think a lot of that black energy that came out of the civil rights movement and pretty much fizzled out by 75.
It wasn't fizzled out. It was breaded out. It was bred out.
Breaded out. I was gonna say redirected into finding very intellectual ways of insulting black men under the guise of constructive criticism. And the reason why I keep on going to that same term over and over again is because that's what you see. I don't know if any of you ever watched The Grapevine on YouTube with a panel of black people, black Americans, Africans, Haitians, whatever. And what you'll notice is that they always come back to niggas ain't shit. They always come back to that one sentiment. It doesn't, nobody necessarily has to use that exact term, but it always circles back to black men are the problem, black men are the problem, black men are the problem. You know, and these are educated sisters, right? I think a couple of them went to Duke and they went to these Ivy Leagues and these second-tier schools. So if you're quote-unquote educated class in your what's the word? Your creatives. If your creatives in your educated class of black people are in agreement about one thing, and that's that straight black men are a fucking problem, what do you think that means for the rest of the 40+ million of us that live in this country?
You're gonna be looked upon as the downtrodden, as the criminal, as the ignorant. See, you're not glorified in your masculinity. Oh, let's not talk about that. You're not. The reason why, and I'm gonna tell you a nasty thing that everybody needs to figure out. There's a lot of black people who said that guy deserves to be shot by the police. I would have shot him too.
That's disgusting.
There's a lot of black people who said it and mean it. I would have shot him too. He doesn't want to listen. It's always niggas don't want to listen. See, you can't be a man. You can't be respected because your life is dispensable.
Wow.
Your life is meaningless.
Yeah.
See, the black man is the only goddamn man who can't leave his life, even if he's by himself. There's always somebody on the planet trying to tell him what to do, like they know better.
Wow.
I had exes of mine who I dealt with trying to tell me what to do in my house. And I said, unless you can whoop my ass, you need to get the hell out of here now.
Well, they don't trust your judgment.
They don't trust your judgment.
Yeah.
You're not a man in their eyes. You're what BGS said from
Yo, boy.
from Dr. Curry. You're the man not. You're not a man.
So if
Yeah.
you're not a
Because
man, you're a boy. 'Cause there's
You're
two
only a
men.
man. You're not a man unless you do something for someone else. You're not a man because you're the master of your destiny, the captain of your fate. You're not a man because you live your life according to your rules and your moral code and your compass. You're not a man because you can go out there and you can provide. You're only a man if you could do for me and sacrifice for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're not a man
Okay.
because you deserve to be shot down by the police. As long as we can put you tamped down and control you, that's when you're a man in my book. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
But
it's your
let me
show.
say this. I
Go
gotta
ahead,
get this
go
out the way. I gotta get this out the way. It goes back to the training and how they view black male authority. I'll be honest with you, brothers. I'm surprised that we lasted this long in this country, even during the 60s, before Civil Act. Because if that is the norm thinking on the average psyche mind of black people, men and women, then the way how we are now should be expected. Even now. Matter we should have seen this much from decades earlier. Because if you're not a man, you're quote unquote a boy. And only time when the boy is actually a man is when they deemed worthy, like you said, Charles, that you are a man. So there's limits. But they said to other groups of people, they say you are, once you reach age, you're a man, regardless. Yeah, and think about it. They interchange the terms man and boy. They shoot you and say you're a man, and you're not actually the age of legal as a man yet. So they keep changing the game on black men constantly.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'll say
I
this real
don't
quick.
find that a problem. That you ever notice they change? That's why I tell most. I keep real. With black women, you're not really a threat in the system.
Yeah.
Because how many times you see them talk about you're a girl? Oh wait.
If you cry, think about it. How do you treat your sons in the community? And people be like, why are you going to that notion? Why are you going to that? We're talking about police brutality. Yeah, we are. Because the first brutality we get is our childhoods before we even met a police officer.
Charles, but I see where you're going, but sisters already got a ready-made answer for you. What they'll say, they'll counter you with, actually, you're wrong, Charles. We raise our daughters and we love our sons. That's what what's her face? The one that dated Vivica said that. They were on a panel with a bunch of the middle-age freaking washed up black celebrities.
Oh, you talking
Vivica,
about, I forget what her name was. I know who
Claudia
you're talking about.
Claudia Jordan show, yeah.
And you know what my counter would be?
Go ahead.
Sons don't need to be just loved, they need to be trained. What future do you have for your son? Do you train your son to be someone else's husband's or yours?
What they think
and
they
the
do,
crowd
what they
goes silent.
You know what they think they do, Charles, and it always backfires. And I think that's why you get the angry, rageful, like MGTOW men in general, but black men specifically, is women play this very genius game. It's actually not that genius, but it's the okay, I'm gonna be flawed, your sister's gonna be flawed, your aunts are gonna be flawed, but I'm going to raise you to accept these flaws, and we will shame you to no end if you decide to be like, you know what, I can't deal with that shit. And that's the game they play.
That's what it basically is guilt you till I get my way. Yeah. And I'll answer Mike's question. Do you think the NAACP is part of the problem of bulk culture? The NAACP hasn't really been a part of black culture since fucking 40 years. It's actually, how the fuck you be the national organization for colored people if Jews are your fucking sitting board? Okay? We put money. Should I give me a goddamn woo in the chat and possibly a goddamn donation if you really want me to give you game on military science? Real quick.
Go in, Charles. Go in.
I need to go in real quick. I feel an old Negro gospel spiritual coming on. About to go through the aisles doing the fucking Cabbage Patch or some shit, or the Roger Rabbit, take it back a few years. You know, do the crazy legs like in Baltimore or something. Do the aisles. Man, I'm gonna give y'all some real shit when it comes to strategy. Real shit. And I'm gonna go back into my chat to read some of these questions and comments too. I need some woos of this motherfucker. Motherfuckers ain't listening. We about to go real on that one. I'm so glad you brought up that NAACP shit, Mike. Woo! We about to go real on this shit. And this is the real reason. Oh, I'm still waiting for them woos, motherfuckers.
Woo! I did it. Go.
Number one. How the fuck can you say how the fuck can you start an organization and let other people infiltrate your fucking organization? How can your military and your might be strong if anybody can join? When the Hispanics fucking protest for Hispanics, where were they when black people needed them? When the Jew gets his reparations, when the Jew get his reparations, does he share with black folks? But guess what? You got a motherfucker who's a culture vulture like Vlad. I said it. You got a culture vulture like him upset with fucking Nick Cannon from his comments, but he didn't even say the word Jew. But everybody knew what he said, knew what he was referring. But yet, how many black people in World War II, black soldiers called the Liberators, saved Jews out of Auschwitz and all the rest of them camps? They still celebrate the Liberators to this day. But yet, if you follow Jewish history, they were the financiers of the slave ships and the insurers of the slaves. So literally, we saved you from your Holocaust. You fucking funded ours. How many times when the Asian person goes to an Asian coalition in his city, they send their children to better schools, but you live there? How the fuck is it they can open up a store, keep their money for 10 years, and they can send their child to Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Loyola in Baltimore, University of Baltimore?
In Baltimore.
And most of your kids struggling to go to BCCC. Get the fuck out of here. But yet, you worrying about, we can't even get an organization will be funded by black people, giving jobs and opportunities to black people to serve black people. We're the only race of people ashamed to serve just our own.
A black think tank.
You're ashamed of it.
Well, you know, it going on what you said, but this goes back to what I said on BGS's channel, which is it's because, and I truly believe this, I was just talking about my ass. I really truly believe that America did not just bring black people over here to be slaves. They brought black people over here to be the permanent underclass. So during slavery, being the permanent underclass meant that you were somebody's property. When you fast forward during the time when America was really growing at double-digit rates, it meant that you didn't get to accrue wealth during the Jim Crow era. You fast forward past the Jim Crow era, what it means now is that you're the permanent underclass. You're the group that's always in poverty. You're the group that everybody used as a stepping stool to get to where they need to go or where they want to go. So they open the businesses in your hood. They suck up all the wealth as they can, and then they pass it on to the next person, and then they move into the white suburbs. Like I said, I don't see how black people get out of that without a complete system change and reparations. It can't just be reparations, and it can't just be a system change. It has to be both, because you need the wealth to float you in a world where Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos are both worth over $100 billion.
Hey, Mr. C, hold up for a minute. I have no reason. Leanna, what the hell are you talking about? I'm glad I'm not linked to a black man. Who in the complete fuck are you? Matter of fact, Gino, give this chick the countdown. She got 10 minutes to get on this live stream. Here's the link. Because right now, I'm tired of fucking, number one, you're not going to disrespect black men and saying you glad you're not linked to one. If you're not linked to a black man, then you're disqualified as speaking to one or speaking about them. See, I'm tired of these people who go into these swirling communities, want to open up their fat fucking mouths about shit that no longer concerns them. You're the reason why. You are more diddlier than any fucking cop we see.
Charles, who's this woman you're talking to? Who's this? What's her name?
I'll show you. Let me lay it up. Because a couple of you motherfuckers are gonna make me go back on my policy about banning you bitches.
All right, I'm looking now. Lena, okay, let me look at what she wrote. I'm going all the way up.
And see, once again, I have nothing but respect to the ladies of my panel and my chats. But I cannot respect the bitch.
Yeah. Listen, bro. I'm gonna say this once and say this again. And I know we have some snipers in the chat room right now. I'm gonna give you out the AOK because we're not gonna tolerate. Say if you're not a black man, okay, that's fine. Why are you here? We just automatically just kick you off. We don't have time for this nonsense. And I'm gonna say it personally. I remember when the old man was discussing, I was part of his panel yesterday. If you're not in a relationship in this race, you have throw away all obligations to talk about black people. You should be comfortable with Waldo, Meng, whatever you want to call themselves, and go over there with that. Don't come here and listen to the same fucking space.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me finish. Listen to the same fucking space and sit there and criticize what black men are doing over here. It will not be allowed. Your ass will be automatically banned, and you're gonna have to come back, create another account. Control up in here.
Y'all so strong for the females. You know what's funny? You are dressing a goddamn. I'm gonna say this. I'm not a goddamn king. I'm an emperor. I'm a king of kings. Okay. So you gotta understand something. I raise kings. I've taught kings. See, my strength is incalculable. My intellect, when I'm on, I can be incomprehensible. You can never capture the essence of what Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. is about. First and foremost, unlike the other females who are in my panels and in my chats, I'm not just speaking about black women. You idiot.
Charles,
you got that? Well, hold up. Let me finish. See, she got a picture with her little graduation cap, and she needs to get a refund because I have other ladies in the chat who agrees with me. Okay, I have other ladies who agrees with me. Even the ladies in the chat is telling you, get on the damn panel. Right there. That's a beautiful lady. That's a lady who could get a man. Exactly. Thank you, Melanie. Get a goddamn refund. She's proud she graduated from college. Clown or barber? Which one? It seems like clown to me because a barber is a very worthy profession and honorable. Don't run now, princess, because now I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give Gino and everybody else the welcome to ban you, unban you, just so everybody can get a piece of the pie.
You know, it's better. We get the snipers to, to set.
Because I hate it. I hate it. Do me a favor, Gino. Fuck the 5 minutes and banish her to the Phantom Zone.
Yeah. I advise. Yeah. Moderator, you may now engage into your do your thing. You get me? You could either
Release the guillotine
or timeout. Either or.
We're gonna go. I see the whites of her eyes. Open fire.
No. Matter of fact, hold on. Stop. Guys, hold on. Snipers, do me a favor. Just I'm gonna do this. Hold on. Let me check.
Man, but it's
funny.
Oh, Charles, what we're gonna do? Because we are fair tonight, and we're only gonna do this one time tonight. After tonight, for those who will try to engage us with any panel, especially up on Charles' channel, you're not gonna get a warning. The only thing we're gonna say is if you're gonna talk that type of thing, you come up to explain yourself. If not, you
if you don't, you got matter of fact, we're not gonna go to 10 minutes.
We're gonna be like jamming tonight, and we're just gonna slap you with a couple timeouts. So
matter of fact,
now, you're unhinged right now. Charles, I got this. You're unhinged now, and we're gonna slap timeouts. If this show reached to its conclusion and you have not once stepped in here, that's it. You're done.
Matter of fact, I'm a little bit more crueler. Can all of my moderators, because I just made a few new ones, do me a favor, moderators. Give her two times out of piece. Look who's here. Look who's here. Oh.
But Charles, you know what gets me about these people? It goes back to what we were talking about with the black conservatives, right? These particular women and these particular men, they find themselves in the spaces just to troll. And I get it. Like, okay, and she looked like if that's really her picture, she looks kind of cute, right? But you're wasting your energy. Go find your white dude or your Asian or your Latino. I already know what the marriage rate.
I don't know what she's doing, but I'm trying to get her up on a panel. Yeah.
But what she needs to do is go chase after those dudes. Like, go after them. I already know what the interracial marriage rate is for black women. That shit don't look pretty. Because you're in an anti-black society. So you can have all the smoke for us. Go ahead.
It's not only that, but we gotta keep it real. Most other men and tribes marry.
She's up here. I'm trying to bring her up here.
Okay, well, regardless, she's up here. They marry and procreate within their own culture. That's why you don't see a lot of people that are, especially males that are non-black, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't see them take on non-white or whatever racial element they are counterparts, because they know the importance that everything what they do is seen throughout their group. Besides the money aspect, but everything. So they're not gonna sit there take on, let's say, one of our women in the group. They'll sure fuck them and bring back to the community.
Leanna, come back up here, Leanna. Come on. Your camera broken. Come on back.
And I would say this, and I would do this a favor if she is coming up. We're gonna be silent and have you and Mr. Charles talk this out.
I'll be silent. I'll be silent if she comes up.
I will not open my mouth because this is his channel. To be fair, honest.
Matter of fact, what is it, Melanie?
Liliana, I think is her name. Oh, Melanie. Okay, yeah.
Hey, Melanie. Did I not say that there's a difference between there's a lady, a woman, and a bitch? And we treat them accordingly, correct? And I'm only speaking of, what is it, Melina or Melanie? I'm like, look, because last time I checked, I have actually some of the smartest females who are subscribed to me. The most feminine females who are subscribed to yours truly. The most beautiful females subscribe to yours truly. Did I put every woman in a category like that? No. What's wrong with your camera? Need to try it again, sister.
And
look what she said. Correct. Do I blame all black women for single motherhood? No. do I easily get into the brothers' asses about shit? How many times have you heard me? I don't care how the women act. Does that excuse you for being a man? Do I encourage brothers to actually go? Thank you. They need to know the difference. You know what happened? Hit dogs fucking holler.
Well,
The only reason it's offensive, is because the dog got hit.
Charles, something that you touched on a little bit. Okay, so I was listening. I was listening to Rolo Tomasi, and he mentioned something, and I was like, there's no way that's true." And then I looked it up myself. So, Morgan Stanley put out a paper, and it said that they were
Can I
going
be
to tell.
heard?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to get this out before you finish. It's only going to take me about another 60 seconds. Morgan Stanley put out a paper earlier this year that said that they were telling all of their small businesses that they were loaning to start targeting women for their sales of products because single women spend more money than married women. And over the next decade, so all the women that are in their 30s and 20s now, as they reach their 40s, they're going to be single and
Can I
most of
be
them are going to
heard?
be childless. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay.
And that's scary and sad to me because it's like all these women are doing all of this, like this young lady here, and they don't realize in the next decade, you still going to be where you are. You might have some nice things, but you're going to be single and lonely
So
with no children. I'm done.
I am
All right.
married.
B.
Number one,
One
I
second.
have
Wait, hold on. This
children.
Lillian.
Number two,
Lillian. Hello.
yep.
Hold on. 1 second. Maxie, I'm not sure if you want to stand in panel. If you want to step down from it, because me and Charles, I'm the engineer. We're just gonna have 3 people. I'm gonna mute myself. You may talk Lillian to Mr. Charles Faulkner personally. All right. So I'll put myself on mute. Go ahead.
I'll mute myself.
So what is the malfunction?
So I find it so interesting. I found this show because I feel sad for Black men. It's really obvious that white men are dominating people on every which way they can. And I usually would be soft-hearted and, would care, and I would never protest or anything like that, but I'd be concerned. But
We know you wouldn't. We know you wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah. And I don't encourage any Black women to, but I just find it interesting that people have such
Who
a
died and called you a
disdain.
Black woman, by the way?
Yeah, sure. You people have such a disdain and hatred and just disrespect towards Black women, but when it comes to the men who are dominating
Silence.
every
Silence.
single level, you have nothing. It's really sad.
Silence. This is sad. I'm tired of your Valley girls speaking. I want to chase pink penises ass having.
See, there
I'm
you
gonna
go.
be on the
But you're
back.
being
I'm gonna be
dominated.
back on
Your
how we
hashtag.
dominated.
You
See,
people are becoming
let me
hashtags
explain
every
something.
week. Black
Let me
men are
explain
hashtags every
something.
week, but you got so much
And
smoke
you're
for Black
not. You're
women.
becoming a hashtag. The bitter
No,
Black
we're not.
woman,
Not
the
nearly.
single mom of crisis.
It's
Yes, you
sad.
are.
It's
What
sad.
is your degree in? Stupidity?
Biochemistry,
What a minor?
actually.
What a minor?
Biochemistry.
Well, it doesn't seem like it. What a
Yeah,
minor
and this is a
of
waste
I don't
of
know
my
what the fuck I'm
time.
talking about.
Yeah,
You are a waste
I
of
feel
time.
sad for you.
Are you? Wait a
I
minute.
really
Are you
do.
married? Are you
I
married?
am married to a white doctor. Absolutely.
And guess what? Guess what? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank
You
you.
won
I
the rat
appreciate it.
race. So that makes you the number one rat.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you got so
You
much
guess
smoke.
what? Guess what?
Where's all the
I
smoke
got
for the
so
police officers? Where's
guess
all the
what? I
smoke for
am the
people who
police
are
officer.
killing?
First of all, you're not gonna out talk me. We're gonna do this in a cordial manner, or you can get the hell off my panel. Number one, I got all the smoke for police officers because I am one. Where's all the smoke that we have for all you Valley girls who talk about Black issues? You disqualified yourself because you went to the other side. Go back to your white
So
boy
what?
until he leaves you for
what
your
about all
money.
the Black men
Go
who
back
go
to
the
your.
other side?
Guess what? If we're dominated, which we're not, because
You
white men
are.
are still trying to be like us,
Oh,
because they
God.
had to build up a system to keep us out. When we get in, we actually dominate them. Okay?
Dude, we're not
They
talking
can't
about
hold a
fantasy land
candle.
of sports.
We're not talking about
about
fantasy land.
employment.
We're not talking about
being able
sports.
to sustain a
Because
family.
guess
We're
what?
talking about actually
64% of
having
Black men are
power.
actually in the middle class. See, we have power, but
Based
bitches
on
like
what
you
study?
always are
What-
trying to
see, there you go,
dismantle that
calling me out
power.
my name. See,
No,
real
I
men
called
who
you by
have
your
power
proper
Don't
term.
have to do that.
I called you by your proper
Real
term.
men who have
Go
power
back
don't have
to
do that.
your white boy because
I'm praying for
obviously
you
you're
all.
not black.
It's really sad.
We don't need your prayers to white
Yeah,
Jesus.
you really do.
We already are the gods of earth. We don't need your white Jesus.
That's what
Take
you
your
think.
seizure boards. Take your seizure boards of shit and get the fuck off my panel.
All right. Good luck to you. Bye-bye.
I don't need your luck. I'm already great. You needed this. See, this is the reason why these bitches here. See,
You know,
did I
it
not?
it amazes me, Charles, that okay, you're married. Good. You found a husband, you're married, understand
See,
children and stuff.
see, hold up. Okay, hold up.
All right, go
Did
ahead.
you see what happened? I told you she was married to a white guy.
I don't even know if I believe her. She might be. That might be a front. That
See,
might
this
be a
is the front. See, she wants to be a biochemist. See, we have a real scientist in our chat right now. The scientist supreme.
Come
Nicole
upstairs.
Ali.
Nicole Ali. Come upstairs, please. Continue.
See, I want the ladies in the chat to give me a woo so I know who the ladies are. See, this is the reason why I said there's a difference between a gentleman, a man, and a nigga. Just like the difference between a lady, a woman, and a bitch. And she was a complete and utter bitch. You were rude to the man of the channel who invited you.
You got background noise? Yourself?
You were rude to the man who wanted to have a conversation. See, black men never needed your pity. See, you got to understand something. This would makes black men superior to any other man on earth. Hold on, somebody got some background.
Yeah, who got background noise?
It's not.
I think it ain't me either.
Yeah, go ahead, finish, Charles. Go ahead, finish.
See, this is. Have you seen all the ladies in my chat? One, they're beautiful. Oh my God, that's the saying. I fucks with you, Melody. Unseasoned chicken head having ass. Thank you. See, have you noticed how beautiful the women in my chat are, including the scientist supreme? Notice what they aren't. Single. Notice what they got. Successful black men. See, why are you the only woman? Excuse me. We're not going to put her in your class because y'all ladies. Why are you the only bitch who got a problem when I broke it down like a subject and a predicate? What's the differences are? Because that hit dog hollered.
Bingo.
Because you wanted a black man. You wanted that black man. But what he did, he left your ass for a better class of black lady.
She might
He
cheat on her
didn't want
white
to.
husband with a black dude if she has a white husband for real. I wouldn't be surprised if you cheat on him with a black dude.
But let's keep 100. You see, when a lot of people that's gone out in the community and still want to listen. Wait, I hear background noise. Is that somebody playing the YouTube? You gotta mute the YouTube channel because YouTube is.
You gotta mute your YouTube.
You don't hear me?
I hear you now. A little bit.
Yeah, we get. But let me say this.
You're real low.
Yeah, with me. But don't worry. Let me get this out.
Not you. Oh, chaos. You never low. But I'm talking about Gino. I'm talking about Gino. He's like low. But see, this is the purpose. And can I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Can Melody Simply Unique and what is it, Katja? Can y'all come up on the panel as well? Because see, this is the reason why black men get shot. Because of uncooperative, unfucking caring bitches like that will call the police on a black man, and you know what she's gonna do? She's gonna do the same thing Black Lives Matter does. Cry while his body's bloodied in the ditch before the body even turns cold and try to sue the state for some money. You said he was worthless, but then when you found out you could get a buck out of his ass, you want to take fucking.
Yep. So basically,
I need my ladies up here as well, please. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Let me get this out before everybody else goes in. like I said, and I'll say this again. If you found that so-called non-black man that married you, wherever the case may be, man or woman, good. But in regards to talking about black issues, you are exempt. Period. I don't want to hear about no domination, all that bullshit. You already chose Brad. Matthew, you chose Waldo. I always ask most women, say, what do your husband has to say? Where's Waldo? Oh no, bring that black ass shit over there. You bring it back,
let
you
it
say
go.
what?
She couldn't let it go. For me, it's about. For her, it was about let me smother it in your face. I got me a successful white man. If she's even really with a white dude for real, it might be a figment of her imagination. Just try to smother it in your face.
Nobody's mad about no damn white man.
But
the white man has always tried to keep the black man down because he knew that the black man was given 1 ounce of freedom, he would surpass him miles and miles away.
But when I listen to that, Charles, I just think to myself, give me a second, Kill. When I listen to stuff like that, all I think to myself is, I wonder if Jewish women were talking like that to Jewish men when they were in Dachau, when they were in Auschwitz. I wonder if the Japanese women were talking to the Japanese men when they were in the internment camps in the U.S. I wonder if the Native American woman was talking to the Native American man like that after they were getting slaughtered for damn near 200 years, right? Because it's not all sisters, right? It's not all black women, of course not. But there's this certain segment of black women that I don't know if it's that they go to these schools. I don't know what it is that causes them to think that it's cool.
bro, it's YouTube, my dude. They will not be talking unless they get it from other women on YouTube. That's the simple.
I agree with that. I would agree with that.
We like to hear from the scientist supreme.
Yes,
Nicole Ali.
Let's hear from her.
What's up, Nicole?
Good evening, everybody.
That nickname's gonna stick. But go ahead, Nicole. I'm sorry.
Hey, Sunshine. That's my baby.
I just wanted to thank you for having the link and inviting me on. Okay, now that the pleasantries are out of the way, what the hell was that?
Queen.
Like I said, is she still in the chat room? Is she still in the chat room?
She's still trying to come on the panel.
Send her on her way.
What? I mean, I don't like I don't like that rhetoric because it's empty. I already kind of knew, okay, when she said you people a few too many goddamn times, I knew it was a problem, and I was thinking either you single or you with somebody who ain't us. You with a palm-colored gentleman or a palm-colored young lady or something, or old lady, who knows?
You know what kills me though?
Oh shit! That's ridiculous. I just wanted to shout out to Charles and everybody on the panel. Melanie, I have not met you officially yet, but I appreciate you, as well as Simply Unique, of course. And there was another lady, I think Katya, in the chat room as well. And I'm just gonna calm down and just mute up for a minute.
Nicole, hold on, let me say something. Nicole, you said she said you people. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
She said it like a dozen times.
Charles,
yes.
Charles, let me ask a question. When she was up on before she came up, were the camera on? You got a good look at this sister?
Jesus, she flashed it, but she didn't have it on. She's still trying to come back on the panel.
Oh, guys. This is what I'm talking about. We gotta be very careful. And let me tell you something way to be careful. A lot of them said that they're black in this space, but they're not. Just because they have an avatar, they can take an avatar because you gotta watch language. You people. First of all, usually the whole conversation was what men can talk about. She even said you people. That's like somebody that's not part of our race.
Yeah, Professor Hassan was saying that. No, Professor Hassan did say that. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
It's all good. It's all good. Let me go ahead. I'm still dick on my microphone. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you clear. Charles, I wouldn't have a problem engaging her. If you would allow it, I would engage her, and I would not call her out her name. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem engaging her in a conversation because
that's the point.
I think she's just her sister.
When she finally gets her shit together, and I'm not just talking about her life, I'm talking about her camera or whatever the fuck that won't let her back on the panel. Yeah. But here's the crazy part. Hey, Melanie.
Yes.
How you doing, Melanie? Was I pretty clear? I'm glad. I'm so glad to be around these lovely ladies. See, was I clear and concise and decisive when I said there's a difference between a woman, a lady, a woman, and a bitch?
Yep.
Yes.
Most
Yes.
definitely.
How do I treat the ladies on my panel?
Utmost respect.
Shit, you
Yeah.
be checking me because I be
Utmost
hard on
respect.
shit.
Nicole, how do I treat the ladies?
The utmost respect. I don't have any issues. You know, you have your little jokes here and now, but here and again, but you don't really do it when when women are around. And if you do have like your jokes and stuff, it's because it is pertaining to that topic, and that's fine. Like I don't have no problems.
Pop filter. We're good. Okay.
I don't know
And
what her
see-
problem is. That's my thing. Like, she's sorry. I'm sorry. She just came out of no goddamn where, and she just talking all this stuff like she know what's going on. But you clearly lost, honey. You need some help.
I mean, I think
This is gonna be your free therapy. Well, actually, it ain't gonna be free because you need to hit up Charles Cash App. But this needs to be.
Hey,
Hit up that Cash App. That's Charles L. Faulkner Jr.
Hell yeah.
Nicole with the 3-pointer.
What'd you say? A greater nigga than you.
I mean,
a greater nigga than you.
And the sad part, and I think the sad part though is I was patient with her in the chat because Anger Man got on my ass because I've been kind of too quick with a band hammer. So I told her to get on the stream, and I heard Uncle Chuck cutting into her ass, and I was like, "Oh, come on, man, don't do her like that." But I sat back and realized, you know what? Black men ain't got the patience for it no more. We're tired of hearing that. We don't have it no more. All that you're dominated. Well, you are too, sweetheart. We were bred during slavery. We're all dominated. Congratulations.
Okay. Let's go back to the history chat. See, we got the goddamn. It's like the goddamn Justice League. We got the Scientist Supreme, Nicole Ali. We got.
I know what you're talking about, Charles. I'm a nobody.
We got the man of the million numbers, Gino. We got the chief engineer, Chaos. We got Mr. Z. We got the beautiful Melody. We got the Vision. Literally, he's named after a superhero already. I can't beat it. We got the Doctor. We got the Doctor. I feel so sick up here, Mr. Dunbar. Doctor, he dresses so slick. But at the same time, she finally fixed it. Ladies and gentlemen, Deanna, why do you pity us when you got all these people who are black, who are successful, who are the leaders in their field, trainers of others? Where do you get off with this entitlement that you can pity anybody?
Right.
Because you can take it. Hold up, I'm not finished.
I don't want to hear your diatribe.
I don't want to hear you.
Come on. The fuck?
Hold up. Because number one, I don't need your pity. If anything, I pity you because you sound like a spoiled brat.
Of course.
You sound like one of them people who make up their lives as they go.
Okay, do you want me to talk or not? Like,
Could I let me ask you a question, please? If I please let me.
Matter of fact,
I'm begging y'all. Let me talk to her.
Hold up. We gotta, since we have this female K9, we're gonna let Melanie and Nicole. We're gonna let Nicole and Melanie speak to her. If the ladies don't mind.
Everybody mute up except for the ladies.
Bunch of pick-me's. I'm not interested. If I could just say.
Whoa. See, already disrespectful. Already been disrespectful.
Disrespectful.
Number one, I'll be damned. Hold up, ladies. I'll be damned if you disrespect my guests on my goddamn panel. I don't play that shit. You're gonna either get the fuck off my panel right now, or you're gonna apologize to my damn guests. You don't do that shit here. I don't know where the fuck you think you're from. I don't know who the fuck you think you are. But bitch, you can get the fuck out of here and take the fucking next thing smoking.
No motherfucking
I don't know who the
cap.
fuck you playing with.
Real talk, man. She on that bullshit.
If Melanie wants to speak first, that's fine. I'll wait.
Can I respond to the host? Because here's what I'm not gonna do. Y'all.
No, what the fuck you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do is shut the fuck up. Because first of all, I'm gonna unmute you for this. What you're gonna do, you're not gonna disrespect the ladies of my fucking. Shut the fuck up and get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here, man.
Bye,
Matter of
Queen.
fact,
We can't respect what's up, but don't come up here. Somebody said, no, you don't bring orders, bitch. You listen to men up here. This is a man's fucking channel.
God damn it.
Don't
I'm
bring
sorry.
that
I'm
bullshit. All right, Charles. I gotta say this out. Any woman or any person come on any person chat and tell me say what you gonna say. You don't dictate shit up here. We do the dictating here. Period.
Number one.
All right.
I'm very protective of my ladies. I'm very protective, as everybody know. I'm very protective of my ladies in my chat.
Yo, I was
very protective of my guests. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was
Melanie, Gino, Dr. Dunbar, how you doing? I'm sorry, Dr. Dunbar, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, Doc?
Damn, y'all, what's going on here?
Shit, man.
We just had. See, this is why I'm very careful on our aunts and uncles who move into the burbs and take our cousins with them, because this is what your cousins sound like that live in the suburbs around all them white people. I just want y'all to know they sound like this, and then they go to these PWIs for university, and they end up sounding just like her. They think they're special. You're not special. And I'm telling you now, you're gonna find out the hard way what that white husband really think about you when he's done using you.
As a matter of fact, let me
That's how
block
the
her.
game
Let me block out the chat. Hold on, let me see what I can block her, dumbass.
It's really
I already did
bad.
that. I already blocked her, bro. She's
You already blocked her. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck that
It
motherfucker.
really
bitch, man.
sucks.
I mean,
Let
the
me ask Melanie something. Hey, Melanie, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Much respect and love to the panel too, by the way. And Nicole, you're awesome.
Thank you, love. What is that not an embarrassment? Is that, ladies? Somebody got a TV in the background. They got to turn it down or something.
Yeah, somebody go out to mute some. Come here in background feed. Go ahead.
Is that? I have to ask this question to my black sisters in the channel and in the panel and the chat. Is that not an embarrassment to black femininity?
It really is. Like this is like, well, this is my first time, so again, very much appreciated. And as I said before, I'm no dime, but I can make change.
I like that.
Just the disrespect, and it's like you're in a manosphere first of all, and then you're in a black man's space, and it's very limited at that. You know, you need to be allowed to be able to breathe, to be able to speak freely.
Yeah.
And she was, she just, I really want to say some other things, and I'm trying not to cuss. So it's just disrespectful, straight up hyena, bitch. I mean, just all in all, an outright bitch.
I mean,
she shouldn't even been allowed.
Hey, how did we get here? Like, what was the lead up?
It was basically we were talking about. We were comparing the delusional. We were comparing the delusional state some women are when it comes to things, compared to delusional people who think that there's some delusional black people who don't think we have issues when it comes to this disconnect. When it comes to law enforcement. And like I've always said, there's a difference, and thank God I have educated people on the panel and in the chat who understands there's a difference between, guess what? The gentleman, the man, and the nigga. Yes, I can be all three at the switch of a dime. There's a lady, a woman, and a bitch. Guess what? None of the females had an issue with what I said, and they were like, yeah, you're correct. There's a difference.
Yeah.
The females, then she gets on the panel trying to parade her little white boy in front of us like I'm going to back down. Like she just found the second coming of white Jesus. Take your Caesar Borgia and get the fuck on about yourself.
Don't even know who this chick is. We don't even know who she was. I'm in the chat chilling, about to fill out my time card and shit. And this chick pops out of nowhere talking about some black men are so dominated. And I'm like, well, get your ass on the panel and say that goofy shit then.
First of all, black men were never dominated. Okay? We were sold.
Correct.
White people couldn't dominate environments. Go ahead.
I just want to say this, guys. I'm going to leave, but I'm probably preaching to the choir. what I find fascinating, and this is not all black women, I'm not going to generalize, but a certain sector of black women in North America, if they ever studied, Dr. Joy DeGroove's work, or Michelle Alexander, or even Frances Cress Welsing, they would think twice before they say things like what this lady was saying. And so, they're some of them are brainwashed, right? They believe in the white Jesus. They believe in the white man's religion. And so it's almost like you've lost a sector of females that have been socialized over such a long time to be basically tools and agents against black men. Also, swirling culture is being promoted in the media. So with this new James Bond movie, there's a black female lead, and it's going to promote that independent, strong black woman. But it's going to promote swirling. Same thing with the new Batman movie. The new Catwoman is another black woman. So the media plays a role in propagating this, and it's sad to see. But people need to know their history, kind of like how the Jews and the Japanese, they know their history. And so I think if people knew their history properly, with all the greats that have come before us, we will see less of this kind of behavior. That's all I want to say.
Well, I want to go somewhere really dark with it. Let me go somewhere really dark with it. I want to say that a lot of these women, they might understand their history. The problem is they don't care. They want to win. They covet Miss Anne's position. That's what it is. And notice, this is very important. The average white woman, like Kevin Samuels says, the average white woman, she works. Yeah. But what these women really want is they want that top 20% lifestyle of Miss Anne, and that's the problem. They covet that.
That's not even really about the.
I have to inject, my apologies, gentlemen, but I strongly have to object and inject the idea that your average white woman is a lazy piece of shit who has been celebrated for being mediocre. And whenever you see, when we talk about dominated, the first place you're dominated is in the brain. And when you get to repeating these things that imply low self-esteem and self-love,
and hold on, so really thank you, Joseph, for the cash app. Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, like the average white woman, just by putting that white woman on a pedestal, no matter how high or low that pedestal may be, you just implied that white woman is the model for women.
But she is in North America.
And I'm gonna just be honest with you. As someone who has been in academia, white women do not work hard. White women do not compete. White women do have a sense of self-entitlement whenever it comes to all groups of men.
Facts. Tell them, teach them.
And you want to talk, if you want to talk about where black women get this this unrealistic sense of entitlement from, well, they get it from the white woman, because the white woman is celebrated for being mediocre. And whenever you make statements like, well, the average white woman does this, average white woman, the reality is that the average Negro doesn't know what the average white woman does.
No, I was referring to the work. So 72% of white women actually work. What I'm saying is, this is like that covet.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Where does that number come from? 72% of white women work
from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They actually work.
But they're also the largest consumer of welfare.
Yeah, that part.
I have to agree.
I don't know if you guys understand statistical data, right? Because when you say 70%, see, I deal in raw numbers. I could give a fuck less about your statistics, and this is the reason why. Since the Southern strategy, they've been running with a narrative that said that 70% of the black community is raised in single mother households. But then whenever you actually look at the raw data of how many children are actually born every single year, right? If that 70% was real, we'd be about 30% of the total American population since 1986. That hasn't happened yet.
Abortion. Forget about abortion. Margaret Sanger, abortion.
Well. Let's talk about abortions. Let's talk about abortions. Prior to 2016, whenever they separated your black, your non-Hispanic whites, your non-Hispanic Latinos, non-foreign national blacks, what they did was they culminated all of the numbers of non-whites which included Hispanics, foreign nationals, et cetera, and they culminated that all into one category, and that was the colored category. Colored people.
In 16?
2016 is whenever it changed.
I need to see that color category because they've been using the non-Hispanic, Latino ethnic designator for all that.
Because notice how when you look at these checklists, go ahead.
They told you. I actually put a clip up from the American. I put a clip up from the American Life League. It was probably like 6 months ago that talks directly about the abortion. What you find is that white women have aborted over 66 million children. Did you know 1/3 of the children that are aborted by white women are biracial?
Okay, cerulean,
or a multiracial ethnicity.
Yeah, I've heard that number too, and I have to agree with Cerulean on 2 points. Number one, because salute to Cerulean, but number one, I can tell you all that he's right when it comes to white women, them celebrating them for the mediocrity, because it happened today. Actually happened today at my job, where the woman I work with, in another building, she just does the bare minimum and they celebrate it as if she's doing so much stuff. Myself, on the other hand, am required to do like 3 times as much on particular projects, but don't get as much credit directly. The credit I get is indirectly from the people who give us our grant money,
Well, secondly,
and that's behind this, but that's always behind the scenes.
Esteemed Lady Nicole, is that there are only 22 states that make it mandatory for reporting in abortions. There's only 22 states that have a state legislative mandatory reporting for abortions.
Right.
So
and the
only
second thing you're right about is
where are people getting this 360-something thousand aborted babies? If you were aborting 360-something thousand babies every year, you wouldn't have a black community. In fact, black people would have the oldest population amongst all demographics in the United States because nobody can sustain that way.
Exactly. Well, it's kind of funny that I keep telling people this. What's the first step to warfare? It's propaganda.
Propaganda, brother. Yeah. And that's why I don't go by the numbers of how many people is in this country, because if they're laying out this, that means there's more black people that's already here already, more than 40 million.
And it's funny because numbers.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we weren't even on no black woman shit. What I said, it's delusional, and I said you got delusional bitches who think they should have the world. I didn't say black. I didn't say black.
Gentlemen, can I say this? Can I say this?
That type of deception when it comes to statistics. For instance, if you have a clinical trial, there's a small trial, 10 people, and you have 44% success rate. Well, that's only 4.4 people with success in that trial, out of 10. And the cutoff for a successful trial is around 35 to 38%. So 35 to 38% is significantly different to 44%, correct? So you could go on to say on CNN or MSNBC and say, hey, this clinical trial was significant. Look out for those types of numbers. Look at the raw numbers, like Cerulean is saying. Don't always look at the percentages. I use percentages myself for a reason, because I'm trying to do exactly what Charles just said. I'm trying to propagate a message. Whether that's going to help a patient, because most people, they will listen to a percentage before they listen to raw numbers.
Yeah.
I just want to say that, but I'll stop there.
You look at what the derelict Negro male who prances around under the auspices of being a conservative would say that
derelict Negro male.
Half of
before you continue, Cerulean, when he calls you derelict, does that shit cut to your soul, man?
He killing you with that shit, man. The derelict Negro
I love it. I love it when he says it, but go ahead, Cerulean.
What happens is that, you'll hear talking points being spewed that 50% of murders in America are committed by black men.
That's not true.
Right?
We debunked that when we had the one guy coming up on my panel trying to tell me about law
Hey,
enforcement and fucking procedures.
you know that jackass Crime and Punishment was kind of leaving comments on my page on that one video I have. This nigga
Well,
was
if
like,
you look at the raw data, what you'll find is that more than 2/3 of all murders are actually committed by whites. It's just that whites, they're convicted more on lesser crimes than murder, such as manslaughter.
And that's exactly what I told that jackass. I said, how many black people get y'all fucking get charged with murder? I mean, excuse me, manslaughter. They don't.
Can I speak on that?
And then on top of that, if you've actually read the UCR's cover letter, in fact, the UCR's cover letter clearly states that one, the UCR is not meant to diagnose social disorders. It is only meant for budgeting.
Yeah.
And see, and this is the stupidity of derelict Negro males who go around spewing these talking points that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They've never read the UCR cover letter or understood its purpose. And then what they're really saying is that it's okay for a state which you pay taxes for under the idea that you should have equal representation and equal protection under the law, and you should have your civil and constitutional rights respected, right? Saying that it's okay to violate those things simply because this data exists.
Hey, Cerulean, what's the UCR?
The UCR is the Uniform Criminal Reporting.
Yeah.
Okay.
FBI is Uniform Criminal Reporting.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Wasn't it the UCR that reported that it's not that we're 50% of the convictions is that white people get their shit commuted or their sentences get dropped, or like it's stuff like they have a higher arrest rate, but somehow magically by the time you get to actually getting charged, like a bunch of that shit just the process.
Well, when you look at the black data, what you're finding is that you're having twice the amount of convictions that white arrestees are getting.
Exactly. There we go. Yeah, that's that's what I was going with it. Yep.
And so whenever you look at this data of percentages, by percentages, it would look like half of the murders are being committed by black folk. Just simply because there's twice the amount of convictions.
Wow.
Gino, you crazy. Nigga, this damn CPA exam was a motherfucker, man. It's been beating my ass 5 ways from Sunday. Now, all jokes aside, though, when it comes to these numbers, man, it's also a question of proportionality and whatnot, because you're going to have a higher proportion of quote unquote crime statistics wise if you consider the fact that black folks are lesser.
Let's examine proportionality. Yeah. When you look at the raw number, let's take for instance this argument of single black mothers. Let's take single white mothers. What is the out of wedlock birth rate in the white community? It's around 45%. It's so-called 80% in the black community. Right. Yet when you really look at proportionality, you'll find that white 40% is actually greater, to the total number of even the black community's 80%. And then whenever you talk about this welfare thing, well, who's the majority of the welfare recipients? White women. Who's the majority? Look,
affirmative action. Also,
this is the problem. This is the problem that I have with Negroes repeating these talking points. When you say, "Well, the average white woman is going to work for it," no, the average white woman is actually on welfare. No, the average white woman actually lives in a rural red state. The average white woman has every available opportunity. She has the best possibility to get in under the affirmative action clause. She has the greatest potential to get into any school that she wants to, just under the Title IX clause. She has every available opportunity to get even a higher net on welfare simply because she lives in a rural red state.
Yeah,
this is your average white woman.
Well, the number one county in the country for welfare benefits is Owsley County, Kentucky.
Isn't West Virginia the number one state though? I think I heard that. I don't know how true that is.
The number one county is in Kentucky. I got to go check the state.
Wow.
And so when
Aren't
you
those
give the
states
white
like
woman
next to each other practically? I'm sorry.
any kind of shine, you're basically saying that this average white woman who is likely a welfare recipient, who is likely an affirmative action hire, who is likely just lived an entitled life without having worked for anything.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically saying that white woman is the fucking standard for women.
I'm about to go buy that book. Hey, thank you, KS Ring. I'm about to go buy this book actually.
All right, I got more. I'm gonna put in the chat room.
Well, hold on, nigga. I ain't got that much of a budget. Shit.
And that is what literally implies a low self-esteem in the Negro male.
Oh Lord. Now, cerulean, man, you gotta be civil, man. You can't be dominating the conversation like you always do, man. You gotta let people talk, bro.
Let me dominate. Hold on, relax. I know.
Now, Gino. Gino, you don't have the money to spend on them books, but you spend it on them flannel house coats, huh?
Hey, I've had this since I was a teenager. Hey, I had this since I was a teenager. Y'all gonna give me a break. I love this coat. I'm 30. I'm older now.
That flannel. What tree you been cutting down?
Don't hate on my flannel. I've had this
man.
I was like 15.
No, bro, that look like a lumberjack jacket to me. Look like you been cutting trees down.
This is my dark guy jacket.
Gentlemen, can I say this and leave?
Go ahead.
I just want to say this quickly. The rule still applies, especially in the West. For blacks, work twice as hard and get half as far, and that applies in all sectors. And then this is the result of what we're witnessing now. Is basically the result of feminism and the welfare state. But you guys are a lot more intelligent than me, so I'm going to drop off and listen in the background.
Okay, see, there's another Thomas Sowell talking point. You know, people that don't understand Thomas Sowell love to use his quotes like, "This is the welfare state." It's not a welfare state; it's a welfare world. This government here spends more money on foreign aid than it does on domestic aid programs.
That's actually true. They spend like what I think.
See, like so. Wait. If this is the welfare state, if this is the welfare state, right?
Yeah.
By all intents and purposes, you should see this in countries that get foreign aid, right? You should see the same phenomena, right?
Because Israel gets like what, $3 billion or something per
Then
year?
why don't you see this same phenomenon in Israel? It's because America gives Israel more fucking money than it does just alone on like SNAP benefits. It spends more money on Israel, whether that is physical cash, whether that is NATO support, whether that is fucking U.S. soldiers. What, you think U.S. soldiers are free?
Oh, no. subsidizing their weapon purchase also. Subsidizing their weapon purchases and all that other good stuff too.
Yeah,
we're not even talking about that.
I can't afford this one. Shit, $152 for this book. God damn.
What's $152? Wait,
nigga, be an endangered family.
I forgot.
And you're partially right when you're talking about the welfare state. Who's the biggest beneficiary of domestic
White
welfare?
women.
U.S.
White
corporations,
women.
not even women.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, the bailout.
We gotta stop with all of this nonsense.
I know that.
At some point in time, we gotta turn our brains on, right? We gotta turn our brains on from this industrial propaganda that existed from the fucking Southern strategy under Lee Atwater. At some point in time, you're gonna have to turn your fucking brain on.
It's actually funny on the corporate welfare rate because y'all know I'm an accountant. That's actually true. I've done quite a bit of taxes in my day. It's actually in the corporate tax rate because they normally get a blanket rate of 40% on their tax rates, but they get so many loopholes and whatnot on their 1120 forms and shit that they can like you've heard Amazon to pay taxes, for example. Yeah, like when they were coming for the paycheck.
No, Amazon doesn't pay tax because the government subsidize them. They get free range.
I mean, you have airlines right now, privately owned corporations. You have the airlines calling for a government bailout, right, to avoid job cuts.
Wait, did they get the government bailout though? I thought they got it.
No, wait. American Airlines, Delta, these people have already gotten bailouts.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah.
They're not private. They all have this. They're all registered with the SEC. They're not private. They're public corporations.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
I know that for a fact. I own quite a few.
Oh man. Oh yes, and by the way, if Simply Unique's here, please put the Gray Faulkner Initiative in the chat. This is the other half of the plan.
This nigga gave me $150 bill. God damn.
See, this is the
I mean,
reason why
I mean, if you
I
look
love
at what
these
just
panels.
happened, the latest that came out of the Federal Reserve, just matter of fact, just today, right? Just this morning, the Federal Reserve relaxes its inflation rate, right?
Yep, I saw that.
You saw that, right?
Sure
Why are
did.
they relaxing the inflation rate? That means somebody's about to get bailed out.
I knew that. I was like,
I mean, they get. I mean, you can't. It's
See,
funny
because
when you look at these businesses.
if they don't relax the inflation rate, right, they can bail out a corporation under the auspice of a loan. But guess what happens at the end of that loan? Well, they got to pay the same inflation rate, and interest that it would have been prior to COVID-19, because that's what they were still deciding on, right? The inflation rate had been the same.
Yeah.
And then COVID-19, and while the economy is still fluid and moving,
yeah,
right, where that interest rate and that inflation rate could be higher, right, to really kind of pad the shifting in the markets.
Yeah.
But now you have a slower moving, almost stagnant market.
Very stagnant.
And you have these companies that need to be bailed out. What do you think is going to happen? Well, if they don't relax the inflation rate, what's going to happen? You're going to have more companies going out of business after you having bailed them out.
Yeah.
Hey, Cerulean, can you elaborate on relaxing the interest rate? I'm not familiar with that term.
So when they relax an inflation rate, what it is putting a artificial hold, because you don't have a fluid market right now. What you're doing is saying this is going to be the decided rate, and it's going to be lower than what it would have been if you had a fluid market.
Okay,
that's correct.
Oh yeah, it's got to make an announcement. We're 4 away from 1,000 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed, we need 4.
4 more, dog. Woo! Be more, stand up. 4 more.
Wow.
Y'all know how Cerulean gets, man. You try to debate with him, man, he'll flood you with the damn talking points. He kills me. I'll be like, Cerulean,
something that just came down the pike. CNBC wealth gap grows as rising corporate profits boost stock holdings. See, what you're watching is a massive redistribution and calcification of wealth.
Yeah.
While these major shifts are happening, we're sitting there arguing about what these women are saying online, what these women are doing online. And this is why I say with black men, we got to start giving a fuck about ourselves. See, when we created the Great Faulkner Initiative, it was so that black boys can become the heroes of their own narrative, to be the fucking men that we need for the next generation. How? By expanding a black middle class.
Now I'm gonna dispute you on that one, because black men do give a damn about black boys. We've had for years. The problem, hold on, brother. No, you're not gonna talk over me today. The problem is you got a lot of these queens out here that fight against those initiatives. That's why you see a lot of black girls rocks here and there. I come from a city, Flint, where we have initiatives for black boys. The problem is you have a lot of queens that fight against that. Well, you got to expand these programs. It can't just be about the boys or whatnot. And what happens is they take the majority of the funding. So it's not, black men do care about black boys. We've been doing it for
this is the craziest. This is the craziest part about it, right? It's just like I told them. Like I told whatever the fuck you want to call that chick.
Yeah.
When she tried to say black men are defeated. No, black men are actually the glue that holds this motherfucker together.
Yeah, we do.
Because if black men,
we hold civilization, bro. If there
because
was
number one, let me finish, Chaos. Okay. See, number one, how can you tell we're not defeated? What's your degree in, Dr. Dunbar?
General biology, bachelor's, pharmacology, PhD.
Gino,
what's up?
What's your degree in?
I was an accounting major. I'm currently a financial due diligence consultant.
Let me see. Cerulean?
General science, Auburn, social science, University of Minnesota, but dropout for anthropology and sociology. So, yeah.
See, I didn't finish my degree in both history psychology and criminal justice, because basically criminal justice is just law with psychology. Okay? But I could go through the laws and book everybody else what the fuck it was. As a matter of fact, my fucking sergeants and lieutenants was like, damn, where did you go to school? I didn't finish. I thought you had your degree. Every woman I had degrees.
Okay.
So how are we defeated when we still raise the standard of masculinity? See, we're the last vestige of masculinity. We're still the warrior class.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Charles. I'll be honest with you, and this is just my opinion, so I don't want people to, kind of get upset.
Man, lay it out honest, bro.
Oh my God, I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna be upset so really. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Look, from my diagnosis of how shit actually is, we have to stop dealing with this environment from what we wish it to be and what it could be. We have to deal with it for what it is, and the reality is that the masculinity is not in the fucking degree in itself. Okay,
no, and it's not.
Okay.
The thing about it is that you look at these 9 areas of human activity.
Go ahead.
If you notice these 9 areas of human activity, specifically when we're talking about labor, we're talking about law enforcement, military, just those 3 alone. If you notice, they're virtually unaffected by this disaster that you call COVID-19.
Correct.
It's true.
Correct.
Yep. I had to think about that.
But you look at education, you look at economics, you look at everything else, right? You're seeing this major debasement of these institutions.
You mean a shift? Some of them are. I think is education privatized.
Half and half.
Look, they've been trying to push a privatized education since Trump's been in office.
Yeah, half and half.
Could this accelerate now? Since most people are, even the teachers now, don't we want to take a risk getting this thing?
Yeah,
they are giving teachers right now a base $36,000 a year to teach 300 students from across the United States on a digital platform.
Yeah.
Oh hell no, that's highway robbery.
Basically,
you know how much money you can make with 300 students?
Should be an education consultant. Fuck all that. Hey, hold on, Broke Genius, you in Michigan, nigga? You know I'm from Flint, right? Stay away from Flint, bro. My hometown ain't shit. Go ahead. I had to say that.
Yeah, that's highway robbery. Yeah, man. Oh no. If I'm teaching,
but see, no. See, but they're doing this on your dime as an American taxpayer, right?
Subsidized, subsidized.
Yeah. See, the part I was making up is not that masculinity is in a degree. Masculinity is in the men who are willing to lead,
right?
Willing to take the first step, willing to still mentor your boys, even though I have no biological ties to that child.
Right.
Still, the men who will speak out about injustice, the men who will actually say, you know what? I'm the type of man who does not pray to the Creator for a lighter load. I pray for a stronger back to deal with a difficult one.
Oh, you went to Michigan. Oh, okay.
See,
we see a lot. I see a lot of advocating for patriarchy, and we talk about patriarchy quite often. You want to be respected as a patriarch. You have to be willing to take the ultimate responsibility. See, you never hear a patriarch complain about what the fair sex is doing or talking about. They have to carry the fucking burden for the whole society.
Wait, hold on. Repeat what you said. I missed that. You said about patriarchy. What? I missed that.
If you want respect as a patriarch, you have to be willing to take the ultimate responsibility.
Right. Okay.
Because it's like it is, and not only just that, you have to be able to protect people. You have to be willing to protect them. When she came after my ladies, you're not going to come after my ladies. Just like I wouldn't let a dude disrespect my fellas, especially if she wanted a dialogue. See, that's the part that I tell you about this passive aggressive bullshit that people do. They proceed to say something to try to trigger people, and you're like, you know what? Get the fuck off my panel.
Well, we're talking about
because.
Oh, my bad.
And the reason why I let her up here, because really what I wanted to have is a dialogue between the ladies.
Yeah.
But when she got disrespectful, I'm like, no, we ain't gonna be having that. You get the hell on.
It was funny.
We got bigger shit. We got bigger shit in this country for black men and black women to deal with. But go ahead, Gino to Nicole.
Now, I was just saying, if we're talking about a patriarchy, though, it's not that black men are not trying to step up. That's why when you and I were on the last panel about a month ago, we were debating about this whole gynocracy thing, because we already know about the feminist movement back in the 60s. We know about all this shit going back to way back with Sojourner Truth Ain't I a Woman. Black men have wanted to step up, but you have chicks like Liliana that were bred by the Michelle Wallaces and Gloria Steinems or whatnot that are operating off this paradigm. My sister, for example, I got two sisters. My middle sister's a doctor, and she talks the same goofy bullshit as that old chick was talking about. Because that's what they learn. That's what they learn in college. They learn all this independent, you don't need no man bullshit, and it's intellectualized. And they come back and tell me that I got all this fucking male privilege, black male privilege or whatnot, and all this and all that. I mean, black men do want to step up, but are often our biggest enemies are the queens. Are these queens?
I like to say thank you.
I disagree.
I like to say thank you to everybody. We reached 1K.
I think the biggest enemy that black men have are other black men, and history has bared me out on this.
That's not true.
Why you say that, Cerulean? It's Cerulean. Why you say that?
Fact.
Before we go in, thank you all. We're at 1K.
Oh shit, we made it!
Yay!
All right.
That's great.
Okay, we gotta do it. We gotta do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Now we
can put it like this, man. It wasn't at the height of feminism. Fred Hampton wasn't given up by some black man hating feminists. No, he was the plans to his apartment wasn't drawn by some feminists. It was drawn by some fucking Negro, right?
I knew this was coming.
Who got popped on charges that were wholly his own, and could not stand on the shit that he fucking did. And so instead, what he did was he fucking drew out the fucking plan so Fred Hampton could be assassinated in his young age.
Yeah, that's the case. Then Maxine Waters, she's been doing nothing but supporting immigrants and everybody else at the expense of black folks. If we're going to start going for individuals and go tit for tat on individuals, we can do that. But problem is I can always point to somebody that's going to sell out the rest of the community. That's not indicative of somebody's gender, though.
Black men have been selling each other down the fucking river. I mean, they still doing. I mean, they still doing it. Look at what you have in a so-called manosphere. Any black man that is community minded, any black man that is fucking solutions based, they call him a maggle. They fucking try to shame him all the way out of the fucking room. Okay, that is the enemy of black men. That is the enemy of black progress.
Where does that come from? Who socializes that? That's an example of a single mother mentality. You have a bunch of niggas act like females. It comes from somewhere. It comes from somewhere. There's a bunch of dudes out here. Because let me tell you something. When I'm debating with somebody, I don't sit here and do shaming. Shaming language is a very effeminate trait.
Oh yeah, it's
a very effeminate trait. Men don't do that. Like I said, I've had two parents growing up. So when I debate somebody, I don't go, oh, Cerulean's or this person's, or I don't know. We talk on facts, but it all comes from somewhere. You do have a lot of brothers that do come out of single mother households. I'm not sure what the exact. I do know what the exact stats are, but if you look at the raw numbers, there's still a high proportion of numbers. I come from a city. My mother used to work as a secretary at a school in Flint. I mean, I grew up with too many cats who had single moms, so I know that's.
I'll say this is the same kind of advice that I would give anybody, woman or man. Stop using your own life as a personal anecdote.
Okay, but it's based on reality.
It's based on reality, but because we know the condition of our community. We know that these are the biggest backbiting. Pretend to want better for the community until they can't get what they want out of the community, i.e. Big Booty Brenda or whatever else. Some black woman in high school didn't give them a fucking pony. Next thing you know, okay, the community should burn, yada 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 yada. Okay,
going off the path, man. Let's get back to the main point.
I mean, this is the same thing. In fact, we're so far off the beaten path of where we're supposed to be, which is talking about law enforcement, which is one of the line items in the Great Faulkner Initiative.
Well, that's true. I mean, you had one of your educated queens that came in and you know
disrupted shit. Like, see, this is the reason why I love panels like this, and thank you all again for the 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, congratulations, Charles.
Oh, thank you all. It's a team effort. I am no island among itself. Thank you all for your support, your donations. It's much appreciated. I am very humbled. See, when you have people like that say you're dominated,
yeah,
and you got successful people here, whether they have degrees or not, people in my panel, people in my chat. See, how can you talk about being dominated when we're dominating?
Yeah, but
we have two people who are in the front line of STEM. We have a social scientist. We have a CP fucking A. We have a police officer who's on a promotion.
Not yet. I'm working on it.
We're putting it on existence. We're putting it out of existence. We have an engineer. We have like literally. I'm not sure what Melody does, but hey, she's probably damn good at it. But see, these talking points. Okay, if we're so dominated, okay, we'll give you that one. Tell us how to dominate.
I actually would tell you up front though, if we're going to argue with her logic, if black men are dominated, then what are black women? Because black women were created to be concubines from the get go when we came into the slave trade, when we came here. So if we're dominated, what does that make you?
So you got to realize the folly of her statement.
Yeah, that's what I'm pointing
because domination has never been looked. Hold on, domination has been never looked upon a woman. Okay, because if you already cashed out and you allegedly married to a white man, then you gave up your right to speak about black issues.
You would think.
Well, I'll put it this way.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say something.
I would say you're only dominated whenever you get to believe in all that shit. You know,
exactly.
This is like all throughout the average black boy's life, you're told that you're never going to be shit, you ain't going to do shit, you ain't never going to be shit, yada yada yada. When that shit fucking literally encroaches on the black psyche and he starts believing it, then guess what? You're gonna fucking find it in your mind to try to prove yourself, right? To the person who said that you weren't going to be shit.
Yeah, that's how it was for me when I was growing up.
Exactly. Because the truth. Go ahead, Chaos.
That right there is what makes you dominated, because now you're on this defensive thing where you're constantly trying to prove yourself,
but
and never even questioning. Well, who are you that I have to prove something to?
Right. Yeah, I don't care.
Exactly. Like as soon as she tried to dangle her little white guy, I'm like, who gives a fuck? Are you? If you really wanted to have a conversation, have a conversation. If you're really a married woman who's so into this, so into that, go to your man. Go argue with him.
Right. Let's keep it 100 real, brothers. That's on this panel. Besides ladies, don't mind me. When a woman up here come here to us today already made the decision, I know in the back of my head, and from what Nicole revealed, her language, here are two things. One, you're not a black person on that avatar because you could be taking somebody's picture. Or two, you up in here, you are either single, lonely, and you come here in this black space to get some validation. That talking piece is only used by only one YouTuber, and a lot of women that can't get the mate or can't get picked refer to these type of language.
But Chaos, you look at the response to it. Like the response to it, you're giving her exactly what she wants anyway.
I know.
So the appropriate thing is to keep the ship on track, right? In the direction it was already going. You can't go from having a productive conversation to letting somebody gaslight you, and then now you're going into the whole fuck these black bitches.
No, but some of them need to walk the plank. I'm sorry.
Hey,
They just need to walk the plank.
If I wasn't
from your lips to God's ears.
If I was,
what happens when people walk the plank? You let the fucking sharks deal with them, but the ship has still got to go forward.
Exactly. Exactly.
You're talking to a state-sanctioned pirate, i.e., former U.S. Navy sailor.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Full speed ahead.
Yeah, that was Brother Genius is right because that
Captain
was a
Jack
black
Sparrow.
I've been around these Valley girls. I used to live in Oregon, so when I heard her voice and shit, not to mention all the feminists I got in my family, I was like, that's a queen. That's a queen. That wasn't no white girl that passed off as a queen. That was a queen.
It's no different. It's no. I want Nicole and Melody to get on the conversation as well, ladies.
Oh, Melanie, you can go first. Go ahead.
Well, again, much respect. I don't have a whole lot. I say I'm a Jill of trades. I worked in the medical field for 13 plus years. A little bit of customer service, yada yada yada. I think a lot of the problem is these queens see themselves as a key. We're the key, and so I'm gonna give you that. Okay, so you're the key, but what happens when you don't have how do I put this? You don't have a door to unlock. You don't, so you're useless. You're scrap metal at that point. And that's her issue. I don't know if she's got daddy issues, if she's looking for some justification, if she wanted to get cussed out. It's just
that's why she was here. You gotta think about it. She could have been on the Renaissance Wigs YouTube channel. Y'all know what I'm talking about when I say Renaissance Wig. She could have been over there talking about. You know what I'm talking about?
Isn't that one of her talking points?
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that her main talking point? Y'all dominated.
Yeah, black dominated. But why'd you come
but she
over
said
here?
a few other things. I just wanted to hear what else Melanie had to say first.
Go ahead.
I think you were about to cook a little. You're heating up the oil a little bit.
Oh, I just, I've been on this search and researching, and I'm still growing and I'm still learning. And it's just, it amazes me, and just the things that I see on the posts that are being made. And it's still like, that a point was made, that it's black men that put down other black men. It's like, you got to get along with your women. And the problem is I believe it is the women. In all honesty, that's part of the black families.
Yeah.
And we're destroying that. I mean, well, yeah, it's been right. I mean, it's a matter of like, it's been chess for years, and you want to call yourself the most powerful piece on the board, but you forget about the most important piece, and that's your king. And you go off, you move around on the board, you go off, and you leave your king, you leave him vulnerable. Then it's checkmate. It's game over.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that.
Well, who said that the king represented a male piece?
Yeah, it's the word.
Yeah.
The word
king.
Very masculine word.
They also tend to forget that the pawns have the potential too.
Because if you're moving the pieces on, it's like this. So if the pieces on the chessboard don't move themselves, every single piece on the chessboard is subject to the player.
Right.
True.
And see, you got to realize this point. When you this is the part that I say solutions based in 2020, going into 2021, because 2020 we could throw this motherfucker away.
Yeah, we're done.
We could throw this, because this is the part. This is the reason why I love panels like this, because I like to get the ladies involved. I like men to have productive women working together. And Melanie, I know I always put Simply Unique on overtime, but she's such a special. Thank you, Simply Unique. You were so fast with that shit. Right there. I want Melanie to take a copy of that PDF, which is called the Gray Faulkner Initiative. It's from Professor Cerelia Gray, also Charles Faulkner. This is one of the most comprehensive strategy guides. Let's just call it what it is, a strategy guide for not only young black men, but also for black women. I want you to take a copy of that and read it and tell me what you think the next time you're on the panel, because a lot of times people look and they're mad because they're like sisters like her, and it took me a while to get this. You hate what you love the most.
Yeah, that's why you're here.
And see where you and Nicole have a natural love and respect and leadership deference for black men, she was let down by one.
Yeah.
So she's gonna have the self-fulfilling prophecy of black men each time she interacts with one. I'm like, how can I be defeated if I am the rescuer of people?
Honestly, though, I hate to say that she was let down by one because the hatred against and disrespect against black male authority is socialized from the get-go. I mean, it's been that way since the 60s at the very least. When prior to the 60s, when they were kicking black men out the home for welfare checks, and that's a proof.
We gotta check. We gotta really check about what people say, man. Look, what's a no bread truck coming around collecting you niggas? All right, I'm just gonna say that. When no bread truck coming around, like I will gladly give you this welfare check for your Negro male. No, that shit didn't fucking happen.
That's not how it works, okay? Bro. Black men weren't getting paid.
Like shit is a lot. The context matters.
No, there
and
was
shit is a lot more complex than just
get
kicked out of the home for welfare.
Because black men weren't getting hired like that. Black men were
understand one that welfare, right, is a program that is, even though it's administered by the state, it is a federally funded program.
Right, but
right?
the federal government did not.
What is the biggest taxes, right, that comes out of your check?
It's going to be FICA.
It's going to be federal tax.
Federal tax is great.
Federal tax. So in other words, you're just getting a portion of your fucking money back. The reason why the welfare was even created was because of industrialization.
Right. Well, I know that.
Okay. To create a social safety net.
Right.
Just in case you come to need it, you're paying a type of insurance on your federal tax. You're paying a type of insurance that if you ever need that social safety net, you could take part in it. Right. Black people weren't even allowed on welfare until after the Civil Rights Act of '64.
It's not true.
This is a fact.
That's not true. Because I mean,
what do you think no taxation without representation meant?
Okay, well,
it meant that you were paying federal taxes just like every other American, but you couldn't take part in the very same programs that everybody else was taking part in.
How do you explain the man in the house rule? It wasn't struck down by the federal government.
Man in the house rule actually started because of white males, high level of dereliction.
Yes, okay, I understand that, but it wasn't struck down by the federal government until 1968. Black people were getting welfare checks. I mean, why do you think we had the Moynihan report? Moynihan scissors. I mean, these are proven facts, brother. Black men were
Moynihan scissors. Okay, wait. Moynihan scissors. When did Moynihan diagnose the Negro family?
What was that?
65.
65. When did Moynihan scissors become a social theory?
Hold on, I don't have all my dates down. Go ahead.
Moynihan scissors becomes a social theory in 67. Now, why is it the problem with Moynihan scissors was this? If black folk got all of these legislations right passed for their benefit, right? And they're not improving the way that the legislation was designed to help the community improve. Right? Why aren't they improving the way that they should be now that they have those laws?
Right.
The problem came in enforcement. Now, why is it that in Moynihan's social theory or the scissors theory, why is it that in no cross section that he developed do you have a lack of enforcement dissecting with policy? Why is that?
What are you referring to?
Okay, if Moynihan scissors,
what are you referring to by
is a social theory,
right?
And in the scissors, there's a cross section where policy and family intersect. So now you have a line of policy, right? That says, okay, anti-discrimination law now exists post Civil Rights Act of '64.
Right.
Okay. And on the flip side, you have the family. And along that other side of the cross section, you have economics being a primary factor. Now, why is it that the black family doesn't get any better despite black people now having policies that prevent discrimination? Because well, it's quite simple. Because despite the fact that you got the policy, there was a lack of enforcement.
Right.
The other thing that Moynihan Scissors does not account for was the privatization of industry.
Yeah, jobs.
So you can't so you can't sit there and use Moynihan Scissors. Moynihan Scissors, let's be honest, Moynihan was not as smart as a lot of people like to think that he was. In fact, Moynihan's, and I would suspect that Moynihan's primary goal was to somehow do away with the black problem, because that was kind of the big thing back in the 60s, was how do we solve the black problem. Moynihan comes along with this theory that was based on E. Franklin Fraser's work. And he says, okay, if we implement this and these types of policies, they should get better.
Right.
2 years later, he's developing Moynihan Scissors. Despite the fact there's been no enforcement, literally you still have the same afflictions in 2 years, because they said that, oh, this should get better. And in 2 years, when they diagnosed, the same phenomena was occurring because of lack of enforcement and privatization. While they were diagnosed in the black community saying that it was a culture problem, they were giving white farmers free fucking farm equipment and land, and industrializing agriculture.
The same land
until the Department of Agriculture, until 1972, Department of Agriculture head, his name was Earl Butz.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop.
Completely did away with the old style of industrialized agriculture and did what was called land grants, where he actually used the Army Corps of Engineers to confiscate over 10 million acres of land and give it away to large industrial farmers, one of which became Monsanto. And because it was privatized, privatization allows privately owned corporations to discriminate.
Hold on, let me stop you there, man, because you keep saying lack of enforcement. Are you saying lack of enforcement in regards to black?
Okay, it's like the lack of enforcement.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish. You be doing this shit, man. Hold on. When you say lack of enforcement, are you saying that lack of enforcement in regards to black folks not getting benefits?
We're talking about lack of enforcement as far as discrimination. Now you can't be discriminated against according to EEOC and all of that, right?
Correct. Yeah.
But you go to a job and they can say, well, you're underqualified, you're overqualified, you don't have enough experience, without telling you quite directly that the reason why we're not hiring is because you're black.
Yeah, that was happening a lot back then when they were when people.
It's still happening now because of lack of enforcement.
Yeah, I know that.
Right.
Okay, so that's what you mean.
Happens in my field because the federal, a lot of the federal statutes.
Go ahead, Nicole. We're just giving you time to speak.
This is not my area of expertise, so I'm still learning and everything. But so I'll probably ask questions. But it's true. Like what's really insane to a certain degree as far as my field, because when it comes to federal funding, it's coming from Department of Defense or any of these private corporations, they will say stuff like that. I mean, I've heard it even before getting where I am now. When I was much younger, like 20, 21 years old, you know, how am I 20 years old and you tell me I'm overqualified? You know, like it's clearly bullshit. And so, but I wanted to ask you about something quickly. In 1964, you said that something. What was it that you said that they passed or enacted?
The Civil Rights Act of 1964.
1964, and then 1967 was a proof of concept.
It was the Moynihan Scissors from the
Moynihan Scissors in 1967. So in 1967, from 64 to 67, you had time to develop a proof of concept, correct?
Actually, no. As a matter of fact, they know that 2 years is not long enough to develop a cohesive social concept, which is why the census only is happening every 10 years, not every two, not every year.
Right.
Okay.
But that still doesn't change my point though in the regards to
And then you gotta remember, when they started invoking a lot of these feminist fucking ideology laws, basically, a lot of this shit, especially in the 60s and 70s, a lot of it really didn't take effect till the 80s, to the late 70s to the early 80s.
That's true.
But Moynihan in all of his arrogance, thought that he could do something in 2 years that it takes the Census Bureau 10 years to do.
Right, but let's get back to my main point though, because the main point that I have alleged was the fact that again, you had brothers in the 50s and 60s who they weren't getting hired, or if they were getting hired, they were getting paid that much. And a lot of different states, because different welfare programs were state administered. For example, Alabama, Michigan. My dad grew up and witnessed this. He was born in 45. You had a lot of brothers that had to leave the home because they used to investigate. They used to have a man in the house rule, but that was based on your state, whatever state you were in. That wasn't struck down.
The man in the house rule only existed for 6 years.
Hold on, brother. It wasn't struck down by the federal government until 1968. So you had about a good 20-year run.
Man in the house rule only existed for about 6 years before it was rescinded. And then what the argument was about states' rights. So you had individual states that could enforce a man in the house rule, which it was mostly southern states that actually enforced that because it played into the old Jim Crow law. Now,
Michigan had it too. Michigan, Illinois had it. They were enforcing that rule too. It wasn't just the southern states. And I know this not only because I checked the policy, but my own father, who grew up in 45, he saw this shit. That's why I'm telling you, brother.
So they came around with a bread truck, collected niggas and traded them for okay. I mean, if that's what you want to go with, I mean, that's
not what happened, brother. They used to come around. Hold on.
I'll say.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Gino. No,
because what happened was because of the black male unemployment levels or whatnot, and the amount of money folks were getting paid wasn't that much. What they would do is they would go and they would investigate. They would see if you had shaving cream. They would ask the neighbors around. There was a man in the house if they're investigating benefit claims or whatnot, and they would overly do this in black.
I think what you're doing is that you're oversimplifying what man in the house rule was actually about. I actually did a video breakdown of man in the house rule. I did it probably about 8 months ago. It's a part of the Great American Trick Bag series. Man in the house rule was not the big significant factor that removed men out of the house. In fact, it was the industrial jobs in the inner cities that was a bigger factor. And then what happened was 1971, the height of Vietnam War. And you also have during this time the biggest deindustrialization process happened, where America leaves the gold standard. What happened was France was actually going to recall all of its gold, and it actually sent the battleship to America filled with American dollars that was in its circulation. And while it was on its way there, Nixon said, "You know what? Fuck it. We're going off the gold standard."
Yeah, I remember that.
And what was created as a part of that whole the whole Bretton Woods system, they injected this thing that was called exorbitant privilege.
Yeah.
And at that point, America went on to a fiat currency.
Right.
That could ever expand without any regulation.
Right.
Okay. And that's basically what you have. And during this process, deindustrialization, because you didn't have a gold standard, it actually killed a lot of the federal regulations for corporations to where they weren't bound by country borders anymore. And there was this massive push to export all of the manufacturing outside of the country. Why? Because a place like Canada, Mexico, China could just do it cheaper. And that's basically what you have. So when you're talking about a man out the house rule, that the man out of the house rule only was like 6 years before it was rescinded.
You got to think about it, right? When the 70s and 80s hit with that man out the house rule, a lot of people don't like to tell this ugly story.
Mhm.
A lot of men would leave when the inspectors would come and still be in that house. They don't see. You got to remember, when it comes to investigating stuff, people don't like to tell the whole story
Yeah.
at first.
Look, during
So
the
a lot
during
of
the,
these men were still there because you still had a lot of black couples. Hell,
but what
it
you
wasn't until
have during the
1980.
time the man out of house rule even existed, what you had was black folk now getting into industrial jobs. In fact, black males specifically were the largest labor group. The problem was that we weren't unionized or highly organized. In fact, that's the reason why they gave all of these subsidies to these unions to keep black folk from monopolizing the labor industry whenever it came to the manufacturing jobs, the same way black folk had monopolized them during during
The
what was
beginning
called
of
the free agriculture period.
Well, plus you had the
Right.
race riots of all the European immigrants fighting black folks in places like Michigan. So you had those race riots because we had most of the jobs back then. So I mean,
And especially what you had in places like New York, you had a huge race riot where the fucking Irish were literally going on like murder sprees, bombing houses of black people that just get there, they become a part of the labor force, and now they're actually living just a little bit better than your average white person, but not so much better to where it should have been a problem, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what they were doing was firebombing these black folks' houses.
Oh, yeah.
It happened in Philadelphia, it happened in New York, happened in Michigan. Man, you go across the entire upper Midwest. Milwaukee was a big place that this happened. Right here in Minnesota, a place where it happened.
In Minnesota.
I keep telling y'all, that's one of the reasons why they gave these motherfuckers their reparations, which was the police department for the Irish, and they gave the fucking fire department to the Italians to calm their asses down. Not only that, what was also a part of the reparations deal for them? Whiteness.
Yep. They didn't get the white curse to 25. Next 25.
Yeah. So they got the whiteness because white people were having lower numbers. So what do? They start importing.
Now you're talking Chicago history. I know quite a bit about the Chicago.
That's why you look at you never find it interesting that the same year that America goes off the gold standard is the same year the war on drugs happened.
Yeah. Yeah, because you had the
and who's the guy that takes Patrick Moynihan's place? There's a guy named John Ehrlichman.
Yes, right, Ehrlichman. Yeah,
Who's John Ehrlichman? He was Nixon's public affairs chief.
Because those are the time of Nixon. Yeah, that shit.
He's the guy that almost 60 years later on his fucking deathbed's like, yeah, the Nixon administration had two enemies. One was black males, two was the anti-war.
Right.
The hippies.
Yeah, what's the best way to gut the black male population though? Hit them with that feminism. Hit women with that feminism.
Not even just feminism. They gave you they took away your fucking jobs. Oh, thanks again, DeAndre. They took away your jobs. Like I could tell you in Baltimore, they took away Bethlehem Steel. They took away Inner Harbor Ford. They took away all these places where black men. Think about it. Historically, black women have always been more educated. We put them through school.
Yeah, they have.
You know what's funny about like when I hear y'all. Hold on, Charles. What I was talking about with like the welfare state argument. The problem I have when I hear Negroes use the welfare state argument, because the welfare state wasn't a fucking problem when FDR passed the New Deal.
What do you mean the welfare state? You mean the welfare check kicking out there?
Hey, say that again. Really, they're not hearing you. It's only a problem when somebody Franklin Delano Roosevelt passed that deal.
The welfare state only becomes a talking point whenever black people are allowed to draw on welfare.
Exactly. You're not allowed to draw.
And you look at the origination. As a matter of fact, Alexander P. Lamis writes it in the Two-Party South. When black folk had no access to the welfare programs, the argument didn't even exist, even though over half of the white women that were in existence were on welfare.
Yeah, matter of fact, what would you say, Gino? It's a county in Kentucky that are the most recipients.
Owsley County.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was like,
Nobody works.
I want to make something clear though. When you say welfare state argument, are you talking about my argument with the welfare kick out? Because I don't make welfare state arguments. I'm only talking specifically with the.
Oh, well, okay. Let's do some mathematics. Okay, if America, right, is spending less money on domestic programs, and let's just say America is spending $380 billion a year on domestic aid, right, on domestic programs, right?
Yeah.
That has to be spread out over several programs,
right?
From SNAP to just what it gives for the state, federal money for the Department of Health and Human Services, yada 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 yada. That has to be spread over dozens of fucking programs.
Right.
Now,
nobody ever complains about Israel. Nobody complains about
Israel. When you measure
Israel.
that against 800 billion, when you measure that against the 800 billion a year that it spends on foreign aid, you're looking at a completely different thing. And then on top of that, you've seen what just happened with the COVID-19.
Yeah.
2.2 trillion. America gets a $1,200 check. You know what that $1,200 check actually meant? That meant that you got $500 billion out of the overall 2.2 trillion.
Yeah. Everything else went to the corporations. They went to bail out the airline industry and a whole bunch of other industries.
And so when you talk about the welfare state, okay, if you're going to say I have a problem with the welfare kick out, the first person you should have a problem getting a welfare kick out is a corporation.
That's an argument I was making. That's
And
an
number
argument.
two,
That's
and
an
number
argument I was
two,
making.
and number two, you should also complain about foreign countries. What did
See,
we
that's-
say? What did we
the
say?
reason-
about
the reason why-
the reason why I'm
That's the
saying that,
problem. I'm not making that argument. That's the problem. You guys are trying to pin me on this argument that I'm not making. I'm
the
only
reason
talking-
see the reason I'm saying that, right, is because whatever is kicked out as far as welfare to individual parties, that's actually what the fuck they're supposed to get because they pay for the program.
Again, that's not
corporations do not pay for that program.
That's not the argument I'm making. I'm specifically talking about when sisters kick black men out the homes for welfare checks because you had that man in the house. That's the only argument.
Okay,
that I make.
okay. Now you're gonna have to get specific with me. You're gonna have to name me the somebody that did that shit.
Somebody did, dude. I just told you. Like my dad.
No, we're gonna have to talk specifics, my man.
Like you talking specifics. My father grew up in 45. He was born in 45. He grew up watching that shit. He grew up watching. So I kept telling you, it was state specific when they were investigating that until LBJ kicked that. He nixed the program in '68. I don't know.
So,
I know in '68 they killed
FDR.
You go back to the 20s now.
Now, well, the reason why we're going back to the 20s is because that's when the trend started. It was called the rugged individual. You know, that whole process to rugged individualism, right?
Which does not work, by the way.
It was the lily white strategy that FDR inherits from Herbert Hoover.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
and that lily white strategy, what it did was when the New Deal was drafted, it actually gave individual states the right to fucking discriminate and determine where the funds that are coming from the federal government can be distributed to.
That's true. That's where it all starts. That's where all that starts. But I want to make it clear though, because like I said,
so you couldn't just be black. You just couldn't be black and go say, our family's having a hard time and I need these welfare benefits. You're paying for a program to the federal government, and then the federal government is redistributing that shit to the states, and then the states are saying, even though you pay for the program, well, fuck your part of the payment. They distribute it out to their white women in need, but your black women weren't getting that shit like that. They weren't just kicking men out of the house for no fucking welfare. Are you nuts? Do you understand that? You're talking about the 40s, where a fucking black man was extremely more valuable.
I'm gonna tell you. Hold up, Cerulean. I'm gonna tell you this one, right? And I'm gonna put it to you this way in the middle, right?
Yeah.
The ultimate hustlers were black people, even to this day.
Yeah, that's true.
I've personally known scores of people who've been on welfare. the first thing she's going to find is a working man. Because she's going to maximize a smart black woman on welfare, a smart woman period on welfare. The first thing she's going to find is a working man.
You can do that now. There's no.
You talk about in the 40s.
I'm not talking about. Hold up, Cerelia. I'm not talking about you can do that now. When the fuck did black people ever follow the rules? So shit. We had to do what we had to do.
In the 40s, when I know the conditions of the fucking 40s, man. Look, a black man was extremely more valuable in the 40s. Why? Because you didn't know when that nigga was gonna get drafted.
Yeah.
You didn't know if he was gonna be among the black men that didn't get lynched. You just didn't know. It was a mixed bag.
Yeah, in the 40s,
In the 40s, in general, men were just more valuable in the fucking 40s than they are now. I'm just going to
then on top of that. And then on top of that, you got to remember when all those black servicemen came back.
Yeah, hold on.
Black people went through an economic boom because when they got their benefits, notice you saw a lot of black communities rise because of those because of that VA load, because of these benefits they were getting. And then on top of that, how many women stepped down from all these welding and all these fucking jobs that they knew that, hey, if I don't have a man, even during the 80s, 70s, 80s too, remember, the first damn thing she's going to do when she gets benefits is find a working man. She's going to maximize the minimum. She's going to maximize the nest.
There you go, Jabroni. Because see, Jabroni's asking the same question I'm trying to propose. In the 40s,
the welfare.
What happened in the 40s to make black men disappear from the home? Well, America's ongoing wars. You're going directly from World War II into Korea. You have a high level of being drafted, and then you have industrial jobs. Black men having to fucking leave their fucking families in the South to go to some industrial center so they could get a job. Send money back to their home in rural South somewhere where their wife is probably still sharecropping and shit. Like,
yeah, like you gotta you gotta remember that a lot of this I'm still laughing about the flannel, man. That flannel's too good.
Hey man, no man. I had to go grab some food. That's why I missed some of your points. Sorry about that.
But no, it's really when you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at it from a fundamental place, when has black people really gotten the share of the American pie in totality?
Economically, you're not talking much. Economically speaking,
even when it comes, because America's going to help.
I'll say post World War II all the way up until the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That was if you look at that 20 some years, that was the greatest years of growth before you see the sharp decline.
But you also know that the black feminism started popping up in 1949.
Oh my God! This with the feminism again. The feminism is an afterthought. It is an effect of a greater societal issue. It is
but black feminism was something specific.
Black
came from women's liberation,
which is a sect of white feminism. Like
it's basically like even during black feminism, even during women's lib. How do they treat the black women? Do they treat them really like sisters?
Like trash. Like you know what
exactly.
Like trash.
Exactly.
We
so
know
they came back, and notice what happened. They came back falling on their face. Yeah. Like, what did we learn? Don't trust them white bitches over there.
But like Jabroni keeps bringing up, which is true, between that 1949 period all the way to now, really, you started seeing black fathers vanishing from the home. So why do
how raw do you want me to keep it? Right? Because here's what was happening. Here's what was happening in the 70s to pacify this Negro male and the anti-war left. What they did was they made drugs all right to use, and that era was called the free love generation. And you know who were the pioneers of the free love generation? White women and rock and roll music.
Okay, I'm about to say black women. Okay, black women and rock.
And then you know what was happening during the time where you were at your most calm. You know, you had music genres like jazz and yada yada yada. Everything was flourishing, rock and roll. It was all love. While you were getting all that free love, you were making all of these fucking children out of wedlock. Your dick work against you. And what happened was after the fact, America, they started seeing all of these fucking fatherless children in the midst of this free love era. They said, you know what? They had too much fun. Now the drugs that would have been legal, so you know what? We're gonna harshly criminalize these drugs. And what were these drugs? These drugs were things like weed, weed, shit that's not even addictive. Make it a Schedule 1 drug. All right,
exactly. So drugs and music are the reason why we have the single mother rate. Is that what you're saying? Your desire to partake in the free love generation is what created that first generation of fucking derelicts. Okay. Not quite.
Because what happened whenever the government said, okay, the free love shit is over. It's time for you motherfuckers to grow up.
You got one problem with that theory, brother. The single mother rate in the black community has been high since the days of slavery.
Has it now?
Yes, it has.
You do know we had a 90%.
So how do we wait? So how do wait? You said it's been high since the days of slavery. Yeah. So how does Moynihan in the Negro Report, right, diagnose a single parent rate or out of wedlock birth rate at around 25% or under, right?
Right. Go ahead.
That's a minority, right?
Right.
So how the fuck has it always been high since slavery if it was only 25% in the 60s?
And then you got to remember. This. From 1880 to 1980, black people were married around 85 to 90%.
Okay.
See, you got to remember when they talk about high single rates. Remember, a lot of these motherfuckers want to talk about single black mothers, but they never talk about the white men that were fucking them.
Well, here's my problem with the whole supposition anyway, because when you talk about single parentage and out of wedlock birth, the only thing that fucking determines that, you know how they determine that? They determine that by your fucking tax paper. What you claimed on your taxes is going to determine. Do you know that about half of married couples today claim single on their taxes just so they don't get overtaxed?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I used to do taxes.
Why do you think that happens? Because before no fault divorce, America actually used to incentivize marriage.
Actually, they're supposed.
Well, you had one house. No. Prior to 1974, you actually had one household tax.
You do realize you do realize there's a married file separately status in the tax form, right? You have single, married file.
There is no law stating that if you're married that you have to claim married on your taxes.
Really?
In fact, you can claim single and exempt.
I'm pretty sure that's not correct. I'm pretty sure
that's it's absolutely correct.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. We got DeAndre up here.
I'm sorry. I gotta say something because my dude been sitting up here talking. You've been on the single mother kick for the longest time. So speaking of a dude that comes from a single motherfucking home, right? That lives in another fucking country. I think I need to have a conversation with you, brother.
You talking to me or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Since you're a part of the SYSBM squad,
go ahead.
Let me have a little conversation with you, homie.
Go for it.
Right? You got a father, you got a mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
You got sisters, right?
Yes, 2 of them.
Got 2 of them, right? So your blame on the black community is the black single mothers is the reason of the failure in kicking out of the home.
It's not the argument I was making, though.
No, because this is what I'm hearing, right? Because this is what you keep going back to. So, because we're going in this round turn because we're bringing something to the table, but we keep going back to this subject. And we all know that single mothers are always affected and made in a society by policy. But you can tell who the child's mother is, but you got to find out who the daddy is. Right? That's correct, right? So I live in a patriarchal society. I live in Japan. Can't get no more patriarchal than that, can you?
Yeah, you can't.
Except for maybe China.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So living in a patriarchal society, but you know what I'm saying, I'll just go with the people that ruled the damn Pacific on a little ass island the size of California.
Shit, U.S. is BMU in Japan.
But they're better at it, right? They were better at it, right? You know what I'm saying? So what I'm basically saying is, why does the single mother rate in a country that's patriarchal it's not the same in like a capitalist country like America? I'm gonna tell you why. Cerulean said it. The incentivization of being married, right? Financially in England, right? Do you know in England where Jessica X is from, or where she's at? And my wife is half Scottish and Japanese. Do you know whether you're married or single, per child that you get in England, you get about 300 to 500 pounds a month?
Wasn't aware of that.
Right? That is welfare.
Right, it is.
Now, if you want to get rid of the single mother rate in America, how many women do you think would run and get married if they could only get welfare off of being married?
Quite a few women, actually.
Well, so that's policy, right? Is that policy, right? So who makes the policy? How many men are in Congress versus women in congressional seats?
Some more men.
More men. How many men are in the state legislation?
It's gonna be more men. Way more men.
How many men are on the city level?
It's gonna be way more men.
So what's going to affect you first? Like in Flint, y'all got a water problem, right?
We do.
You got a water problem. Wasn't that a state problem because a corporation lobbied to dump shit into the water unchecked?
Actually, no. It was actually the governor's fault for that.
Well, they had the corporation had to get the contract to put the governor in office to lobby him with money.
That's not what happened. The reason why the Flint water, no, what happened with the Flint water crisis was because Flint has always had poison local water. Because GM used to dump water way back in the 1910s or whatnot before there was an EPA. So long story short, what happened there was we used to buy our water from Detroit. But there was some shit that went on with the governor, who was a CPA, Rick Snyder at the time. He decided, in order to save the state, or really to save the state some money, he came down, struck down, he used the Emergency Protection Act, because in Michigan we have an emergency protection, with emergency laws or whatever. So if your city's in receivership is broke, the governor can appoint an emergency manager straight from the governor's office, and then he takes over. He suspends the powers of the mayor, and he takes over. So
he takes over,
right? So in order to save the city money, the governor switched it from Detroit water to local Flint water, and they thought they could treat it and purify it. That wasn't. It wasn't a local corporation at that time. No, they were dumping shit in that water back in 1910.
No. I mean, what I mean is a corporation, GM, right? This happened. Don't you think this is weird that they switched your water right when the auto bailout was happening in Detroit?
The auto bailout didn't happen until that was in 2008. This happened in 2014.
This is happening in 2014, but I remember what's his name? The fat guy that does the stuff.
Michael Moore.
Michael Moore did the Flint, Michigan thing back when Bush was in office.
You're talking about Roger and me.
Michael Moore did the thing about Flint, Michigan.
Are you talking about Roger and me?
Yeah, back when Bush was in office.
Roger and me, which Bush? The first one or the second one?
The second one.
For Roger and me came out back in before I was born. I was born in 90.
No, I'm like he did something in Flint.
Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead.
He did a thing in Flint because George Bush was the president. And I remember this because I was on deployment in the Gulf.
Hold on, fellas. Y'all keep the conversation going. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that was the first Bush then, because that was in 89. The movie came out in 89. Roger and me came out.
Then he did something else, and then he did something else in Flint again.
The only time he did something else in Flint was when he did Bowling for Columbine. He interviewed a principal, which was actually my cousin, over at where Kayla Rowley got shot at. That's when he interviewed her in Flint, but that wasn't a movie about Flint. That was a movie about America's gun laws.
So hold on, wait a minute. He did the thing in 90, right? About Flint, Michigan. 98, right? So that's 89. The first Bush, right? 89, so Flint had a problem then, right?
Economically, yes.
Economically, right?
Now the water problem. Go ahead.
But if they were dumping water, think about this, right? If you take away the woman, right? Now this is a strategy. This is in the art of war, Sun Tzu. if you affect your enemy's water supply and they women, what do you do?
Oh, you control them.
You control them, right? So if we dumping shit in your water, right?
Right.
That makes your kids retarded, right?
But you weren't using it. Remember, they weren't using the water. They weren't using that water until
No,
2014.
No. Think about this, right? Think about this.
I'm
You
thinking about
honestly believe. Now think about it.
Go
Do
ahead.
you honestly believe that if they're going to tell you something, and listen, I got security clearance, right?
I got you.
Whatever they going to tell you, and if they say it was 2014, you throw 5 to 7 years prior to that when they was doing whatever.
Anything for the cash app?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're never gonna like the way things work when you talk about releasing certain documents, especially on private corporations and things like that, right? There is a statute of limitations on certain things, right? So instead of taking someone to jail, right? You give it a 7 to 10 year run, then you go and accost them, and then they'll pay a little fine, right? About 10 to 20%, right? So the payout will go to the insurance, right? So the auto bailout that happened, everything is in conjunction. Now, you were getting your water from Detroit, right? You're getting your water from Detroit. Where does
About 50
Detroit
years.
mainly get its water source from? From the lakes.
Yeah, from the Great Lakes, to Lake Huron, more like
Yeah, right. But those lakes are what?
the water. Bodies, big bodies of water.
No, but those lakes are fresh. That's fresh water. But if they was dumping shit in Flint, and then you got a big GM plant in Detroit, then their water's contaminated too. They just got a better water filtration system.
You got a problem with that theory, considering that you have 100 years worth of dumping before you even had a concept of what a
Well,
EPA
let me explain it to you, right? Because I was an engineer and I make water, right?
Okay.
That was my job in the Navy, right? So let me explain it to you, right?
Okay.
You got a lake, right?
Right.
Lakes purify from underneath, not on top. Aquifers, right? That means all of those lakes over there, right? The rain drops into the soil. It goes down. It goes into an aquifer, right? So if Flint is contaminated, you best believe that those lakes are contaminated too. Here's another thing. There's a very invasive fish that is in those lakes right now, and it's algae growing so bad that they can't stop it. Now they're trying to introduce a new life form to kill the algae because their water supply is fucked up. Didn't it happen in Florida too? The algae bloom? Yep. Now, here's the other thing, right? In Detroit, right? Detroit's water's fucked up because everybody's on bottled water, right? Just like in California, their water's fucked up, right? Now, so if your water's screwed up, your economics is screwed up, right? And the corporations are lobbying.
Yeah.
Black people are like the canary in the coal mine, right?
Yeah.
Right. The crack epidemic. When you say, well, you can't say drugs or whatever. Yes, because the way that you prove it wrong, the way that you prove what Cerulean said is right is this, right?
Hear this.
Crack era. That was drugs, right? Tyrone does not have a boat to get cocaine from Colombia, right? So we all know that they planted drugs in the black community to destroy the black community. The war on drugs, right? The war on black people, right? We know this. So marijuana, right? Heroin, cocaine. People didn't start freebasing cocaine until the mid 70s.
Yeah.
Right? Now, if you notice, black
Oh,
people.
not to interrupt you, Dre, but Wells Fargo just had a ship in Philadelphia with like 30-something tons of cocaine. Not a single executive been arrested yet.
Yeah. So
what was the Chase Manhattan's boat?
I think it was Wells Fargo. It was Wells Fargo because they had that big thing. Now, what you're looking at is the reason. Listen, yes. Now, a lot of the men in the beginning, right? A lot of the men, because women follow men. A lot of the men that lost their jobs, that already did the Great Southern Migration, right? Because it really hit black communities home after the Great Southern Migration, right? When they was in the projects and all this other stuff. When the black man left home, He left it voluntarily in the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? So the welfare benefits could help his family. He would live with his mother or another relative that was older. So he went, but he still took care of both households. Now, when this keeps going and going, now the father is pulled out of the home, right? Because now you are incentivizing women to do this, but it was still hard for black women to get welfare at a clip. Now, if the women are following the men's lead and the man is not in the home, but this is the environment and the government or the state becomes the daddy, then you don't blame the women because women nest in a functional or dysfunctional environment. You have to blame the lead of who? The men.
You got to remember this one thing about it, right? When I'm gonna go back to investigations if you don't mind. You two fellas don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you investigate, you find three different stories: your side, their side, and then you go right up the middle of the truth.
That's how it always works.
When black men left the homes, like Dre said, many of these black men said, "In my right hand, I got my male pride. And in my left hand, do I leave this house for a time being so my children and my wife could eat?" Women will also, not picking on women, but women would also lie and said, or they would use whatever resources they could get to say, "I don't know who the child's father is," to get the benefits. What happened was when you went into the 70s, the late 70s and the early 80s, when all those feminist laws were invoked, you started to indoctrinate. Remember what I read on my program? Who's more likely to take emotional and verbal stimuli, men or women?
Emotional verbal stimulus is gonna be women. It's gonna be women.
And I read that, right? That's scientific fact, right?
True.
Why do you not do it to the men? Because the men are always gonna challenge shit.
Of course we are.
That's in our nature.
Well, my thing, Charles, right? Because it's another one of those things that's written in like the philosophy of neo-Americana, right? That you're telling me that black men are worthless if they could be traded for a fucking welfare check. Like,
and here's the purpose that I say this. Even during the 90s,
like nigga,
what did a lot of these women do? Did they still have men in those homes with them?
That's killing me though, because if a woman is pushing you out the home,
She had the ability. The reason why they came up with that narrative is because of movies.
Yes.
Not just movies, but she had the power to do it. She may threaten to do it, but did she ever really do it?
I don't
No.
know if it's movies, man.
And I'm gonna well, let me finish this real quick because I got a shower. But we're still gonna let the party roll. We're like heat wave. We're gonna let this groove line keep rolling. You got to remember this shit. There were some women who would do it, but not a lot of them, because she knows that she couldn't live off of that welfare, especially the way they like to do shit. And people like to live a typical American life. You're gonna maximize that dollar by getting the man. See, women started saying that shit once they got remember what I said? The first step to war is what? Propaganda. One of the biggest propaganda tools for the feminists in the modern era, which means the last 30, 40 years,
60
was the color purple.
60. Oh,
and also a lot of these talk shows like Oprah, who promoted this shit to black women. Okay? Black
but check
women.
it out though, Charles. Like he doesn't realize what he's saying when he says that black women traded black men in for a welfare check.
Because there were put it to you this way.
The white feminists created that narrative.
A white feminist will create a narrative, and because of the differences of culture, big word, key word right there, culture.
I know what I'm saying, but hold on, go ahead.
And I'm not saying Gino doesn't know what he's saying. Gino's a smart dude. I'm just giving the synopsis of it. Because of the cultural differences, we were hit worse because we had less to begin with.
Yeah, sure. My thing
And
is,
see, like with the single mother thing, like what determines whether or not you are single? It's a matter of a fucking W-4 and your tax filing, man. Like it ain't got a goddamn thing to do with whether you're actually in a fucking loving relationship with the fucking mother of your fucking kids. It ain't got nothing to do with that shit. It's a tax filing.
Because I'll bring it down to even laws. The only reason, think about it. How the fuck can we celebrate Al Capone but Freeway Ricky Ross as a criminal?
I know what you're talking about that. No,
Yeah, so remember, he who controls the media controls
you're talking about
the war space.
You're talking about psyops, essentially.
Yeah,
you invoked the magic word though when you were talking about the narrative. You talk about the media and whatnot. You also said the magic word, feminist. And what I say earlier in the chat before the Bedouins came in, Josh's topic is that if you're going to promote a feminist narrative, you're going to adopt the mentality.
And thank you right there, Melanie. That's the biggest. That's the biggest thing right there. They always tell us to pull ourselves by our bootstraps while we're barefoot.
Well, the thing
these
is,
motherfuckers always got help. See, they made it and put it to the media. You should be ashamed of getting welfare. But you see that fat white chick with all 7 of her kids getting them cereals, don't you?
You know what it is, Charles? Understand that the white middle class was created by FDR's New Deal. The white middle class was created by FDR's New Deal. That was a welfare program.
Yeah, I know that because after
so wait.
See, that's the problem. See, that's the problem. Because you sit here and say that I can't think what I'm saying. The problem is every time I try to defend myself, you keep doing that tsunami effect, and I can never really defend
But hold up. Well, go ahead, Gino. Go ahead.
It kills me because I was trying to say earlier is that Charles Faulkner invoked feminism. Feminism is about in the case of black feminism, black male over accountability, but a lack of accountability for black women. The reason why I'm so hard on single mothers is because you can't sit here and say you're independent for the past 30, 40, really 60 years, if you think about it. And then when we start holding people accountable, black men are used to taking the abuse. We're used to taking fault for shit that we don't do. But now, like the brother DeAndre said, women lead where the men lead, but the women follow where the men lead. I agree with that. Problem is our women for the past 60 years have said that they were independent. They didn't need us. They followed that paradigm. So now they're being held accountable for that.
Hold up, Cerulli. Hold up. I'm gonna ask you this little saying. Remember what I said about investigations?
Mm-hmm.
Do you listen to what a woman says, or do you watch what she does?
You always watch what she does.
Because I'm gonna tell you what. Give me a man who offers a woman a better deal. Is that woman gonna take it?
Yeah, she's gonna take it.
So all that independent bullshit goes out the fucking window, right?
Also depends too, because now you're talking about laws, marriage laws.
No. I'm gonna ask you straight up. When you give women the ability, remember this. When this is feminism in a nutshell, the modern shit, not the last 40 years.
Yeah.
40 something years. When women had the ability to shit change once you gave them the fucking birth control pill.
Yeah. Sexual
and when you gave them the ability to have abortions and to have the power of all that.
Yeah.
When you gave them equality, and the only reason you give them equality to try to get them up to speed, because this happened during when Dre and I and Cerulean went to school. This was the beginning of this shit. When they start propping up the girls ahead of the boys to try to get the girls to catch up, the fucked up part is they never put the boys up. That's why, ergo, you have the Great Faulkner Initiative.
Right. They made their choice, yeah.
And see, this is what happened. Women always want to mate and date and marry their equals or superior. Actually, they want their superiors.
They do want their superiors, yeah. On a biological level, yes, that's true.
On a biological, on a financial, economic, on every level, a woman always want a man that she can aspire, that she can look up to, that she can look and see that this motherfucker, if The Walking Dead happened tomorrow, I know this motherfucker's gonna keep me safe. She wants that type of guy. That's just and remember that exactly. And what happened was the cost of that type of freedom, somebody had to pay the toll.
Yeah, jabroni, yeah.
And what happened to that toll when they were pushing the girls? Guess what? They created a monster. The government created a monster. Now you wondering why, which is the great opportunity for young black males coming out of high school to join the military.
Yeah.
Because white boys are too much into being the coddled soy boys who are scared to join. They're out of shape. Wasn't it a 3-star Marine general who said it's so bad that it's actually a national health risk?
Yeah. National security issue.
Yeah.
Yo,
National security.
can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. And when you hold up, and when you have that, you made the males that you wanted, but guess what happened?
Yeah.
Their biology is going to take over their accomplishments.
Yeah.
I don't want a guy to be they tried to breed the boys to be cooperative like a woman, but the women do not like that. Their biology said, fuck that. Where's the real motherfuckers?
Well, you can't have
and that's why
you can't have equality without accountability.
Exactly. And see, they didn't realize this should happen until it was too late. That was COVID before COVID.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna take a shower. Y'all keep it rocking.
All right, let me say something. Now, Gino, you've been on Charles' panel for a while now, like almost 2 months, maybe a month or so, right? And you listen to not only me a little bit, my perspective, but you have not really taken the perspective of these two other brothers right up here from Cerulean and Just Dre. And mind you, these dudes have backgrounds in the same military, just like Charles. The difference is they want you to understand is this, that no matter what happens, like we as men, and I'm gonna say personally, we have to keep going. You get me? And to understand the implications in the environment we're in, that it's never going to be easy, and it's not designed to be easy. So to sit here and think that our women are going to make our lives easy, we're going to be way behind. And a lot of black men, regardless of, hold on, finish. Once they're not going to realize this until they're older. But when they're older, they're going to start keep a point finger say it's a woman's fault. And don't understand, say, it was never supposed to ease for you for a second. But if you're doing this by yourself, like a lone wolf, instead of working with the other like-minded brothers to get real shit done, then all your complaints will be lessened. Now, it's really about to say something.
This is why I asked for specifics. You're gonna have to let me know, right? Let us know. Let the rest of the uninformed class know. Which women was it that made all these choices? Like
you left, you know.
Please.
Come on, get out. Come on.
Man, this is some crazy. You gotta answer. Do you really want me to go back all the way back in time, brother?
Specificity, please.
Let's go ahead and talk about the Gud tribe back in West Africa, back when the European merchants used to marry into the Gud tribe.
You know what's funny about that? When the Dutch slave trade was happening on the west coast of Africa, right?
You got the book, my nigga?
I got the book for that.
Oh, yeah, well,
if you really want to go back to that, man.
Okay, all right. Check this out, man. Let me say something.
You know what? I don't think that he realized that when the Dutch slave trade was happening on the west coast of Africa, those African women that were being literally sold into these arranged marriages with these Dutch merchants. That was still a male dominated controlled society.
Oh, okay. See, whenever it comes to the women being held accountable,
whoa, no, I'm talking about the Africans.
Go ahead. Yeah, let me.
Cirilla, can I say something? Now, let me say something, man. Let me explain something to you, man. Let me say something to you. Right. All right. Shit. All right. So I'm gonna come to you like this, right? Because I think we're getting confused on this thing, right?
Go ahead.
No, I think what you're stuck on is you're stuck on the symptoms and not the actual cause, right? Right. Okay. If a person is running around and they're coughing up phlegm, right, and they say I got bad lungs and I got cancer, you're like, oh man, that's messed up, right? And then if you sit down and you talk to them and you ask them, like, well, how did you get cancer, man? Like, did it run in your family or not? Nah, man, I was smoking these Newports for 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, that's your fault. You made a conscious decision to pick up that Newport and smoke it, right? What I'm basically getting at is, yes, there are women running around here and they've got a problem. We are not condoning the women that are just off cause and just fucked up and whatever, right? We're not condoning that. So I hope you understand that, right? Because I guess that's getting missed in translation. So I'm going to say,
It's kind of hard when you're trying to speak and you keep getting cut off. It's kind of hard to articulate. That's not your fault, but really know who I'm talking to.
I'm just saying is when you hear.
I haven't said a word until just now. I'm just saying.
I know. You know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, DeAndre. Go ahead.
But what I'm trying to say to you is we get into this dichotomy of when someone says something and they stick on this one point and they got to be accountable. Listen, women go with winners. They are a prize. They are a resource. You build a nation through women. You know why? Because you have people. People are a resource. Men do not birth people. They don't. They don't carry them for 9 months. They don't carry them for
prize.
Huh? Listen, let me explain something to you.
Go ahead.
When you go to war, right? Since you like to read history, you like to read books. They kill the men and they enslave the women and the children and they kill off the elderly. Why do they do that? They can breed out you by having sex with these women to make this new class of folk. Then these women will be in the environment like welfare, like we like to do the single mother shit, right? Like welfare. Then they don't need the men that is there to protect them. So you put a warfare on 3 fronts. It is a basic strategy of war.
Yes, I get
right?
that. We were bred
Okay,
here.
what are slaves? Slaves are a product and a resource of war, right? Okay, economic or just straight physical war, right? Why do you have marriages in a patriarchy? Why do the women's family have to pay a dowry, right? Why is that there? Because the man is taking on the responsibility, but the woman must give him a seed. She gives him a seed. He has control of the children. Until she births a seed, she's not worth anything. Why do you think women cry when they're not allowed, when they're not able to bear children? Because that is what defines them as women. That is what they're worth in. Why do you think women that don't have kids, all of a sudden at a certain age, they want to have a baby? They'll make the dumbest decision possible, getting with a dude that's derelict as fuck, just so they can have a baby, because that defines them as a woman, right?
Bingo. You
Right?
know, biological clock. That's what it is.
It's their nature. But as men, you need bodies. You need men. Do you know out of every one birth, that is a 1/3 chance that you will get a male? It is a 2/3 chance that you will get a woman, right? If you're getting something on a 2/3 chance, that is a resource, because guess what? Then I got 2 women, so now I got a double chance to get a male heir, but I got a 4 times chance to get another woman.
Okay.
Right? Now, the issue that we have here is we're miscommunicating something. The reason why we're all in this same conundrum, the women. Well, if the women weren't the resource, why are we talking about them so goddamn much?
Because
they must be. Because if you get your women in check, then everything else is in check. Because while you're off the raise war and to conquer, they have to cultivate the kingdom and teach the youngins. Because the first teacher of a man or a woman is a woman because they stay in the womb for 9 months.
That's correct.
Right?
Can I say something? Let me say this. One thing, when did you read that whole entire book? I just got the book a year ago.
I'm halfway through it, man. But go
All right,
ahead.
this is my recommendation. I don't know if you highlight any piece. Reread back chapter 1 and the setup.
Okay.
It talks about the relationship between these invaders or these foreigners into the kingdom of Africa. Because remind you, like Serena said, and what I discovered reading the first chapter or the setup introduction, they cannot do nothing without the authority of the men of that group. But this is a thing that slipped by to a lot of people that keep reiterating this.
Who do you think? Who do you think was the one selling these women to these merchants? Well, you thought
Black
it was other women?
kings.
No, it was fucking dudes, man.
Dudes, yeah. Yeah. And one thing I want to say, guys, before you go in, this is my thing when it regards to the young black men that will be in the future. And I'm gonna say this once, say this only once, and y'all guys could agree. We're all men here. I've concluded, and it comes to the point that a lot of young boys that is say being bred now in the society, they're gonna have to get off the titty. And I think the so-called younger the better. I would say around 7, 8, that they need to be around action men as soon as possible. Because now we're seeing an atmosphere of already antisocial males. And not only we are actually breeding more of these problematic dudes that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? If you think about it, really, even with the issue now with the pushing the initiative now, these are the same dudes that should be fighting because a lot of them, they've been bred and conditioned in the same social order, regardless of they're born from 2 parents. They don't have no understanding of manhood or man training, period. So they're going to do things out of character amongst other men. That's all I'm going to say. You could explain more on this and all that shit.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. See, that's
we're discussing one of the facets of the Great Faulkner Initiative, man. And somehow becomes a conversation. These women's, though, man, like that is the completely wrong mental framework to even be in.
Mm-hmm.
That's my problem because it's always the problem. I get tired of hearing all these excuses on how black men are we're the architects of our destruction. I mean, that's all I hear. Black men, it's always our fault. It's always our fault. It's always our fault.
Okay, I'll put it this way. Right?
Yeah.
How far back in time do you want to go?
Hey, it's up to you, man. Go for it.
How far back in time do you want to go?
Name a time frame. Go ahead.
Give me a time frame where you think that black men in general were completely blameless and without culpability in any other fucking shit that has happened to them since they've been in this country. Name me a time period.
I never said we were blameless. What I'm saying is that the preponderance of the blame is going towards brothers, and that's entirely not the case. If you even take our inception in this country, because we have an ethnogenesis here, so we were all created. I go back to what I said before. Black women were never really women. They were.
Are you going to go back to the plantation?
We can go back to when we.
Listen to the plantation. Okay, you are a man, right? And men are responsible for the defense of said community or tribe. And if your entire motherfucking tribe or community ends up on a fucking plantation, whose fault do you think that's supposed to be?
Let's go to no, because I was trying to.
No. See, I was trying to have it both ways. Where that's not our responsibility. Yes, you are the architect of your own destruction. Unfortunately,
that's not the case. If we were bred here, that's why I kept saying ethnogenesis. I'm not
responsible. If you were bred here, wait. If you were bred here, then you can't get mad when a woman says you're dominated. Because you were bred, animals are bred. You dominate animals. You breed animals like pit bulls. Pit bulls are dominated.
Well, she was dominated too. We both dominated. They were made to be concubines. They were made to be concubines from the get-go.
Well, let me say this, man. Let me step in for a second. All right, check this out. All right, I'm a pragmatist, man, and I'm gonna tell you straight up why I'm a pragmatist, right?
Go ahead.
There are winners and losers in war. Okay? All right? When you go to war, if you are running up on the women, then that means you already slaughtered the men.
That's correct.
Right? So if the women are underhealed and they're being bred and they're breeding out these men that over time, right, have been devalued and whatever, and all this other stuff, right? And you have switched the paradigm of the natural order of things, right? Then both have been dominated because out of the loins of this woman, right? And you know what I'm saying? And out of this bred state, everybody's dominated. Now, where you get caught up into this thing because you want a break. You want to take a break. You want to take a break. You're tired, right? You're tired of looking on social media. You're tired of looking and seeing black women being uplifted and all this other stuff and the feminist movement, and they're taking this. And then when you go to do anything, that's what you're supposed to do.
I don't have a problem with them being uplifted. I have no issue with that.
I'm just saying. But when you look on the other segment, black men ain't shit. This, and this. You're dominated. Listen, man.
You get cheated on, and your girl goes out and lies and says she's a victim of domestic violence, even though you got recordings proving that's not true. Well, and society still takes her position, you know. And if I had put myself in a situation where she could illegally fuck me over, the courts are going to side with her, regardless of the fact. So you have 60 years of a court system that will
more than that.
Go ahead.
More than that. I'm gonna tell you what it really is, right? Like I said, black people are the canary in the coal mine, right? Okay. Do you realize that feminism gets a major push after every war? Do you understand that?
I know that.
You know why that is? Because you can't have these well-trained, well-organized killers coming back home and you telling them what to do, and they coming after you because you the man. So you use the women as what? As a shield, because they went to war in the first place to protect what? The women and the children, right?
That's
right.
That's
so basically, it's like Caesar coming back to Rome and they close the gates on him. Right. And the legal system is Caesar in the Senate, but the first person to put the knife in his back is his buddy. And you know who the buddy is? It's other men, but it's weaker men, right? So let me give you a perfect example. Women wouldn't have feminism if weaker men didn't grasp for power by using those women as a tool to get into power while the other men were all fighting the battles. Do you get that? You understand?
I don't think I'm following that.
Okay, so let me put you in a perfect example, right?
Go ahead.
If you're stronger, faster, more organized men are going over to another country to fight.
Right.
And when you leave and they're gone out of the community, the kingdom, right? The women are there to run the community as they see fit, but the men that are not fit for battle, that are the lower men, men on the totem.
The beta males.
Lower than that, because beta males actually assist the alpha males. They actually keep order while the alpha male goes and leads in the charge, right? So beta males get it wrong because they know how to defer, right? So you know what I mean? Like Michael Jordan's an alpha, but Scottie Pippen was a beta, but he kept the team together.
Yeah, that's true.
You see what I'm saying? So what you're talking about is you're talking about these D males, these delta males.
Delta males.
The derelicts, basically, of what you're saying.
Y'all need to kill me with that fucking word.
No, because but the reason why we use that word is because when you're in the military and you get charged with a crime, it's the catch-all, dereliction of duty. You knew what you're supposed to do when you didn't do it. So you're a derelict, right? So these men do what? They slide into these women because women need, and if they don't have a strong base, if they're not getting what they're getting, or if the man dies, now they have access to the women. Now the women need protection, right? So
you get your girl, right?
Exactly. So then when the man comes back, oh no, nigga, get out my house, like on Dead Presidents, right? But here's the problem: he don't have access to provide and protect. No. He can protect, but he can't provide. But the dude that was there is still there. So they get together while the other men are fighting, and they get the women. And you know what they start doing? Incentivizing shit. And that's what feminism is, because women outnumber men, right?
Is that, hey, hold on. Is that Arta Imore? Arta Forte? Go ahead. Keep going.
But women outnumber men, right? So if you allow women to do certain things and congregate under one umbrella, and they say they do a lot of other things.
I think the problem I'm having with your theory, and Jabroni actually pointed out, is that when you're talking, hold on real quick. When you're talking specifically about black men, we didn't choose to go to these wars for our own benefit of our own choosing. That's why Jabroni made that comment. That
we did because black men fought to go in the war. They wouldn't let black men go to war in the first place. And you know how I know this? Because my great grandfather was in World War II, and they wouldn't let him go to war, but he was a drill sergeant. Remember, the Tuskegee Airmen fought to fly in World War II. Yeah, remember, the Army and the military was the first ones to do desegregation. On a Navy ship, when I was in the Navy, you could only be a cook. You couldn't be nothing else. You could only serve. That's not a product of actually fighting in war. What type of war tactics are you want to learn by giving a nigga some fried eggs?
Well, they were afraid. They were afraid because remember, in war, if you look at war movies now and war documentaries, a lot of them white boys were scared out of their pissy minds.
They used to send brothers in the infantry.
When I was like, you know what the QRF did. Cerulean knows, Trey knows. Like, we were in the most dangerous fucking areas on rescue, reconnaissance, counterterrorism, you name it, we did it. We were like a SWAT team.
Yeah. The QRF.
Yeah, and this is I'm talking about this is after World War II. They wouldn't let niggas in during World War I. The Civil War, the only reason why they let black people in. No, you need to go do your research.
Brothers got drafted in World War I. That's why I know you're not telling the truth. They got drafted in the infantry in World War I.
Dude, infantry. Okay, so you in the infantry, but your ass is sitting in the camp the whole time serving the officers. Are you fighting a war?
Nigga, the Harlem Hellfighters. What are you talking about?
Dude, are you fighting a war? Are you dude, so why was black men fighting to get on the battlefront?
They were fighting to not be segregated. They didn't want to be segregated, but you had the Harlem Hellfighters got the worst of the worst back in the day. You're talking about the 90s, you're talking about World War I. They used to always put black men in those worst circumstances out there, basically cannon fodder. Black men have always been cannon fodder for the past conflict in America. That's not brothers weren't sitting there just cooking all the time. Now they weren't allowed to be intel or some other higher position.
Listen what I'm trying to tell you, right? Let me break this down for you, right? Let me break this down for you, right? Let me break this down for you. Civil War. Black men, until the later part of the war, even though they enlisted, was not allowed to fight.
Not in the Confederate Army, no. In the Unions, they could fight in the
Unions. Even in the Unions, not until the latter part of the Civil War.
I'm gonna need to see some data on that, bro. Because
you can go look it up. Not until the latter part of the Confederates wasn't having it, and that's why they lost.
No, the Confederates they weren't going to have it because they didn't want brothers holding weapons.
No, they.
Oh my God!
No, that's not what it was. Listen what I'm saying. You can't have your own place, bro. Listen what I'm trying to tell you, right? Black people have been fighting the segregation part. Black people not give a fuck about being segregated when they was in the military. They gave up. The only reason why they fought for desegregation because you can't go to war with no fucking resources.
Hold on, stop that point real quick because I just got laughed at. I made a point where I said that the Confederates didn't want brothers having weapons. That's one of the reasons why they didn't let them serve in the war. Y'all laughed at me. Why is that?
Look, you're trying to argue Dre down about black men. Black men have always fucking fought in this country to fight, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, part of one of Frederick Douglass's greatest speeches was about the black soldiers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that.
And how we shouldn't leave the endeavor of trying to free ourselves solely in the hands of white men or to white saviors.
Mm-hmm. I know that, but the point I'm arguing is that brothers have always fought. And we're actively recruited to take the most dangerous jobs in war. The point where you guys laughed at me was when I said that the Confederates, they did not want black soldiers because they didn't want brothers holding weapons. And I don't want to know why I got laughed at.
It's not that they didn't want them holding weapons, right? Because here's the thing. Here's the crazy part. A lot of those Confederates, before they was Confederates, they would take their field hand with their hounds, and they would go out and they would go hunting. Who was the tracker?
Go ahead, run that past me again.
Who was the tracker? The nigga. The nigga was the tracker, right? Right? The nigga was actually the shooter, right? And he would shoot. It would be 2 shots going off. It would be the master shooting, and it'd be the nigga shooting behind him, off to the side of him. And he said, "Sir, you shot that good, sir. Let me go get it for you, sir." But he the one that actually shot it. So that whole narrative, if they didn't want niggas having guns, that's not it. What it was is they had a gentleman's. Remember this. They went to the same war college, right? So the Confederates and the Union soldiers and generals had the same gentleman's thing. We will not let the coloreds on the battlefield. We do not want the coloreds killing another white man. The Confederates kept that gentleman's thing. The Union did not. You know why? Because they was having riots in New York with the Irish, because they was throwing the Irish bodies down south, right? Then they put the coloreds in there because they already was all in, and they had France and Spain in their motherfucking ass.
Hold on. Hey, is my screen sharing?
Yes.
Okay. There's a point. There's a point right here that I highlighted where they were talking about Confederate armies were nervous about having too many blacks marching with them as their Apache.
Oh, you want to share your screen? Oh, hold on. Charles gotta do it. Charles, you there?
Is he there?
Charles?
I think he's probably still taking a shower.
If it's there in the middle, are you using Firefox or Google?
I'm using Firefox. I'm using Chrome. If you can't fuck with it, because
trust me. If he shares it on and you try to do it, they might kick you off. Google Chrome.
I'm gonna cancel because I wanted to reference what I was talking about. But
we'll come back to it. But
because when I made the point about them being nervous about black folks having weapons, I'm looking at the Wikipedia article off the top of my head.
No, listen.
You're talking about the slave revolt. You're talking about black folks.
Wikipedia. Okay, all right.
Because that's right. That's the quickest. That's the quick. I mean, I can start quoting books if I wanted to, but at the top of the heated argument, I'm definitely going to go to the first source of Wikipedia. I mean, we can do all that, ad hominems and whatnot. But Wikipedia,
no. Let's check this out. I'm gonna say it like this.
Nobody has said an ad hominem
yet. I mean, because the source it's pulling from the Myth of the Lost Cause, which came out in 2015.
Wait. Nobody has said an ad hominem yet.
Oh, I'm just
but you did make an appeal. You just made an appeal to authority. Use Wikipedia,
brother. Okay, so we can do all that we want to, but my point on the whole slave revolt aspect of people fearing slave revolts, because we're talking about the Haitian Revolution. We're talking about the fact that we're in the midst of a war, the Civil War, primarily because of slavery. So of course, black slaves.
Oh, hold up! You said the Civil War was primarily because of what?
Of slavery, the right to hold slaves.
Oh my goodness!
The civil. All right, let me explain.
Oh my goodness! You're starting to sound like a No Child Left Behind victim.
Okay, Civil War have fucking ad hominem.
Let me come in here. All right, I'm half Haitian, so let me break it down to you. Let me explain something.
Okay,
right? They wasn't afraid of slave revolts, right? Slave revolts were happening, right? What was happening is that they had them under control. The South had too much wealth. The North was on the South titty, right? Lincoln even stated, if I can not abolish slavery and keep the Union together, I would. Remember?
I remember that quote. Yep.
Okay. You know why? Do you know why they said when they put the slavery thing up and it wasn't an economic thing? You know why that was a thing to key on? I'm going to tell you why. Because the English did it to the 13 colonies. So that whole Boston Tea Party shit, they abolished slavery in America first. You didn't know about that, did you?
A century ago. Why do you think America became America in 1776? See how it started to piece out, how the puzzle starts to formulate?
Right?
You get that?
So now do you know Now, so if that's a fact, right? If that's a fact, and guess what? This was right before the real kickoff of the Revolutionary War.
Revolutionary War, yeah.
The French was actually teaching with Benjamin Franklin, teaching American patriots how to be saboteurs or spies. The French were doing that. They was actually doing it. Why do you think the French gave America that disrespectful Statue of Liberty? The first one.
Talking about the one with the chick, the black chick, right?
With the chains on it.
Yeah, on her foot. Yeah.
On her foot, right? And then they sent it back and they gave them another one. But you know when that other one came? The other one came when they had to give up certain things. And the Louisiana Purchase came thereafter.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm basically trying to explain to you is that they just took out of the playbook. Okay, you got all this agriculture. You got slave labor. But slaves cost money. Slaves weren't cheap.
They sure weren't. They were like the cost.
They weren't cheap, right? So here's the thing. If you free the slaves, they're going to come north. They're going to work in these factories. But guess what? They are better. Listen, they can't read, but they can do the job better than any white man. And we can barely have to pay them, right? Then what do? We have the slaves. We got them up north, right? We build our class. We elevate the Irish and the Italians and the Dutch and everything. We elevate them up, right? The slaves sit at the bottom. They'll just be happy to have whatever they're going to have. Then in the South, it's sucked down and they got to come to the table. Why do you think they put up all these Southern monuments up? Because it was a concession. It was a gentleman's surrender. So to keep the South in line and to make sure that the South doesn't do it again, they had all these monuments and they allowed them to say, okay, well, you can do kind of whatever down in the South to the niggas, right? We don't care, right? But long as we keep the Union together. And next thing you know, what do you have? The railroad is built. But guess what? Guess who went west? Guess who was subsidized to go west? The Confederates, the old boys from the Confederate. They went west, right? They was the cowboys. They was the ranchers, right? They fought in that Mexican American war down in Texas to get Texas on that, right? They fought all the way over there. And then once they established the beachhead with these battle-hardened soldiers, not only fighting the Confederates or the Unions, but you don't even know they was fighting government-backed Native Americans that had slaves themselves that was promised certain things with these reservations and stuff, right? So they was throwing those bodies at them, the Seminoles and stuff. That's when you get the Buffalo Soldiers and all this other stuff. So this whole thing is all economic, right? It had nothing to do. Listen, if they could have kept the Union together and not abolished slavery, don't you think it would have been America's best interest to keep slavery going for another 150 years if they could? But they couldn't. They couldn't. So they had to get rid of slavery because if the South succeeded, the South was about to do deals with Spain. Think about it. Louisiana's in the South, right? Right? Texas, they speak Spanish. In Louisiana, they speak French and stuff, right? You don't say the French Quarter, right? Down in Georgia. Now you got Spanish being spoken in Florida, with swampland in Georgia, right? Close to the Caribbean. So if the South could have did all the agriculture with more land mass, and then the Spain and France could have set up a beachhead, they was working this shit on both ends.
Slavery was on its way out. Yeah, slavery.
Yeah. So slavery was just one of them things that they had to take off the table so they can keep America whole.
So why did the South want to branch off?
Because think about it like this: why am I paying you taxes up in the north and the capitals up there when we sending all our resources and you buy?
It's one word you could use:
Monday, exactly. Because
to keep and maintain a slave was more expensive than to keep and maintain machines.
And the cotton gin was
slavery was actually already like in its decline simply due to the fact that you had industrialization and America was trying to keep up with London.
Yep.
The steam engine, the coal-powered steam engine.
The rise of industrialization.
Slavery was already unsustainable.
And
Why do
guess
they
what?
keep it?
After the
Then
slaves,
why do they keep it when they establish a confederacy? Why do they keep slaves?
Because you got like everybody thinking every time you go down south, every piece of farmland or plantation was manned by a whole bunch of slaves, and that wasn't true, right? Maybe they might have had 1 or 2 slaves. They might have had the slaves that's been there for generations, and they were sharecropping because sharecropping is slavery. It's still slavery, right? So they kept it because they had all this land, but it was only the top 10% that had a whole bunch of slaves and had a big plantation. Everybody else was just working class Southern folk, white folk and black folk, right? See, a lot of things that they don't want you to know is there was a lot of free black folk running around the South during the time of slavery. There was a lot of white folk and black folk working with each other during the time of slavery. There was a lot of shit going on. Like Cerulean said, the industrialization and trying to keep up with London. Why do you think it's weird that right after slavery ended, all of a sudden they got a railroad being ran from Ohio over going west, right? How do you go from human slavery to the story of John Henry working on the railroad? Like, how does that happen that quick right after the Civil War? Oh, and to let you know, slavery didn't stop, right? Because the Chinese went in the fields after we left. The Chinese was working in the fields after we left, and the Chinese left because they wasn't getting paid, and they went to go work on the railroad. And then that's why they ended up in the West and in the industrial places.
The Chinese expanded the railroad. Black people were the ones putting down the underpinnings, the foundation for the railroad. For the Chinese guys.
The Chinese, think about it like this: when the black folk was working on the railroad, and you got this group of people that come in mass, right?
Chinese.
The Chinese, and they will work each other to the bone. And if a motherfucker die, they don't worry, boss. Don't worry. I bring in another. Okay. And he dies, and you just got to pay that one person, and everybody, ain't nobody else saying nothing.
Yeah.
Who you gonna go with? You gonna go with the big strapping black dude that can punch you in the face that's been working his whole life? Or you gonna go with the little short Chinaman with 100 of his little followers that's gonna serve you dinner, give you his little chicks and whatever, and you working to deal with him that's more amicable, and you ain't got to give him no rights. And he'll stay in his little hole and huff.
Then explain the foundation for the entire railroad. The Chinese didn't build the foundations of the railroad. The Chinese were working on the Trans-Pacific connections over in the West.
Over in the West, but how did you get to the West?
Black folks were built the railroads up till you got there, till you got to the West.
Where does West start? Where does West start?
That's a good question, actually. That's actually a good question.
Because the West doesn't start until they revenge the Battle of Little Bighorn.
Yeah, you can start talking.
Until you get past Yosemite and the gold rush happens, the West don't actually start.
Okay.
Right? So black people was already off the railroad by then.
You know what? I just realized something.
Foundation, though.
Yeah,
we are going.
I didn't say, but I'm saying who replaced them and who benefited, right?
Okay.
Listen. What I'm saying like this: when dudes be saying this, go to Africa and shit like this. I'm as an American as a white person walking. I'm as American as any other American person walking.
Okay,
right?
I'm not making it go back to Africa.
Yeah. Fuck that shit. I like toilets.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I like.
I don't give a damn about Africa. So let's make that clear.
Yeah, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying in general, black people are the foundation of America. If you're the foundation, what do you do when you make a foundation? You beat on gravel, you grind it down, you make it powdered form, you wet it. It's the mortar. But guess what? When you walk into the house, nobody says, nigga, that's a mighty good foundation you got there.
No.
Look at that goddamn mortar in between them rocks. Nobody says that. Everybody looks at the house and say, this is a beautiful house. This is what I'm trying to say is, if our women are fucked up, then the men are the foundation of our society and our culture. And if we failed in whatever way, whether it's our fault, but we inherited the debt, we fucked it up, right? Men do not want to live in a patriarchy. Do you know?
So how can you blame men for going SYSBM?
Well, here's another thing. Save yourself, black man, is not to save yourself and run away from your community. It's to save yourself so you come back and save it.
I don't have to deal with disrespectful women. Fuck that.
No. Dude. Look. We back on the women again. Check this out. If there are 2 times, well, actually for a black man, because we're a minority, a black American man, there are 4 times, sometimes in some places 6 to 7 times the amount of black women to black men. Then you take the amount of other women in America. I'm just talking about America, right? If you take other women where white women are the majority in America, right? Or you go to your Latinos and whatever, then you don't have to worry about a disrespectful woman. But here's the issue. We say over here in the regime is what you do, not who you screw for your fucking community, right? So what that means is a lot of brothers are leaving or they're going to get resources. When I look at the African community, nobody gives a fuck if Nungutu is over here beating down this European chick or fucking this Japanese chick. But you know what Nungutu do? He send money back home to Africa to build that fucking community. The problem that people have with the SYSBM narrative is niggas is leaving and they ain't trying to help build the community.
We don't owe the community
any way possible.
We don't owe the community shit, especially when this community defames and disrespects the fuck out of the top 10 black men that are educated.
Listen, guess what? Hold on. I got this wrong. Check this out. Listen. I got. See this me right here. I got this. I got this. I'm jumping.
Jump on me.
Okay, check this out.
Who didn't give you a pony?
Who was it that didn't give you a pony?
Hold on. One at a time.
I got it. So check this out, man. I'm 39 years old. I have not lived in the United States of America for damn near almost 20 years.
Okay.
Right? So at 20 years of age, my ass was gone.
Okay.
Out the motherfucking door. Right? You can't get more SYSBM than that.
Passport bros. Go ahead.
Gone, right? I was gone. But guess what? I realized something.
What's up?
You as a man is not going to get any respect from no other group of men fully and be looked as an equal if you don't have your community behind you with the same type of respect.
You already don't get respect.
This is the thing. Right? So what that means is it means nothing if I can't at least one give some information, because information and knowledge is helping your community. Positive, truthful information, right? Investing time and resources to build up some stuff, right? Okay, your women are not treating you well. What type of women are you dealing with? What is this? What is that? Do you find women in your airspace? Do high value men like whores? Yes, they do. Okay, that's one thing, right? Let's get, when you get money and power, you have a plethora of whores, but it's hard to find a woman to walk step for step, right? You got to pull some other shit, right? What I'm basically trying to tell you, fam, is this. Women are women, regardless, right? But if you are on what you're doing, like you're getting your qualifications, your certifications, you will be in a higher airspace. If by proxy you happen to be with another race of woman, speaking from a dude that's married to a woman, there's another race of woman, just saying, right? But I do this if I'm not dealing with black women in that relationship space, I have no reason to say anything about them because I'm not dating them. The only thing that I can tell you, because I don't have the experience no more, I'm not dealing with them no more.
You were raised by them, you suffer from their propaganda. That's definitely not true.
Look, check this out. You can suffer from whatever.
You know what? I'll feel like this, right? All men across all demographics are required to build for their community, right?
Yeah.
This is a fact. This is something that you can't escape as a fucking man. All right. I'll put it this way. Your president because as I know you like this few conservative talking points. Your president, Donald Trump, right?
Oh, now I'm a conservative. I didn't know I was a conservative, but okay.
I mean, you're spewing like Southern strategy era nonsense at me. So, I'm guessing Trump is your guy, or maybe your favorite president might have been, I don't know, Reagan or Nixon.
That's what Hobbin was playing. I'm not a Republican.
All of them are corrupt. It doesn't matter. A Democrat.
What I'm saying is this, right? It doesn't matter what demographic you belong to. That is what your requirement is as a man. It's part of the burden of performance that men have. It's something that men across all demographics share. Right? Whether people in your own fucking community like you or not. And as I said, Donald Trump, prime example. Motherfuckers in his own community disrespect him on a daily basis. Call him a fucking idiot. You're idiot in chief. Yada yada yada. But guess what? Does that stop him from fucking meeting the burden of performance?
Your economics are getting gutted.
I didn't ask about all of this other stuff. Does that stop him from having to do what is necessary for his community?
No, he's doing it for America. That's the job that he took.
Whoa. Before he was doing it for America, who was he doing it for then?
Doing it for his own brand, his own family name.
For his own brand, that does it for what? Trump is marketed to who? For whom?
For the white folks. You talking about the housing?
Wait. For white folks, and white folks, that means what? For his community, right?
Taxes. I mean, it's whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's a community, bro. Like, listen,
I'm not required to build shit for women who.
He's just doing it for himself. The Trump brand can stand on its own without the community to support it, right?
Yeah, like I'm gonna say it like this. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You come from a 2-parent household. You got sisters, right? Mm-hmm. That is a community in itself. A family is a community, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your job as a man to move your DNA into the next generation is to build your next community. If you don't like, I'm gonna say it again, like what you see in the community, no one is saying I do not waste time. I do not negotiate with terrorists, right? I don't got the time nor the place for it, right?
And the Queens are pretty good goddamn terrorists. The Queens and their little beta male followers.
I don't listen. Listen, I guess I got bigger. I done got to a level where I got to deal with white supremacy directly in the face. So I don't listen. I don't. You elevate once you, and I know you've seen this where you at, where you work at, what you're doing, because you've talked about this, right? The higher that you elevate, and you get to the point where you get into that point where you become the patriarch. Because if you have a father and you have these views and stuff like this, and you can see this, then you was raised with a father that had to say so in there, and those are your stances. So if that's the case, then you build your community, so forth and so have you. But here's the caveat, right? Here's the caveat to that. We are responsible for what we say and how we say it. If I am about the building of black men, I'm more of on a travel tip, but I'm talking about responsible travel, not we going over there to fuck bitches, dirty foot bitches for money. We're going to give them some money. We're going to buy some stoves. We're going to give them some bunk beds. We're going to give them some Whirlpool. We're going to put some solar on the goddamn
stove for them. Stove
changer. You know what I'm saying? We're going to put some huts up, and then we're going to come back to America, and we're going to drive our community into the dirt on a fucking 24-hour fucking live stream, rinse and repeat. But we're going to upbuild the dirty, derelict, dirty foot bitches of another country. But the difference between them and the ones that are in your country is those men have control of their community, even though it's dirty foot. So it has really nothing to do with that. It's that because they protect and they provide something. Because the second that you don't pay that dirty foot Maria, old Hefe is coming with the machete, and you're gonna leave. Something's gonna be left there that you wanted to leave with, right?
Man, I'm glad you brought up the fact that the men in third world countries have control of their communities, because that's actually funny. Because the strag or the chick that's out here on some hoe shit is clearly identified in those countries, whereas over here you got WAP, wet ass pussy. You can't tell these women what to do because of feminism. How dare you? You know, they'll use the court system to gut your economics. Black men are seen as beasts.
Okay, you know that's an interesting point. Can't tell these women what to do. You think getting a passport? You think you're going to be able to go to another country and tell those women what to do as a foreigner?
Have you done that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question.
If you want to get Afro Latina woman, you get your passport, you take your ass over to Afro Latina country. You think you're going to be able to tell those women what to do? Yeah, I want you to try it in a place like Bolivia, or Honduras, Nicaragua.
The blackest,
not Nicaragua, Nicaragua. Nicaragua, where you can find yourself getting the foot cut off.
That's not going to change the fact though that you can't build a community with women that will not listen.
Wait. So even if you went to a first world country, you think you're going to be able to tell those women in a first world country what to do?
We're already in a first world country. We can't even tell our quote unquote own women because black women were never our women to begin with.
Wait. Hold on. Do you? So okay, even the fact that we're in a first world country, name me a group of women you could tell something to do, that you could tell what to do to.
Any woman that's agreeing to take your hand in marriage. Any woman that's agreeing to take your hand in marriage.
Tell that to Tiger Woods. Tell that to who's the guy that just recently get
Scottie Pippen, Dr. Dre,
Scottie Pippen.
Bezos.
Wait. Any woman that decided to take your hand in marriage, Jeff Bezos, richest motherfucker.
All right, so at this point,
not so rich anymore.
Well, at this point, the answer is that black men should go big time.
Name me a group of women you could go to and be able to tell them what to do just right off the bat, just because you are who you are.
I'm just saying that's the whole idea. No.
I don't think it. Okay, you earlier you told me that you're not respected, because these black women and yada 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 yada, and these black women's this, black women's that. Name me a group of women you can go to and get all of the things that you don't get from these black women's. Just name me that group.
How come I got too many examples of brothers who have married out and their women cooperate with their agendas? I mean that's what SYSBM is about.
Okay,
there's too many brothers out here who date out.
Let me explain something to you.
We don't owe shit to black women. They've separated from us politically a long time ago.
Okay, check this out.
Wait. You said you don't owe shit to black women, but you think black women owe something to you.
They clearly know. They've already politically divested from us. They've already said that. They've already done. Black men have built Black Wall Street. We built Rosewood. We built a shit ton of.
Okay, all right. Wait.
Like history.
Wait. You can't use Nope, you can't use Black Wall Street because you are not those group of niggas.
Yes, we are.
No, you're not. No, the fuck you're not, because the niggas that built Black Wall Street, you didn't hear them crying about bitches or what the women was doing.
You didn't have that culture.
No. Actually, because according to the literature that you're quoting, right, they were doing that back then. Remember, you told me your daddy from the 40s. Now, my pops is from the 42, but you told me that your daddy was from the 40s and the same shit was happening then. So you're not that group of niggas, right, that built Black Wall Street.
We're all Black American. That's our lineage. First of all, Black
Wall Street. You're not that group of niggas,
bro. Let me say this, and this is where we get into this thing, right? And I'm explaining to you, man. Like, okay. First of all, MGTOW was for white men complaining about fucking child support. Okay,
niggas, black men were the we were the
ones.
No.
It was started by white men. It's a white man talking point. That's why IPMOR was made, because when black men wanted to talk about what was going on in their community, the white men told them shut the fuck up.
Right,
and they separated themselves.
Well, black men came up with the concept. White men put a name on it.
No. Black men have been going through this shit since fucking slavery. Nobody gives a fuck what black people have to say, to the most part, unless it costs the whole money. So when white men start crying about shit, that's when people care, because you know what they follow that up with? They start shooting up schools and yoga studios.
Of course, that's what white men
Okay,
do.
okay. We don't do that as black men. We black men have been complaining. You know what a pool hall is for a black man? A complaint place. You know what a barbershop is? A complaint place, right? So right now we're just having discourse, we're just having conversation. What I'm basically saying is if you look at these MGTOWs, look at them. The ones that was in the foundation of MGTOW, if you look at them now, they got a woman.
Yeah, Artiforte's right.
Yeah, they got a woman, right? Look at this. They got fucked by the system. They got pissed. Then they come to this realization that, you know what? It was her fault, but it was my fault because I let her get away with this thing and I let it keep going. And because I wanted what I wanted and didn't get what I needed, that's why I'm in this situation. I let the system take advantage of me. No, look at the MGTOWs now. Look at them. Not the new ones. Not these dudes that never had a pack of pussy. Not these dudes that don't have no kids. These incels has infiltrated that movement. But look at the ones that laid down the foundation of the whole MGTOW anti-feminist movement type of the men's rights thing. That's actually about getting their kids. Actually, because if you look at these people that claim MGTOW now, they talk about pumping and dumping. Well, MGTOW was built on the whole thing of you taking away my kids. Well, guess what? Kids are the resource. Because whoever controls the kids controls the what? The wealth.
The future, the wealth too.
Right? Exactly, right? So why is that? So why was these MGTOW men talking about that? Well, they was talking about that because they wanted the children to raise the children, but you control the wealth. You control your children, you control your wealth. These new MGTOW 3.0s are all talking about because they're not chosen. Just like these new feminists. Right.
The reason why I brought up MGTOW was I'm saying that if we already know that black men we do not naturally get the respect by our women because they've already politically divested from us.
Okay, wait.
Let me finish. Goddamn, you do this shit all the fucking time, dude. It's frustrating, nigga. I'm just goddamn, nigga. You can't finish your point, man. You do this all the time. You let somebody speak, nigga.
Hold up, everybody. Hold up. Chill. Hold up. Let me speak.
Go ahead.
Y'all having a good conversation. We're gonna do this one at a fucking time.
Yeah.
All right. We're a bunch of men. We ain't a bunch of bitches up in here. We're orderly. God damn.
Yeah.
All right. Continue.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is essentially when we have the history, we've already seen the fact that black women have politically divested themselves from black men. They don't respect black men. They don't respect the top 10% or whatever or whatnot. On top of the fact that when we understand the way we were bred here because of slavery, we know that black men were bred to be bucks and black women were bred to be concubines. That's an absolute fact. So when we understand that, it goes back to the point that black women were never really our women. We never, like, what did Dr. Claude Anderson say? The black community has always been a bucket with a hole in it. So at the end of the day, there is no community really that we black men, if we want to go back and volunteer our time to the community, that's really a luxury. We don't have to fucking do that shit. We really don't.
And I'm gonna tell you what, I understand what you're saying, but then that goes back into that whole point of not accepting responsibility. Now, see, here's the thing, right? You don't have to be directly responsible, right? So I'm gonna give you a perfect thing about the dereliction of men, right? My son's friends, they're mixed, right? I live in Japan, right? It's a lot of mixed kids running around, half black Japanese kids running around. I live in the area, in the military area. It's a lot of mixed kids running around, right? My son's friends would come over the house all the time.
Yeah.
Right. And I didn't mind that. Right. And then, but one day, as a man, I said, well, shoot, if you coming over here all the time, let me introduce myself to your pops. Because on the Japanese side of things, right, that's what they do. Because you coming over, you have a little drink, you bring some beer over, say what's up. And, whatever they like to drink, you give a gift to the house for the man, right? Of course. So I went over to his house, right? And the mom answered the door. Right? I said, can I speak to the man in the house? Oh, no, there's no man here. Like, I'm a single mom. Okay. So out of his 10 half black Japanese friends, right?
Right.
Only 2 of them had they pops, and I knew they pops.
Okay.
Right? So that's 10, right? 10, that's 7 children, male and a female, in that group that he's hanging with. And the reason why they over my house, well, they over my house because I look like them. So now they getting to see what they pops is. So you know what I do? I say, well, fuck it. This ain't my fucking responsibility. You know, extradite them niggas to the east. No, what I do is I start having training sessions. I start teaching them their culture and understanding. This ain't my job, but it is my job because someone failed somewhere along the lines. Now, I don't gotta have nothing to do with that woman because I got my own woman. But what I can do is make sure the next generation of kids understand who they are, man up, and be who they are. Now, what this does for me is now I get the respect and admiration from the children, but you know what I also get? The women in the goddamn community start to come around and give me that respect. You know who gets the most pussy and the people that's subservient? Because if black women didn't respect black men, they wouldn't be in a black church.
The black church is kind of
No. But think about it. Black church has a black preacher. There's nothing but women in the church. I'm not saying you go to church.
If the black male preacher says some shit the women don't agree with, he's gonna get kicked out the fucking.
No. Look, the black male preacher can say.
I'm gonna say this real quick.
Go ahead.
See, black women know if that black preacher say something he doesn't like, you know what a lot of the women will do?
What?
Most of them will sit there and take it.
Yes.
Shit.
You know why?
You know why?
Because
you know how we know Tino? You know how we know Tino? Because Bishop Eddie Long.
Look at anybody from Baltimore. No, whatchamacallit? What's his name?
Damn. What's up? Which one? AME?
What's the
AME?
I'm about to say,
no, the one who tried to say the one who was showing his ass on the Freddie Gray rides.
Oh Lord,
what are you talking about? I know you're talking about
Jamal Bryant.
Jamal Bryant was.
Look at Jamal Bryant. Jamal Bryant cheated on his wife so many damn times, had his mistresses in the front row, and do black women still respect him?
What was his message though? Because Eddie Longstreet preached prosperity gospel. It was along
with even if you're wrong or you don't, or you tell women that they got to get in line, guess what they're gonna do?
Eddie Long
even TD Jake said, "Don't go preaching what I say to your husband." Directly to the women, and do those women, and are those women still there?
Yeah, because Arthur Forte's got a good point, which is true, is that down with Dre, you know, you're in Japan, so of course they respect patriarchal authority down in Japan.
Oh boy, y'all niggas act like I ain't never lived in the States or something. Like I like when niggas say that, and what I'm trying to do is if I'm in a place where they respect patriarchal authority, and if your women are not respecting you, then you want patriarchal authority. Then why would you take advice from a person that's a failure instead of telling you from a person that's in a successful system to tell you this is what you need to do? Japanese men do not concern themselves with women. They concern themselves with competing up against other groups of men. But here's the other thing. When a Japanese man fucks up, when he causes his family peril, financial peril or hardship, you know what
that train on time?
He catch that train with his face because his debt is wiped with his suicide. It's called an honorable death. Ain't none of you niggas ready for that because you are sacrificing the fucking community. You don't want a patriarchy. Niggas are non-binary. They want to be women and they want to be men, but they just want the best shit out of being a man and a fucking woman.
But Gino,
methodite. That's what I'm hearing, and this shit is fucking getting annoying.
I got 15 years of community work under my belt, brother. So that's what stuff you're saying.
So what that means
I'm
is
mentoring a young black kid right now. Matter of fact, here in Houston.
Then guess what? If you're mentoring these young black children, right, and this is what you're doing, right, but if they turn on YouTube and this young black boy is sitting here and he's sitting here hearing you saying black women ain't shit, black women ain't shit, and they coming into this into his mental state, and you're his mentor, right? You're his mentor. which we have to understand is we got to watch our verbiage.
I don't even have to do all that because he's in a situation right now where he's already seeing this shit. He can't.
Well, he's already seeing it. But what you have to do is, as a man, right? And you're right. Men need to get children at 6 and 7 years of age, right? What you have to do is you have to say, look. This is fucked up. This is an individual thing that's happening. You may not understand what's happening, but I'm gonna tell you, this deals with policy.
It's not individual.
I'm here to help
you. Haven't been in America in 20 years. Is that what you said?
Okay. Listen. So SYSBM, you want to travel, but when the nigga that's traveling is tell you something. So I ain't been in America for 20 fucking years. America has not changed in 400 fucking years. So it doesn't matter which year it is. It's still fucking America. Is that not correct? Matter of fact, America's so much of a bully that the country that I'm in that y'all love, they got 7 fucking bases over here telling these motherfuckers what they can and cannot do to defend their own country.
I know.
So what about that? So for all the niggas that's in the chat, they got something to say. He can bring his ass up here and we can have a conversation.
I'm talking. I'm right here, man.
No, not you. Whoever said whatever they said, because I'm not looking at the chat.
Yeah.
You know
I mean, that's a good point, but that's an argument that I would make.
Yeah, because niggas want to be overseas, but when a nigga overseas bring you the facts, now you want to jump back to being your fucking trick bag, so you don't want to get to the point of solution, or you just up here trying to get through your therapy instead of going to see a therapist.
And wait a minute, man.
Everybody loves circles. Everybody loves circles. We don't make mistakes. We make pretty problems. Everybody loves circles.
Didn't make mistakes.
We don't want
that's the problem. I never said black men didn't.
No, I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about the peanut gallery.
Well, talk to me. Talk to me, because that peanut. I paired to that point because that was a point that I was going to make. Talk to me.
Yeah, I ain't been in America in 20 years. But let me ask you a question, right? So if I ain't been in America in 20 years, and I am telling you, there is no escape for you niggas unless you take hold of what you got in America. Because guess what? I live in Japan. That's cool. I live here for almost 20 years, right? But guess what? If somebody in Japanese Congress decides all foreigners got to go, and they've done this to white folk in history, we've seen it, right?
Yes, that's true.
Right? So where does my black ass got to go? Back to America. Right? So if I go back to America and I don't have a community to go back to, then all the things that I've built up and all the wealth that I've had goes where? Poof, into the motherfucking wind. Right? So you need a community. You still need it. We are human beings. Rugged individualism does not work at all.
I agree with
Period. End of story. So I understand.
Humans are social creatures at their core. I agree with that. A problem.
Okay.
Wait, Dre, do you say rugged individual does not work? You telling this young dude this, and he is black hearing this?
No, it doesn't work at all. Because what happens is, especially for black folk, especially for black folk, for black folk, it does not work at all. And I'm gonna tell you this: your community doesn't need to be a whole nation of motherfuckers. Only thing a community has to be is a core group of individual people that's bringing their perspectives and their resources to the table. And over a generation, you will grow that and build that up. Nobody wants to be the foundation on shit.
I don't think the argument is
no, Dre. They want this magical respect without having sacrificed anything, right? No sweat equity. They don't want to put in any work. It's like they should just be respected off the top, because I got this fucking degree, and I should be respected for.
Yeah, that's what it is. And let me say something.
If you had to go through the rigors of academia along with racism on top of that, because the doctor who was on here before, the green gorilla, the G with the PhD, you have to get. I'm not saying that a person with a degree
one of American history's greatest and most renowned professorial authors on Black culture. E. Franklin Frazier, even he could not escape the great American trick bag. Even he got his nigga wake up call. Even he was hated by his own fucking community. And yet, he still had to meet the burden of performance for Black people. That's why in E. Franklin Frazier's later years, he actually went back on a lot of the shit that he was saying about the black community. Why? Because he was well aware that it had an ethnocentristic, especially a white ethnocentristic undertone to it.
The argument is not that black people don't need a community. That's not the argument I'm making. My argument is that black men need to make their own community. And
Whoa. Are you saying? Wait. Are you saying that black men have no community? See, because this is another one of those low self-esteem arguments
I'm making. I didn't make that argument.
You know what? Wait, because I'm gonna have to ask you.
I never made that argument.
Name me. So you're saying that there's no men in the black community?
I did not make that argument. You keep doing
No. Are you saying that black men don't belong in the black community?
You're creating strawman arguments, dude. What I said was that black men do not get black women have politically divested themselves.
You said that black men need to make their own community.
Absolutely. That's why.
And what I'm telling you is that black men have already done that. You're living in it.
Black women don't
unless you are telling me that you are going to meet. Wait. No. Unless you are telling me you are going to minimize the entirety of Black American history in this country. You're telling me that, you know what, fuck this community that, you know, black men kind of laid down all of the foundations for ever since, you know, post Reconstruction. And you're telling me black men need to make their own community. So you say you're basically giving up ownership of what black men have already fucking built. So you know what? You said, fuck those bodies, those same black bodies. No. Those same black bodies that fought every fucking war so they can have their own fucking community. Now you saying, fuck all of that. We need our own community separate from. So what you just told me, my nigga, what you just told me is that it's a lack of fucking leadership. That's what you told me. Is that the failure is not on the fucking women, but it's the failure of the leadership in the men.
So it's all the black man's fault. It's all the black man.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're trying to
Yes.
Hold on.
Wait. Hold up. How can you disagree with me when your very rhetoric tells you that it's the black man's fault?
No, it's not.
You're very weary. Single black mothers. Wait, no. We got to get into it, my Negro. How you going to tell me that it's not the black man's fault when your rhetoric tells you that it's the black man's fault? Single black mothers, that's the black man's fault.
No, it's not.
Yes, it absolutely is.
No,
you're going to sit there and tell me a welfare state, if another group of men can incentivize your women, that means there was a failure in the male leadership.
Well, don't raise your voice, man. Tone that shit down, bro.
Hey, hold on. Let me bring it in a little bit. Let me bring it in. All right,
hold on. Let me say this.
Everything that you have been saying, black women's this, black women's that. These are all black motherfucking problems. These are all problems created by black men. If it's single mother homes, right? If it's single mother homes, what's the missing element? The father. What's the original sin of all social decline? Abandonment. So you're telling me, yes, it is the black man's fault for not being there, for abandoning his family that leaves single mothers in the home, holding your fucking failure. And then you cry to me about you leaving the fucking job that you're supposed to be doing in the hands of the goddamn state. You're going to cry to me about the state doing your fucking job that you have been wholly subsidized to be a goddamn derelict all your fucking life. And then you're going to cry to me about this is a women's fault. This is the finger pointing shit. It is your fault. Your fault as a black man. Yes. You have created this problem.
Hold on, Cerulli. Hold on.
Christ, man. You keep
Hold on, Cerulli. We're gonna let Gino say his piece.
No, you can't sit here and come up with all these talking points that I did not say. I'm gonna go back to my basis of the fucking point. When you take the first generation of our ethnogenesis, after we were brought here in the slave trade, we were bred with different tribes, raped, whatever. When the first generation came through, was
that's still a black man's fault.
Let me fucking finish, man. God damn it. Yeah, I don't sit here and let you talk, scream at me, yell at me, talk to me all types of fucking way. You gonna let me finish this goddamn point? So what I was trying to say is that from the very beginning, when that first generation that was completely separate from Africa, and we became a brand new group of people, The black women were never our women from the get-go. The men were raised to be bucks and beasts of burden, and the women were always raised to be concubines. Unless they were ugly as hell, then they were sending their asses out to the fucking plantation, or if they were unruly, they were sent out to the plantation. Black women were never our women from the get-go.
Okay, so once again, you went back in time since our ethnogenesis. Here's what's the reality. In your ethnogenesis, it don't matter what society that you live in, whether you were a slave or whether you were a free man. Your ethnogenesis actually still begins with the men, because if you are the defensive arm of your community, and if your ethnogenesis put your ass on a plantation, guess what? That's still a failure on the fucking men.
No, it's not.
Still a failure on the men.
Cerulli, let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this.
Wait. Unless you're telling me that the Czechoslovakians are better than you as black men. Unless you're telling me that any of the Slavic cultures are better than you as black men. That's what you're telling me.
I have no clue what the Slavic.
So then, therefore, you are saying that the supremacy of whites is a real thing.
And that's not what I said.
Because with the Slavics, right? Mm-hmm. What do they call their land? Do they call it a motherland or a fatherland?
Now, mind you, I don't know shit about Slavic history. So
is Slavic culture matriarchal or patriarchal?
I don't know.
They're patriarchal societies.
Patriarchal society. Go ahead.
Even your ethnogenesis as a slave, because of what a man's role is, it is in your DNA that still puts you at fault for not getting your motherfucking people off the plantation a lot earlier than Reconstruction.
No, I can't agree with that, bro. Well, you were bred to be a beast.
Oh yes, I know. It's a hard fucking truth to accept that a good majority of us just come from fucking mentally weak lineage.
When old girl came in here and said
that come from a lineage of cowardice. I know it fucking hurts. It hurts to fucking hear that shit.
No, I mean, it doesn't hurt.
It was only because of the black man's fucking cowardice and lack of leadership that he stayed on the fucking plantation, and his whole community stayed on the fucking plantation with him for as long as they did.
When homegirl hopped on this panel and said that we were down with black men were dominated, I actually didn't disagree with her, because in actuality, black men and black women, because of our creation, we were both down.
So, okay, name me one specific group out of black men and black women. Name me one specific group that makes the fucking decisions.
You tell me, brother. Again.
No, you because this whole time you've been telling me that women make all the decisions.
Hold on, I heard different views. So yeah, when you take into account the first generation of people that were disconnected from Africa, again, we were bred to be chattel, so we had no control over our community.
Wait. So if we were raised to be chattel, we were raised to be chattel, but somehow it's the women's fault because fuck these bitches. That's what you've been saying to me the whole fucking night.
That's not what I said entirely. What I said is that what I've been telling you is that black women have never been our women. So when
black women have always that's the problem. Black women have always been your women.
No, they have not. No, they have not.
Black women have always been your women. Just because you were fucking conquered, just because you were conquered and they decided to rape her over your dead body, doesn't mean that she's any less yours.
No, she was never our women, bro. When you're bred into chattel.
I know you like to have the. I know you guys like to have the. Well, we were spotless and blameless and all of this. No, yes, it's all the black. Look, it's all the black man's fault. That's reality. That is what it is.
I have no problem with black men being assigned some blame, but that's the problem. Black women
assigned some blame. You're assigned all of it. Name me a group of men that does not take the blame for its own fucking community.
Well,
name me that group of men. Because if you're telling me the black man would be the first throughout all of history, all of human history, to be the only ones that are only partly blamed for the destruction of their own community.
If you want black men to take that responsibility, then you can't get mad when black men are going to leave and go take their responsibility and get some authority.
No. See, that's. Look, I'm not. This is where you are misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not mad at black men leaving to go wherever the fuck they're gonna go.
As we should.
What pisses me off is that black men say they're gonna fucking leave, they don't go anywhere, and then they complain about the shit as if they're not already in the fucking condition that they're in. You can't sit there and tell me you're gonna fucking go somewhere, and I still hear about your fucking problems in the fucking place that you're complaining about.
You said you had a list.
Because see, I grew up in a time where men fixed problems in their communities.
Okay.
Whereas you are telling me that you're gonna go somewhere else, but every time I ask, well, where you fucking going? Yo, you're not going anywhere. You're just staying the fuck here, complaining about shit you don't want to lift a finger to fix. That's what pisses me off. Because
calm down.
Hold on, real quick. He hates his mama. Actually, my mom and I are very close. Hey, B, my mother actually agrees.
I'm sure you are.
My mother agrees with my talking point.
Let's before we get to divulge into some craziness. Check this out. Check this out.
I'm the civil guy here.
Listen. Check this out, right? And I'm gonna just say this.
I got my face on camera, so I ain't tripping.
No. I'm saying no. And this is facts, right? And this is what I'm saying. And this is why we refer back to history. And I'm talking about warfare, right? Mm-hmm. That's why I say warfare, right? Because warfare works. Because if warfare didn't work, they wouldn't do it. You know, it's like steroids. It works, right? It works, right? Mm-hmm. So the reason why it's the fault of the men, right? Now you got to understand something. You're right that the black men have been bred like bucks and black women been concubines and shit like that, right? Okay, all right. But it is the fault of the men. Why was Haiti the only successful country in modern, post-Victorian history to actually be successful with a slave revolt? Is because the men decided to grab their machetes and what they have and go kill every white person on that island, children included. They didn't send the women to do it, right? And then, remember, Napoleon was the emperor. He was running Rapshaw. He sent his armada and got turned back by a black man and some former slaves, right? He trained up some men, right? They didn't leave the community and then come back, right? And this was Dessalines. Now, why did Haiti fall? Because black men at the same time will be their own triumph and downfall. They came together and they ambushed them from some Spanish ducats, right?
They murdered Dessalines.
And ever since, Haiti's been on some fuck shit. I'm half Haitian. I know my fucking history. Right? So this is why I'm saying this. If the men, it's becoming on a community. I understand how you feel about the women. I get what you're saying about the women. There's no denying it. This is what it is. Not all women, right? Now we gotta break this down, right? Because I can even agree with you if you break it down to a science. Yes, we have debauchery going on. There's some fuckery going on. And the women, not all, some, right? Because there's women running around doing what they're supposed to do. There's women playing their part. There's women that respect black men. We got a lot of them running around YouTube. So you can't say
how come they don't check the ones that are participating?
Hold on. Let me answer that real quick. Remember when Captain Bidwinch came in?
Oh yeah.
And guess what? The only reason I jumped in it because I didn't like the way she was going. She just bluntly disrespected my guests.
Yeah, she
the women, both Nicole Ali and Melanie, was about to jump in her ass.
Yeah. But even
and that's in real time.
But even Nicole Ali would tell you there's an issue when it comes to the sisterhood. I mean, shit.
Well, that's not.
I keep hearing.
She will tell you that. But guess what? Nicole Ali will also tell you she doesn't want a weak man either.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. You can't sit here and say that there's got to be accountability in both sides.
There's a balance. You got to realize.
But black men have
on my chat, I put on there that there has to be a balance between men and women.
Right, but you can't sit here and say that there has to be accountability on both sides, but then blame everything on the black man.
No. See, what you're not understanding. What you're not understanding is that there's a process to things, right? There's a process to things. Yeah, there is accountability on both sides. The problem is you can't hold women accountable for shit when you don't have the fucking power to do so. You have to become the dominant group of fucking males first.
Well, who crazy?
First. Like I'm gonna give you example. Bro. I'm gonna give you example, bro, right?
Y'all fuck with my dinner. Go ahead.
No. But I'm gonna give you an example. In the animal kingdom, men, males, mammals, they jockey for position to get access to the women. Right? They don't get the women first, and then they jockey for position. The women won't even mate with them or pay them any attention until the best male has performed to the burden of performance and they've shown up. So what this means is if Nicole Ali and the other sister that was up here was going to let her have it, but this is Charles's space. He sets the precedence. So it's his job in this male space is to basically step in front. No, this is not going to happen. And he ejected her. What this round does is this gives women say, you know what? I don't have to be in that masculine feast. I don't have to do that. What this also does, it brings other women into the space and they understand that I need to follow this man's lead. And if I have my own panel, I will follow the lead of such man because he has the respect of what? Other men. And when Charles let her have it, every other man let him do what he did. All the women respected that. And they listen, Nicole's got who she's got, but submission is about leadership. He was leading, right? She came into this space. The sisterhood goes about that. The Nation of Islam, the reason why the women are able to check other women is because it's not other women, it's the leadership of the men. It's the leadership.
The protection of the men.
The men will tell the other women, this is what we expect of you. The women follow through with it. They do not get into certain things when it comes to women. They let the women deal with the women. They keep them in line. A woman is not going to listen to a man that can't check another man and keep him in and keep him accountable. We keep each other accountable. So if we have the burdens of respect and we keep each other accountable, then the women will follow likewise. And the women that don't want to do it, well, the curb is your friend. The curb.
I mean, that's why in military, that's why in actual like military organizations, if fraternity breaks down, your ability to fulfill a mission, it literally just fucking plummets.
Yeah, it's done. It's done.
See, this is the reason why I like panels like this. See, people think like, I love the differences of opinions because guess what? If everybody agrees to the same shit, you become stagnant.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with that. But my whole thing is like, we can't transpose a fact with an opinion, and you know,
here's the problem. Here's the problem. You can't do a goddamn thing about the women. As the environment sits right now, you couldn't do a goddamn thing about no group of women.
No, you can't. So that's why black men should go SYSBM.
Like,
but how you? Wait. Here's the problem with the SYSBM thing.
Your problem. Your problem.
No, it's the problem.
No, it's your problem.
Is that there was no. Okay, see. If it's my problem, then you should be able to answer the question. Name me a group of women that just gives you the fucking respect off top. Name me a group of women that these SYSBM niggas in quantity are just going to because they're known for just giving men respect off top. Name me that group. Go.
How come I can?
Okay, wait. See, no. See, if it's just my problem, right? If it's just my problem, you should be able to give me that group.
What can I answer your question?
Because you can't give me that group. It is the problem.
Hold on, Cerulean. Let him answer.
Jesus Christ, because I can sit here and tell you that every single brother that I know, SYSBM, we're not even claiming that label, that has another group of women, regardless if she's American or not black or outside the country. How come those women get on their agenda? How come they submit to those men's agenda? Because you
it's really quite simple, Gino. If I go to a third world country as a black American man, guess what? That bitch is gonna get down with my program as long as I got the American dollar.
Like, for example, one of my
bingo.
And that's why you see a lot of these SYSBM niggas. Where's their target location at? They're
Dominican
somewhere in the
Republic.
30-foot country.
Dominican Republican, South America. Do I have to keep going down the list?
What you won't hear these SYSBM niggas talking about is going to another first world country, like France or Germany.
I've actually had some good play in France, to be honest with you. And I've heard a lot of brothers go to Germany and really clean house with some of the German women. Now, I'm not married, so I can't use myself as an example, but I know a lot of cats who went to Germany, and they've been living in fucking absolute fucking peace and paradise.
I bet you they go through complete hell.
Listen,
motherfuckers, I see niggas falling for this shit all the time. The same way niggas used to fall for them fucking infomercials that'll have them buying fucking Carlton Sheets packages, right?
You always have a nightmare. I mean, I've heard of cases of brothers bringing in a chick over from overseas and she screws them over and gets a green card. I mean, there's going to be extremes in every example, but overall,
wait. Gino, do you know what branch of military Dre and I were in?
No. Your wife is my girlfriend, the Navy branch. When you leave for 6 months,
Army, so I know about Jody. But
yeah, no.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know why we can sit up here and say the SYSBM moniker is completely ludicrous?
I know a lot of cats who are professionals.
Ask me how many different countries do you think I've been to, and how many different ways I have seen this shit play out, whether it's a fucking first world country or a third world country.
All right, brother. Let me hit you with the Antonio Moore talking point. Where's the data? Let me see the data, brother. I'm gonna need to see some statistical. You just told me earlier you can't use an.
How many countries do you think I've been to?
You told me earlier in the stream I couldn't use a personal story, man. So where's the data at, player? I want to hear that.
We actually have data. In fact, I'll refer you to our esteemed Just DeAndre, who's been doing the Patriarchy series.
Yeah. You put that on your YouTube channel? Yeah.
Put your channel in the chat, Dre.
Subscribe to your channel because I'm subscribing to Cerulean's channel.
And put your channel in the chat, because you know what I might do this weekend.
The chat, yeah.
I might have a nice little cordial debate, and I'll play referee. SYBM, save yourself, black man, versus the opponents of SYBM. That's why, God damn it, save yourself. Like.
You know who'd be good? Get BGS, because BGS is more evolved than I am in this time. I want to see Cerulean and BGS go at it.
Shit, you about 3-4 years too late.
It's funny you keep saying that, but you might be disappointed at just how far aligned BGS and I might be.
Yeah,
because you gotta think about it. You gotta think about it. Him and BGS. That's how everybody joined together, is because of like BGS and streams.
Oh, where's the video? Hey, where's the video? I gotta see the video.
It's on BGS. Is when he did the Coliseums. Like, this is.
Hey, Gino, here's the funny part. BGS just released a stream with Cynthia G on it from June 18th. I'm like June 18th. June 2018. June 30th, 2018. I was on that. Cerulean was on that. Charles was on that. That's when Amiri over there. And Cynthia G came in. So you 2 years too late.
And you got to think about it. That's what I asked. That's the same time I asked personally. This is Cynthia G. Sweetheart, what's the opposite of a beta male cool? And shut her shit, and that's her downslope started.
You said
because
hey, bro, do you know that same year at the end of that year?
Go ahead.
Yeah. During that same year of late 2018, right? The next year it happened with her friend. And that's so it tells you when you brought that. Yo, I don't know what's special about you, Charles, but you have a distinct effect on women. I don't understand it.
We're not here to bash other content creators.
We're not here to bash her, but it's like we've actually spoke about these subjects
like years ago.
Like this is
all this shit, Gino, has actually been hammered out a long time ago. See, the only thing that's made it popular was that there was a certain sect of derelict Negro males that wanted to make a money play on it, and they tried to popularize it. Yeah. That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why it's gotten this much steam. But you know what? If you go back to some of those live streams from like 4 years ago, the Coliseum, and I'm the one that gave the Coliseum the name, the Coliseum.
Hold on. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm trying to
You'll find that a lot of this shit had already been put in the fucking grave 3-4 years ago.
And then on top of that, it was so tough to get on the Coliseum that people actually we ran people to fuck off once they talk dumb shit.
Yeah, I
literally.
Can't, I'm trying to find this 2018 video that y'all talk about June 30th.
It's in there because you gotta realize a lot of the stuff that's been taught. Hold on.
Go ahead. It's on BGS's channel, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me find it for you. I drop it for you.
See, I know you're kind of new to this. You're young fledgling in this.
Yeah, this is 2 years ago, man. This is hey Charles. Remember the famous? I had Obsidian in the trick bag, and he fucking asked the question and dodged his own question. You know what I'm saying? With the Wonder Woman bracelets,
the prom penguin.
You know what I'm saying? Remember he was deflecting with the Wonder Woman bracelets.
The prom penguin. Now the problem I'm having, because now we're not talking a question of fact, we're talking a question of opinion. Because the problem that I'm having is Cerulean is saying that even if you were bred, if we take the first generation of slaves that were fully bred and disassociated from Africa, it's still the black man's ultimate fault, because that's when we were created as a lineage, as beast of burden. And I firmly disagree with that. So that's going to be the point of contention.
No. The reason I'm saying this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the Hebrews of Egypt. Hebrews of Egypt, similar thing. Tongues taken away from them, bred in Egypt to be a slave class, right? See, at some point in time, right, you gotta take responsibility for your own destiny.
You do. So, if your bricks are not good,
but in the story of the Hebrews, there's a reason why you don't see a whole lot of blame shifting.
That's what's also,
Okay, fellas, I'm back.
Well, it's also, we're not sure if that's a fictional story.
As a matter of fact, we don't even have to go back that far. We could go back to China's 100 years of shame.
All right, we'll go with that, because you're talking about the Bible. People are going to argue about the mythology of the Bible, so I don't want to get into that.
Oh, Hebrews being slaves in Egypt, that's not even necessarily a Bible. That's actually anthropological fact, but you know.
Okay.
But it's no different than the Hebrews being slaves in Rome.
Everybody was a slave in Rome.
Yeah.
So nothing big about that one. See, you got to realize something. Just like they try to make it look like, oh, the Hebrews built the pyramids. The Egyptians wouldn't let a slave near the pyramids.
No, they wouldn't. No, they were talking about those the artisans. There was artisans that built the pyramids.
Yeah, they hired experts.
Yeah, a whole bunch of them. No, my point in that theory though is my whole thing is, I thought now correct me if I'm wrong on this one. My point is not going to be strong on this one.
Yeah.
The transatlantic slave trade, because of the chattel slavery designation, that's not exclusively a Black American problem. Obviously, you got the Caribbean and whatnot.
Right.
But when you put Black people in a chattel status, wasn't that only unique to Black folks in the diaspora alone in that chattel status? Versus slaves.
Matter of fact, okay, understand chattel slavery.
Mm-hmm.
America and the Caribbean is the only place chattel slavery actually happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Like
everywhere else was damn near pretty much serfdom.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna tell you another thing, right? You gotta people keep forgetting this thing that when America was getting slaves at a high clip, you gotta remember, you gotta think about it. There was the 13 colonies. America wasn't set yet.
No.
Right? So remember, Haiti got its independence before America became independent.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Hold on. Go ahead, continue, because my history is not working correctly.
Right?
No, the revolution popped off in 1791. We had our independence, 76?
76, but you know what I'm saying? But the revolution, right?
Yeah, the revolution was in 71. That's
But that
91. Yeah.
Yeah, the Haitian Revolution popped off, but that's the second Haitian Revolution. Remember, the Spanish got kicked off the first time.
Hold on, Haitian independence. How about that? Let's do it that way. Haiti's independence was okay. Looks like my dates are fucked up here. Looks like 1791 was revolution. You had 1802 was Napoleon. Looks like Victorial power. So General Dessalines came in 1804. America was already independent by 1804.
I'm talking about the Spanish one. Remember, Spain had the island Hispaniola is where Christopher Columbus landed at.
Right.
So the island of Hispaniola. So that means that Haiti, because you call it Haiti, right? Haiti, right? They fought against the Spaniards by getting armed by the French. The Spaniards ran on the other side of the island, which is Dominican Republic, right? Right. Then they got ran off. The French tried to renege on their deal, and that's when the whole Haitian independence thing happened. But Haiti was independent from their first initial slavery from the Spanish way before America even started the revolution.
From the Spanish. So you're saying that Haiti was independent from the Spanish, but they were colonized under the French?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Why you think the island of Hispaniola has Haiti and Dominican Republic on the same island? It's split. That's why we call Dominicans Spanish-speaking Haitians.
Okay.
Right? Why do you think most Haitians that grow up in Haiti speak Spanish and French?
Okay, that's a new one. Okay, I never heard that one before.
Yeah.
So you're saying that at one point in time, Haiti was independent before they kicked the French's ass?
Yeah, because the French funded them to get. Remember this. Think about it. The American dollar has two lines through it. The S sign, right? What was the standard currency that everybody based everything off of? It was the Spanish doubloon, the silver, right? Spain had the power because they was backed by the Catholic Church. Christopher Columbus was commissioned, even though he was an Italian, by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, funded by the Roman Catholic Church.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait. You remember? You know, Haiti was called Saint Domingue. Well, I can't pronounce it.
Exactly. Why do you think most of the Caribbean, most of the cities in the Caribbean have Spanish names? Because Spain had Refshaw. The Portuguese just took the biggest slice of Brazil. They didn't want those islands.
Right.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So that leads to fact where Christopher Columbus never landed in America. He landed on the biggest landmass in the Caribbean, was the island of Hispaniola. Actually, Trinidad and Tobago was the first free nation in the Caribbean before everybody else, even in the Americas. But it was a penal colony. They just let that bitch run.
Yeah.
Right. So it was actually, they didn't really recognize Trinidad and Tobago because it was a penal colony. So it was the inmates running the sane asylum. Right. Yeah. So, but that's what it is. So basically what I'm saying is that when you look at history, remember the British stopped the transatlantic slave trade with all the rest of the nations.
Oh, okay, I see where you're at. Under Napoleon, France reimposed slavery in most of its Caribbean islands in 1802. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Haiti was running around freeing. They was going after Jamaica. They was going after Cuba. They was going everywhere. They was about to expand.
I did not know that. Wow.
Dessalines was trying to run a whole empire in the Caribbean as a beachhead. Oh. You know what I'm saying? So that whole Three Musketeers thing from Alexander Dumas, which was a Haitian, right? And all of that. So when you look at that, right? So when you look at that whole thing, you look at Jamaica, because Jamaica was Spanish, and then when they had the Great Earthquake, then the British came in, right? So that's where you get all your pirates from, right?
Yeah.
Your state-sanctioned pirates, right? You know what I mean? You get your teachers, your white beards. I mean, your black beards, your white beards, your kids, your captain kids and shit, because they was funded by different organizations. And then you had your pirateers, right? And then you had your people that will hunt down the pirates.
Yeah.
Right. So now it was too expensive to keep funding this expedition, because then if you look in correlation, they had the Year of the Roses, the 40-year war, the Year of the Roses between England, Spain, and France. It was a power struggle, right? And then that's when you get the king of Naples break apart from Italy to run his own kingdom within Italy, and that's where you get Borgia.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The Pope, and that's where the Catholic Church comes into political power. That's why
you talking about Jesus Daddy?
Yep, Jesus Daddy, right? See, the reason why
history right there.
but the reason why I'm bringing this up is by the time America started to move, remember, you still had a major Native American problem. They couldn't get South Carolina because the Floridas, remember, all of those Native Americans that were in Cuba, all those Native Americans, they ran up to Florida. So you got your Lumbee Indians, your Seminoles, your
wasn't that the Seminole Wars?
The Seminole Wars. You got your Blackfoot, you got your Crowfoot Indians. Yeah. So you got all of those Indians there, right? So those Native Americans there. So they had to get a hold of that. So what happens is America could not afford to even purchase a massive group of slaves on a slave ship coming over. So the slave trade is cut. But what they could do is go down to Brazil and in the Caribbean and buy off slaves from everybody's looking to liquidate because they got to go back to England and Spain and France. Right? And then that's where the American black slave comes from. Right?
Okay.
Because now you're inbred from that group of slaves, because the transatlantic slave trade been stopped happening at least 50 years prior because they already abolished slavery on the transatlantic slave trade. The landing
50 years prior to
50 years prior to the Declaration of Independence being actually signed.
Okay.
Remember, everybody was settled. You gotta see what you gotta look at is you gotta look at the correlation of the war that's happening in Europe. You got to look at the correlation of Spain withdrawing, France withdrawing. Then you got to look at the correlation of America starting. If you can start in the country, you still got to secure your borders. You still got to deal with the domestic problem.
So hold on, you're telling me that black slaves in America were purchased on the used car lot?
Yes.
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 I didn't know that. All right, that's a good one.
You got to check the slave facts.
Yeah,
certified pre-owned.
Certified pre-owned slave.
No, because think about it. Yeah. So why do you think when we say it's the man's fault is because if JB Dessalines, if Dessalines if he can revolt, right? The reason why they pulled yeah, my bad. But see Haitian too. That's what the last name from the shit. So anyway, but if you get
Jean-Jacques.
If you think about it, remember they had slave revolts down in Brazil. They had slave revolts all over the Caribbean and in South America. It was rampant, right? Yeah. So they had to cut slavery because it cost too much, right? You know what I mean? And plus, they had too much corruption because guess what? You're not getting the tax back. If I got to pay all this tax back to England or back to Rome or whatever, right? And I say, hey man, I'm gonna pay you some money to go rob this ship. You take 10% of the booty or 20% of the booty, you can hide out down here in Tortuga and give me back my shit, and I can write a letter to the crown saying the pirates got it, right? Yeah. So you ain't getting what you need to get, right? So they had to cut everything and pull the fuck out. And I give you a perfect example. Look at Afghanistan. If you want to see modern day fuckery, look at any war that's being ran and any occupation after the war. Right, and then why would you pull out? Because you done got all the resources, and it costs more for you to stay there than be there.
It's actually kind of scary. No,
like look at number one. You don't go to war to liberate. You go to war because one, it's money. You got to remember what was the purpose we going to Afghanistan?
Oil.
Not even
oil. Poppy.
Oh, why you got an opioid crisis? Why black people are not affected by the opioid crisis? Because we ain't got health insurance like
hold
that.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually hold that thought. When this man told me that black folks were basically in America were bought off the goddamn used car lot, now I'm actually scared of what my lineage is because
check it out, find it.
I'm actually kind of scared now.
No, for real. No, listen, this is the thing that you need. No, for real. Listen, my last name is Hudson. As dark as my black ass is, I went and checked my lineage. Guess what?
What up?
I'm half Haitian, right? But I got 8 to 10% Caucasian in me because my family wasn't slaves. They came over from France.
Oh, my
And my
background-
family was not well. They ain't even in fucking Port-au-Prince. It's a whole French fort up there. Like
my background's a mess because I got adopted folks on both sides, and then one side was adopted by Jews. So
Yeah,
all plantation. So it's a mess for me.
But if you, that's why it's hard to actually trace black people back to a specific place in Africa, whereas you got to give them a little reason. And if you actually find exactly where you at,
yeah,
right, you blessed because your DNA carried all the way through.
Yeah. Well, most black Americans got that 30% now. So when you deal with all the different crossbreedings and the rape and whatnot, good luck going back to Africa.
Yeah,
I'm pretty much almost 91% sub-Saharan African.
I'm 70. I did my little DNA 20. What was it? Ancestry.com shit a long time ago, like 10 years ago now.
Well, then you got to look at another one, right? Then you take white folk, right? If you take modern day white folk and you start testing them, a lot of them, they got black fucking genes running in their ass.
Oh, they got a lot of Negroid.
They got a lot of Negro, a lot of Native American running in their ass.
Yeah.
They got a lot of shit running in their ass, right? So if you really want to be 100 and above,
Back in the day, they used to call them dirty whites.
yeah.
Or Guinea.
Yep, guineas and
Would you-
stuff like that, because you know what I mean, gypsies are fucking they got like a higher percentage of being African in them and shit like that. Like,
Gypsies, they got a whole bunch of everything.
everything, they mutts.
Why do you think they travel? Why do you think they call them traveling gypsies?
Yep.
I'm looking
You know
at
what
my
I'm saying?
DNA
Like,
right now.
I'm gonna like people like they don't teach history they teach history this way, but they don't teach history in
They teach history. They teach history too linear.
Yeah, they don't teach it in a ripple effect. Like this happened here and it affected this over here, and this is why they did this, and this is why they did that, right? And this has affected this. So that lie, right? Think about it. The white supremacy lie is everybody was slaves. Then when you found out that black people were actually free during slavery and they actually owned slaves, that was like a mind fuck, right?
Well, the first major white supremacist lie wasn't nobody here before them.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that's the greatest lie right there.
Really the greatest white supremacy lie was when they told you it was white people in Egypt.
No, well, it was white people in Egypt. They was just in Alexandria.
Yeah, they just died.
Yeah, with a lot of red backs.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna say this right
A lot
here.
of melaniliosa.
Like, here's another thing. Here's another big lie, right? Christopher Columbus made a suspect right turn. And I'm gonna tell you this, right? You know why? I've been in the Navy, right? Right?
Yeah.
The worst ocean in the world to cross during any time of year is the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
It's the worst, right? I'm on a fucking Navy ship. We went through 3 to 4 motherfucking hurricanes per goddamn week on a 2-week trek from Norfolk to goddamn Rota, Spain.
Yeah.
And I asked myself, why the fuck are we going through Rota, Spain? Well, guess what? That's where the slave trade actually started after Christopher Columbus made the motherfucking suspect right turn. Because guess what? You got to go through the Straits of Gibraltar. Right? But guess what? Nobody went that way because they knew better. That's why the Atlantic Ocean has the most shipwrecks. The Bermuda Triangle, that whole area has the most shipwrecks. They got millions, it's like billions of dollars in fucking money at the bottom of the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
Right? Now, so which way did they go? Well, this is where they did go. They went the other way, the Silk Road. See, people keep forgetting that Han Dynasty was up while they were going to the Americas.
As a matter of fact, why do you think they were trying to go that way anyway? Because they were trying to circumvent.
Yes.
Okay.
They were trying to circumvent because you got to forget the Ming Dynasty and a lot of those fucking. Was the Mongols there?
Yeah, it was the Mongols. It was Kublai Khan.
Kublai Khan.
Kublai Khan.
Kublai Khan, and it was like you forgot. See, people don't realize how big their fucking empire was.
Mm-hmm.
That they literally controlled the silk fucking. You had to pay a certain tax just to cross the motherfucker.
I just realized in the top right corner you got that damn cartoon playing.
You gotta smack somebody with nunchucks all the time, right?
Like so check this out, right? So the people don't understand that the Silk Road, right? Like, all right, when you watch movies, people, and this is the thing about subversion. When you watch the Pirates of the Caribbean, they actually tell you what actually was happening, right? So when you watch the Pirates of the Caribbean, I think it's the one, the second part and shit, right? Davy Jones' Locker, whatever. You notice they was in Singapore, right? Like when they met up with the dude that was in The Last Samurai and shit with Tom Cruise, right? So they was in Singapore. That's the Silk Road. So you get outside, you get out of the Mediterranean, you come from the Horn of Africa, you go down by India, right? You come up, right? You hit all those ports, right? You get in between Sri Lanka, you go through the Straits of Hormuz, you hit all the way down. That's when you start hitting Singapore at the tip of Malaysia, right? Then that's a port. So you hit that port, you do your trade. You might go inland to do some trade up there in the capital and shit, and you get your silk, right? Because you can only get your silk. Now, what was the thing, right? He's worth his weight in gold, right? Or salt, right? Salt was the thing. Salt was big money, right? Because you got to preserve your meats, you got to preserve your foods, right? You got to get your thing. So you run this whole thing, and then guess where you go? Now you hitting Korea. Now you hitting the Philippines, right? Why you think Filipinos speak Spanish, right? It ain't by mistake. Why they got Why Filipinos got Spanish last names? Right? They were conquered by the Spanish, right? Why Australia was a penal colony. So the British took over Australia. Yes, Australia was a penal colony. That's where you sent people that you couldn't kill because they had high rank in society, and they extradited your ass to Australia.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you one thing, man. My bad. I'm over here. We were talking. I was looking at my DNA shit, and I just realized I got a shit ton of messages. And this guy sent a message and was like, "Hey, my great grandfather's name," and it's funny. His great grandfather's name is my great grandfather's name. I'm like, what the fuck? My bad. That's y'all got me on some genealogy shit. But I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's been an eventful night. Full of full of vigor.
Oh yeah.
I don't take none of this shit personally. So
No, it's a learning thing. Okay, we're gonna give last thoughts because we've been on here for almost 6 hours, amazingly.
Hey, you need to rename this the Celebration of 1,000 Substreams.
I still say the Queens ain't shit in SYSBM.
Well, like always, Charles.
Well, that queen wasn't shit.
Queen.
But go ahead, Chaos.
No, I said that would be for another show. You know what I'm saying?
That queen wasn't shit because you don't attack my ladies on my show.
Queens ain't shit. Ain't had a queen. We're in fucking post-monarchical society. What are you talking about, queens?
Oh man. Y'all folks have a good one, man. Thanks again. 1,000, baby. Woo!
Hey, you said Saturday you was doing a stream?
I'm gonna do a stream this weekend. I don't know. I might do a Friday. I might do a Saturday, but I'm gonna do a stream.
Yeah, I was going to panel next Saturday, man. We sit, drink, and talk shit, and I'll pull up some current events because you know what I'm saying. We be talking about these. We be talking about other people on YouTube, but it's like important shit that's going on in the world outside of the space. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that was the purpose of me talking about the law enforcement thing.
Yeah,
the can and cannot do's, and it takes all you need is one crazy chick who got the delusions of grandeur to fuck it all up.
No, man, just don't negotiate with terrorists, man.
That's why we're gonna have a no-fly zone.
Yeah, there you go. Shoot them down, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, we don't negotiate with terrorists, but yeah, man, y'all cordially invite come through.
Okay. All right. I'm definitely gonna come through. Come on. We're gonna bring Gino with us. He gonna love it. And Gino, you You got to bring a bottle, Gino. Don't worry. You got to bring
Hey,
a bottle.
man, we ain't gonna talk about SYSBM. We just gonna talk about some man shit. We gonna get on some
SBM. I stand by that shit, goddamn.
Hey, stand by your man.
Stand by. But you know what I'm saying? But we gonna be on some man shit for a little bit. You know, we can talk about some games, man made, some other shit. Just some man shit.
We're gonna talk about some MMA. Yeah. You know your boy going to heavyweight, right?
Who? Mayweather?
Oh, John Jones.
Oh, you going to heavyweight? All right.
He's going to heavyweight. I think he relinquished the belt.
Yeah, he gave it up. He look, that's Dana Cash Cow and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I subscribe to you, brothers, man. I subscribe to y'all, man. I'm about to go eat this damn food I just ordered. This crawfish has been sitting there for about an hour, fucking with you niggas. But it is
all right. Good.
All right, fellas.
But yo, appreciate it. I'm gonna drop off. Appreciate it, y'all.
No problem.
All right, fellas, y'all be safe.
Yep, y'all be smooth.
Salute. Woo! 1,000, baby. 1,000. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Woo.